Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me my baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuniki fe la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, yeah.
Okay now.
To question between my pen.
I see.
I see Panamata, the wedding for game.
Okay.
Papa, you look at you. And then you get Mama said, I want me to go. I got no one who tell him, but where would he get? I got you to put it on
Yandaba. Susu baby subramia. Baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Parachuba dodiri chukuma tukuchuba dodiri ndimmawu egummawu ego. Parachuba dodiri chukuma tukuchuba dodiri ndimmawu egummawu ego. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say we mo. We mo. Oboda say we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo ye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
After one day for your brand yourself on a new since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I'm gonna move on, I'm gonna go to book.
Ejemini ekebo akobi ewe ayo ewe tumeje itun lo ni ọtún ẹṣẹ ìfà ló ní kan fà ìmọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jó ẹrùkù wọ́n wọ́n bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú Odògbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn yẹn.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Oloma pada lẹ́yìn, may God never depart from you. So there is no greater prayer that I'm aware of than that. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Apologies for not turning up yesterday. I had a call from a guy called Sleep, so I just had to, I looked at it and I thought, no way am I doing that today. So I just had to be in yesterday and then go to bed instead. So back and refreshed and on we go. Occasionally we will be taking these breaks just because of the sheer gruelingness of the endeavor. So if I had somebody else that could take over, that I could trust to run it, then you have more consistency. But there it is. So we took that micro break, but we are now back now, and onwards we go. We push it again for another 3, 4, 5 months, and then we see where it lands again. So yes, so that explains yesterday. But as everything still remains the same though, the usual protocol, click on the like button. So do that as I'm asking you now. So pardon me, do that as I'm asking you now. So we see an improvement in the like figures. That's the algorithm that's the YouTube space uses to measure the level of engagement. So through that level of engagement, they then make recommendations to other people who may like it. So that's essentially how the platform grows. So when we're asking you to click on like, it's not just for reasons of wanting to show popularity, it's to interact with the YouTube algorithm so that the platform can be recommended to a more expansive space. So do that, click on like. The same principles apply to the subscription button. So if you're not already subscribed, then please do that as well. So those two things mandatory. The subscribe is only is once in a lifetime. So if the subscription thing, if the subscription space on your device, if the subscription space on your device, if it's showing red, then you have not fulfilled all righteousness yet. So fulfill all righteousness. Anybody that works with any regularity, I will implore you to make sure that you are subscribed. It just helps with the growth of the space. So click on like, very, 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 very important. Click on subscribe as well. That's also very important as well. And then the hyperlink that says StreamYard, highly recommended, but not compulsory. If you want to interact with the session, then click on that. So click on that and then come share your thoughts. You hear very fixed and very firm views expressed on this platform. The other thing that you do here is that the platform allows you to express views. So if you have views, no matter how psychedelic or far-flung, just hop on and come and express them. We're forever canvassing for new voices because that freshens up the conversation. A lot of the talking heads on the social media spaces, I think we already know somewhat the leanings of their politics. But if you feel you bring a new dimension, or if you feel you bring an especially innovative perspective or narrative, then we're especially looking to hear from you. So that is the only magic of it, new voices, new perspectives, and you could be that new voice for the day. So click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It puts you into a studio space. As soon as I finish reading out the clips to play as well. So as soon as the body of the talking points have been delivered, then I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in conversation. So very, very important. Click all those things that I've mentioned. They are important. Click on like for the argument, for reasons of the argument that are already made. Click on subscribe, ditto, same argument. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard for the engagement and for the continuous refreshing of the narratives, especially if you're a new voice. So do all those things. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So now, if you want to follow the example of Alexander Gomez, who has put up a handsome-looking super chart, the $sign at the bottom of the screen, that's your opportunity to donate towards the platform. So click on that and then add a sum of money. So do that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. We have the anticipation of 5 super chats. Alexander Gomez kicks it off. So you'll be one of the remaining 4. So do all those nice and cozy things, and then you'll be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. You'll be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. I'm not even sure where to start it. Should I start it with clips? Actually, let me start it off with a clip. So this clip came, and by the way, everything we discuss here are sent in by subscribers. So if you want anything, if you come across anything, you can see my Instagram handle in the comment sections on all of the platforms. So if you especially come across anything that you would especially like us to discuss, just send it to me via Instagram, and then we'll bring it up in the course of conversation. So we'll bring it up in the course of conversation. There was a clip of the Niger State governor showing some largesse, but I don't seem to have that clip to hand at the moment. But let me play you this clip instead. Do you remember the storyline of actually, let me play you. I'll play you 2 clips. I'll play you the first clip to build up to the next clip. So this first clip here, it's Ireti Kingigwe, a senator out of Abuja, going on a Rice TV to rage and rile against Diezani Madueke. I'll play you about 2 minutes of this because I think we played it in the previous session. I'll play you about 2 minutes of this, only then to build up to the response that Wike gives, which is now the latest installment in that little saga.
Madam, do you think that your complaint is not just about Wike? You have also been quoted as saying that you are excluded from most of the key decisions affecting the Federal Capital Territory in the Senate. Do you think this is because you are from a minority party, Labour Party, or do you think it's because you are a woman? 4 of you, 4 women in the National Assembly.
It's not because I'm a woman. In all fairness to the Senate as a body, it's not very difficult to exclude the women, and they do not exclude us. We get involved in as many things as we like to. And most of the time, yes, your party matters a little bit, but not seriously. If you want me to be honest, this boils down to the fact that the Senate President is a personal friend of the Honorable Minister of the FCT. So when things that they think Senator Kingigwe might object to are brought, I'm not sure. As I said, this is a topic I'd rather wait, since I plan on coming back.
So yes, that is Ireti Kingigwe firing all barrels against Diezani Madueke right there. So that came out a couple of days ago, and Diezani Madueke, of course, is the last person that you want to pick a fight with, because he doesn't play by the rules. This is how he plays. What this?
I overheard somebody in our eyes this morning. Unfortunately, I hear the person is a member of National Assembly. It's unfortunate I say so. With all due respect, what you don't know, you don't know. What you know, you don't. And the good thing for you is to tell people that, look, I don't know this. And people will educate you. The Honorable Minister of State and my humble self, we have not been in office for more than 10 months, 11 months. And to the glory of God, the person is angry that they are praising us. If you don't want, go and hang yourself in a transformer. Yes. If you're angry, go and hang yourself. If we have done well, we have done well. If we have not done well, we have not done well. And we are proud to say, in this short time, Mr. President appointed us, that we have done well. He said there are no schools. He said there are no hospitals. You as a legislator, what have you done? How many bills have you sponsored for us to improve our education and our health sector. How many? I challenge that legislator, if you are very, very popular, 2027, come and run under Abuja. We will fail you. You think that what happened last time will happen again? You think so? It will not happen again. If you are popular, come and run. Luckily for me, I'm the FCT minister now. So here is my territory. I'm not afraid. So people should come out and be able to accept the truth. We are not begging for anybody to be afraid. We have so many friends that we cannot even carry along. So how can we go and beg people to be our friends again? We're not interested in that. So if you are angry that people are praising us, wait. By next year, your BP level will go very high. Because the praises you will see will be too much.
Oh, so yes, right. So that's the Yemson Wike responding to Ireti Kingibe. So like I said, the last person you want to be picking a fight with is Yemson Wike, because as I said, he doesn't play by the rules. No, what did fella say? I'm African man original. There's no gentleman bone in the entirety of his 4 feet 2 frame. There's no gentleman bone. And Ireti Kingibe, of course, an old stalwart of the oligarch, so a long-time elite. You remember, of course, that she's the wife of Abdullah's running mate, Babagana Kingibe, so or ex-wife, I should say. So that's our Wike there. But there's been a lot of complaints coming in. Well, not coming in to me, but a lot of complaints around the tonality of Wike's response to Ireti Kingibe, and more to it, the content of it. So One Hog Transformer is hardly the language, because Wike is essentially the mayor of Nigeria's premier city. That is who he is. Wike is because Abuja is not really a state, it's more a city than a state. And that minister really is the wrong appellation. Is more like a mayor. So and they should transmute it to a mayoral sort of a system fairly soon. So and Abuja, of course, Nigeria's foremost city. So Wike is the mayor essentially of Nigeria's premier city. So that hardly language then you expect from that verified position that you should go and hog transformer, like Ajegunle Central. So there is that. So a lot of people not at all in sync with that sort of language. So that's one. And then the other parties threatening electoral consequences. A lot of people also commented on that. So I feel that threatening electoral consequences is fair game. Wike is a politician. Is in an opposition space to Ireti Kingibe. Ireti Kingibe is a Labour Party candidate. Wike is a PDP stalwart. So he is well within the ebb and flow of political language for him to be able to invite her then to defeat at the next electoral cycle. So I don't object to that, but my objection is for him to be telling her to go and hog transformer. It's just the guy, man, for all his efficacy as the minister of the FCT, is too crude and vulgar sometimes, most times, for the digestion of most people. But let's take you to a more pleasurable, a more sanitized, a more positive space. But is this positive though? Let me play you this clip and then you tell me if this is positive.
All COP members serving in Niger State today are entitled to 200,000 bonus from Niger Fund. So you have 200,000 each of you. I understand about 1,600. So we're going to credit your account with 200,000. This is to give you comfort to stay in Niger State. Again, to the director NYC Niger State, we want to build a brand new NYC camp. So today, we are putting 5 billion naira for your new car. So Niger State is putting 5 billion naira, Honorable Minister and the DG, to build a new NYC car for you.
All right. So that's that. So two things. Oh, hold on. Two things in that space. Oh, yes, two things in that space. One is that there are about 1,500, he said, of the youth corpers, and then he's giving them, he's asking for their account numbers to send a lot, 200,000 naira each, as a golden hello for serving in Niger State. So is that judicious use of public funds? And under what budgetary bracket does that come under? So you do the mathematics, 200,000 multiplied by 1,500, that is a huge size of money in a state that is poverty stricken. So is that the best judicious use of public funds? And then building, did he say 5 billion naira worth of camp for NYSC? Same questions apply, but that might well be a positive. Let me take you to another clip. This clip still stays with the oligarchs, and you don't get more premier in terms of oligarchy than the next person that we are about to see on the screen now. But it goes back to an old story. The jousting match that is going on in Kano State, Bayero versus Sanusi. So here is a senior royal from that space talking us through the internal workings of that feud. Watch this.
Well, to tell you the truth, I personally haven't seen Aminu in a year. So right now, I don't really know what's going on in his mind. But from what I can see, I think he's really in a place where he's really, I think he's really in a tight spot. And both men are, I think. You know, they're both princes. They're both men, ambitious men who are trying to fight for their houses. But the truth is they're both, they're brothers. You know, they're both part of the houses of Dabo. You know, they're the descendants of the Dabo dynasty and the Sulubawa clan. You know, so I don't really think it should be such a feud. But, you know, there's a lot going on. And I think it's a bit, like you said in your intro, it's a bit of a political issue as well. But at the same time, you know, they are grown men and, you know, I think they're trying to hold on to power as much as they can. But my fear is to what end? You know, it's getting like a bit out of control. You know, I don't know where this is going to lead to because it's like both men are just desperate to fight till the end. And, you know, I'm kind of scared for both of them because, you know, there was a point a few weeks ago during the, you know, Salah festivities where there were rumors that they were both going to ride during the Doba. And I was thinking, whoa, that would be really kind of dangerous because Kano is a very volatile city, you know. Any little thing could trigger violence and it could lead to, you know, it could escalate. So I think that's one of the reasons I think that both men should try to, you know, end this. You know, I don't know, because right now I think they're both in a very heightened state, you know, where they really want to hold on and fight. But, you know, I don't know how this is going to play out in the end, especially for the caliphate, you know, for the Sokoto caliphate. You know, I hope it doesn't lead to, like, you know, where it kind of ends. You know, it's a great and powerful institution. And that's what my father symbolized for 50 years. So I would hope that they would learn so much from him.
All right. So that's one of the Kano princesses. She's from the Bayero stock. And just sounding a note of caution to that space that this could end in a very ugly way. And we all know how well, not even politics, or how events play out over there sometimes. So her caution is that this could end in a very ugly way. And she's reminding them then that they're still both from the same stock. So who is going to back down is the question. I don't see Lamido Sanusi backing down, because from what we know of him, it's a very stubborn guy. But we don't know I certainly don't know sufficient enough about Aminu Bayero to know how stubborn he is. But from what is playing out now, there's a streak of stubbornness in him as well. So it's one or two. There's three outcomes possible there. One, the elders in that space intervene and suit the matter to a resolution. That's one. The second one is the Supreme Court acts very swiftly to address that matter and tell us who the Emir of Kano is. That's two. Or the one that we most fear, that place would implode. And the longer it takes the first two things to take place, the more probable the last option is. So that's Kano politics right there. So that's Kano politics. Let me play you something a bit more light-hearted, just to bring the tempo down. This is your friend and mine, the Akurukete of Arise TV. The Akurukete of Arise TV. You wonder why he can't find them. If you've ever wondered why he can't find a wife, you'll see now. This is why he cannot find a wife.
Irresponsible man. There's a video. Miami,
all right. So that's the silly boy from Arise TV showing just what a silly boy he is. So the silly boy from Arise TV showing just what a silly boy he is. So let's get into the readouts now. So we get into the readouts now, and we kick it off with this. Your friend and mine, and the Kano, we never really seem to escape that space. So back we are now to that space. For all of the clamorings, it's almost all of the signals actually indicates that this guy might well be released, because there's so much pressure on government to release him that it's almost the government is almost being boxed into a corner now. All of the seniors in the Southeast, we heard Peter Obi's voice just a couple of days ago, and now all of the governors in the Southeast. So to the Nnamdi Kanu space are breaking. Southeast governors ask Nigerian government to release Nnamdi Kanu, set to visit Tinubu. So yes, why is the question? But let's find out. Right, the Southeast Governors Forum has agreed to meet with President Bola Tinubu and engage with the Nigerian government to secure the release of Nnamdi Kanu, the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. This decision was contained in a communique issued after a 6-hour meeting at the Enugu State Government House on Tuesday. All 5 governors from the region, Peter Mba, Enugu, Alex Oti, Abia, Professor Charles Soludo, Anambra, Francis Nwifuru, Ebonyi, and Senator Hope Uzodinma, Imo, attended the meeting and signed the 5-point communique. The forum also resolved to implement the report of the Southeast Security and Economic Summit held in Owerri on September the 28th, 2023, with actionable plans. The resolution partly reads, the forum commensurates with the government and people of Abia State, Ebonyi State, Imo State, Southeast Nigeria, and Chief Ogbonaya Anu's family on the demise of His Excellency Dr. Ogbonaya Anu. I never even knew he passed away, but there it is. The forum received the delegation of the former president, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, Chief Emeka Anyaku, GCON, and His Royal Majesty Igwe Achebe, CFR, Obi of Onitsha, who came on a solidarity visit to the forum. The forum deliberated on the reviewed report of the Southeast Security and Economic Summit held in Owerri on the 28th of September 2023 and agreed to implement the aspects of the report pertaining to the security and economic integration and affirmed its desire to put actionable plans on the key issues agreed. The forum resolved to visit Mr. President to discuss pressing issues concerning the Southeast region. The forum also resolved to interface with the federal government to secure the release of Mr. Nnamdi Kanu. So they've dropped the mercy for him in this instance. So there it is. You know, there's a lot of because Alexander Gomez came on the stream a couple of sessions ago, and he also lent his voice to the release of Nnamdi Kanu. And when he lent his voice to the release of Nnamdi Kanu, he was challenged by one of the panelists to say that for all of the killings that this guy has facilitated, what then assuages the families that lost their loved ones to the activities of Nnamdi Kanu? And Alexander Gomez's argument then was, the atrocities are atrocities, but politics is politics. What happens to the people that were killed during the Biafra War? At some point, the country has to move on. And is the release of this guy, is it a facilitation for the country moving on? But there's a lot of pressure for Nnamdi Kanu to be released. And that pressure now mounts from people that are actually in state houses. Let me take it from this paragraph again and speak through. The forum deliberated on the reviewed, the forum deliberated on the reviewed report of the Southeast Security and Economic Summit held in Owerri on the 20th of September and agreed to implement the aspect of the report pertaining to security and economic integration and affirmed its desire to put actionable plans on the key issues agreed. The forum resolved to visit Mr. President to discuss pressing issues concerning the Southeast. The forum also resolved to interface with the federal government to secure the release of Mr. Nnamdi Kanu. Meanwhile, the forum has set up the burial committee for the late former governor of Abia State and Minister of Science, Innovation and Technology, Ogbonnaya Anu. So there it is right there. So I'm not quite sure. You know, there was a storyline we were reading just the other day about a body of 50 parliamentarians from the House of Reps signing an open letter to Tinubu making the same request. And the composition of that 50-man panel or group, we should say, the composition of that group was quite interesting. A good number of them were from the North and the Middle Belt. So that is to tell you then that the desirability of Nnamdi Kanu's release, it extends beyond just the Southeast. So it's not just the Southeast narrative. I'm not sure we're hearing voices from the Southwest making that request just yet, but certainly we're hearing voices up and down the country making that request. But it's a tricky one anyway, because you can swing the argument either way. You can swing the argument. There's an argument for its release and there's an argument for its incarceration. The argument for its incarceration, of course, you all know the atrocities that he facilitated. The argument for his release, the political impact of it, and peace in the Southeast and all that, how he can impact on that. So if you weigh both arguments, then it places it then in the realms of a political decision. So ultimately, it will have to be a political decision. So the government has to make the decision on if it's politically expedient for them to release him or not, you know. But then the pressure to release him also weighs in, you know. So because we're getting to the point now where virtually the whole country wants this guy released and the government is still holding on to him. So it's a very complex one that needs to be navigated very delicately by the Tinubu administration. So there's that. So there is that one. Let's go on from that one to this one. Nigerian government must act fast to stop investors from living in droves. So that's Dangote. Actually, let me take it from a different space. I think I've got it. I think I've got it from a different space. So let me take, yes, let me take it from here. Let me take it from here. Right, business titan Dangote challenges CBN policy, wants economic stagnation. So let's take it from here. Yes, Aliko Dangote, chairman of Dangote Group, has voiced strong criticism against the Central Bank of Nigeria's recent interest rate hike. Speaking at a Manufacturers Association of Nigeria summit in Abuja, Dangote argued that the current interest rate of nearly 30% is unsustainable for business. The CBN's Monetary Policy Committee raised the monetary policy rate to 26.25% in May, marking the third consecutive increase. Dangote contends, let me take that again, actually. Let me take that again. I want to speak through it. Aliko Dangote, chairman of the Dangote Group, has voiced strong criticism against the Central Bank of Nigeria's recent interest rate hike. Speaking at a Manufacturers Association of Nigeria summit in Abuja, Dangote argued that the current interest rate of nearly 30% is unsustainable for businesses. The CBN's Monetary Policy Committee raised the monetary policy rate to 26.25% in May, marking the third consecutive increase. Dangote contends that such high rates stifle job creation and economic growth, stating emphatically that nobody can create jobs with an interest rate of 30%. Dangote emphasized the need for the government to support the manufacturing sector, highlighting its crucial role in addressing unemployment, poverty, and insecurity. He stressed the importance of affordable financing and reliable power supply for economic prosperity. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria Summit, attended by Vice President Kashim Shettima and other officials, also saw MAN President Otumba Francis criticizing government policies. Otumba Francis revealed that over 70% manufacturers exited the sector between 2019 and 2022, underlying the urgent need for supportive measures. Dangote's comment reflects growing concern in Nigeria's business community about the challenging economic environment. His call for protecting existing businesses and reducing import dependency resonates with manufacturers seeking a more conducive operating climate. So that's Dangote right there. So that is Dangote right there, and it is quite pertinent. Because Dangote has access to government, so for him to come onto the public fora to make that call, it's something that should be taken note of. Let's look at it from here. Nigerian government must act fast to stop investors from living in droves. That's Dangote. Is that a spin or Aliko Dangote, President Dangote Industries Limited, has identified solutions to sustaining existing local and foreign investments, as well as attracting new investors into the country. Dangote gave the solution in a keynote speech delivered at the opening of a 3-day Nigeria Manufacturers Summit with the theme Rethinking Manufacturing in Nigeria. The summit, held at the banquet hall, State House Abuja, was declared open by the Vice President Kashim Shettima. The Africa's richest man said to arrest investors from leaving the country in droves and attract new ones, the federal government must initiate deliberate industrial policies that assure investors of support and protection. According to him, such policies are the greatest incentive for existing investors, manufacturers, and local, both local and foreign. So I think let's see what I have to say. I am recommending that the government policy, these are his words now, I am recommending that the government policy should support, protect existing industries so that others will know that their investments will be protected. Is there any better incentive than this? I don't think so. So I humbly submit that an industrial policy that assures investors of support and protection is the greatest incentive for all investors, both local and foreign. So what's that policy shape is really the question. So, I mean, the one thing that business likes is consistency and predictability. And the one thing that you cannot say about the Nigerian space is that it is consistent or predictable. So if they spiked up interest rate 3 times within 2 quarters, then that doesn't sit very well with business, because of course it affects borrowing. And if there's not, there are companies citing in other spaces like Angola, etc., for reasons that they explain that Nigeria's policy formations are too opaque. So it is the opaque and harsh climate and lack of electricity and all that makes Nigeria just a harsh place to function as a business. And that is essentially where Dangote is. So I humbly submit that an industry policy that assures investors of support and protection is the greatest incentive for all investors, both foreign and local. Dangote also underscored the importance of stable, affordable power, as well as accessible financing to sustaining and attracting investors and manufacturers. He said stable, affordable power and access to finance for manufacturers and investors would guarantee growth, industrialization and prosperity. So there is nothing to quibble on that, of course. But the power is the heavy lift, and that is the final piece of the jigsaw. If they get power right, then a lot of things will fall in place. So get power right, and a lot of things will fall in place. Let me just give you. I was going to give you this as a readout, but So I'll give you this as a readout because it's the headline page. She's embarrassing me. Alison Madueke'S asks God. That should be the husband, of course. Have I got it somewhere else? Hold on. Oh, all right. She's embarrassing me. Alison Madueke'S husband asks court to stop Diezani from using his name. Alison Madueke, so it can't be Alison Madueke. Yeah, so that's the last name. It's the double barrel name. Alison Madueke, a former chief of naval staff, has filed a petition before the Lagos State High Court. The petitioner is asking the court to stop Diezani, former Minister of Petroleum, from using his last name. Madueke, a former military governor of Anambra State and Imo State, married Diezani under the Marriage Act on June the 30th, 1999. However, in Madueke'S petition for jactitation of the marriage, so that's a new word to me, jactitation. However, in Madueke'S petition for jactitation of the marriage, he claimed Diezani had filed for a divorce at the Nasarawa State High Court in Maraba, Gorky, in November 2021, citing the irreconcilable breakdown of their marriage. He said since 2015, he has lived apart from the respondent after she traveled to the United Kingdom. Madueke said he did not object to the divorce, which led to the marriage being formally dissolved by the court in 2022. However, Diezani continues to go by his last name. The dissolution of the marriage has now become absolute by the operation of the law, the petition said. Even though the marriage has been dissolved and is now legally finalized, the respondent continues to use the petitioner's first name, Alison, and last name, Madueke, as her own, without any justification or consent from the petitioner. It is now more than 2 years that the respondent continues to use the name of the petitioner to his embarrassment. Madueke said he directed his legal representatives to serve Diezani a formal request on December the 14th, 2023, demanding that she cease using his surname and revert to Agama, her maiden name. So I thought Agaba was a lizard, but apparently that is he said the former minister failed to respond to the legal notice and continued to use his name. The respondent has continued to hold out herself as the wife of the petitioner, even when the marriage has been dissolved, the petition said. The respondent is undergoing criminal trials both in Nigeria and the United Kingdom. The charge in Nigeria is suit number XYZ. The respondent faces public allegations of corruption and financial misconduct, for which trial is ongoing for both. The persistent portrayal of the respondent as the spouse of the petitioner is creating embarrassment, a misleading impression, and tarnishing the reputation, integrity, and public image of the petitioner. The respondent's continued use of the petitioner's first and surname falsely suggests to the public a continuing relationship between the parties, though the same has since been legally ended. The respondent's continued use of the petitioner's first and family names poses a significant risk of legal and financial harm to the petitioner. The petitioner seeks the intervention of this honorable court to prevent the respondent from further using his first and last name, thereby safeguarding his image, personality, and reputation. So there it is right there. So that's Diezani being given the heave-ho by her erstwhile husband. So let me give you this one. This one will probably be the last readout. We do need people in the studio, by the way. There's no one in the studio now. So if you want the conversation, then you have to hop on. So we need people in the studio. Pardon me. Right. If you want the conversation, you have to hop on. Right. So let's go on to this. Herdsmen, 4 others sentenced to death for kidnapping, killing their victims after payment of ransom. So I'm only really bringing you this because we've not, I cannot recall that any of these people have ever been consequenced in this way. If they realize that it is a life for a life, maybe that will caution some behaviors. A herdsman, Issa Ibrahim, along with 4 others, were sentenced to death on Tuesday for kidnapping a murder of his father, Adamu Ibrahim, after collecting a ransom of 3 million naira. The Osun State High Court in Ede convicted Issa Ibrahim, Latif Bello, Abdul Rahman, Soliu, Bello Ibrahim, and one other, something Said. The mother of XYZ was initially arraigned with them, but later discharged of the charges. The accused were charged with conspiracy, kidnapping, and murder. Despite pleading not guilty, the prosecuting counsel from the Osun State Ministry of Justice, Moses Faremi, presented 3 witnesses, including 2 sons of the deceased and a police officer. The key evidence includes a stool and a club recovered from so there it is right there. All right, I'm going to bring you one more actually because this one is important. So this will be the last one. NNPC declared state of emergency on crude oil production. So there it is right there. So Mele Kyari finally waving the white flag of surrender that he cannot handle that space. Not that we ever had the suspicion that he could. Mele Kyari, Group Chief Executive Officer of Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, has declared a state of emergency on crude oil production. Kyari on Tuesday, in a keynote address at the opening ceremony of the 23rd edition of the Nigeria Oil and Gas Conference and Exhibition in Abuja. Let's do that again. Mele Kyari, Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, has declared a state of emergency on crude oil production. Kyari spoke on Tuesday in a keynote address at the opening ceremony of the 23rd edition of the Nigeria Oil and Gas Conference and Exhibition in Abuja. He said war has been declared on the challenges affecting Nigeria's crude production. We have decided to stop the debate. We have declared war on the challenges affecting our crude production, Kyari said. War means war. We have the right tools. We know what to fight. we know what we have to do at the level of assets. We have engaged our partners and we will work together to improve the situation. He said a detailed asset analysis showed Nigeria could easily produce 2 million barrels of crude per day without deploying new rigs. But the primary obstacle is the inability of the industry players to act promptly. Kyari said the war will enable NNPC and its partners to swiftly remove all identified obstacles to efficient production, including delays in procurement processes, which has become a challenge in the industry. Regarding medium to long-term measures to boost and sustain production, Kyari said NNPC will replace all old crude pipelines built over 4 decades ago. He said the corporation will also introduce a rig sharing program with its partners to ensure that production rigs stay in the country for between 4 to 5 years, which is the standard practice in most clients. So that's a military, good in theory, woeful in practice. So that's military, good in theory, woeful in practice. So military, good in theory, woeful in practice. I'll send the link again. Anybody else to jump on? We play the K-Guide music, and we see how it goes. Let's send the link. So we send the link, play the K-Guide music, and then we'll see how it goes. You know I will search for that K-Guide music, so let's search for the K-Guide. Yeah, here they are.
Only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido, hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niriwa Agweseme have nothing to do with us. So it looks as though we will be having a session after all. Joining us Enigmatic. So that's Enigmatic right there. Emmy in the house. Good to see you, Emmy. Izor joins us. Good to see Izor. Prince Daddy in the house. Always a delight when Prince is here. Kenya in the house as well. So there's still plenty of spaces, by the way. Anybody that wants to jump on, jump on. So good to have you, gentlemen. Good to see you. So let's kick it off with Enigmatic. We'll kick it off with Enigmatic. We go on there from there to Kenya and then Emmy. So Enigmatic on D. You ready to go? Enigmatic. All right. Let's kick it off with Ekene then, if he's ready to go. Ekene, I hope people can hear me, by the way. Oh, Enigmatic, you're there. All right, brilliant. Alpha. Hello. I'm here. Alpha. Okay.
I don't know if he's hearing me.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? We all can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you now.
All right,
let somebody else start. Let me just
download this. All right, brilliant. We've got Ola here as well. So that's Ola right there. So let's kick it off with Ekene then. Ekene, let's kick it off with you.
Honorable one man.
Oga kwata.
Alpha.
I do.
I want to hear from the ruling party before I go make my own party.
All right, then we'll start it
One
off
man,
with
let me go next, please. I don't want
hold on. Let's start it with Izon, then I'll come to you. Let's do it that way. Let's start it with Izon. Izon.
One man.
Oga.
How body now?
I do. Body day inside clothes.
Body day for clothes. Not be small.
You see? They used to say I did like Dele Giwa, but you don't want to date like Dele Giwa, do you really?
No. You know I did like Dele Giwa at all. God forbid bad thing.
Amen to that. So
yeah, my brother.
I do. Usually we'll be hearing your baby in the background by now. What have you done to her?
I've temporarily escaped from my house because everybody seeks my attention in that house. So this is.
It can be overwhelming, can't it? When you have young children, it's just the noise. You love them dearly, but the noise, man.
The noise, and I work from home. So
yes.
Sometimes I'm in the middle of a meeting. I have to have a sit down with my toddler and my 7-year-old the other day to explain to them why meetings, when I'm having a meeting, they shouldn't come in and rush in. And
you're breaking up a little bit. Have I still got you? Hello. We are playing like the guitar now, is on.
No. Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly now. Carry on. Yeah, this is not the start we wanted, is all. All right. Izon, are you there? BQB is asking you to get them. Let's see if Izon is there. Yes, Izon.
Sorry about that. I don't know that.
I think you're in a bad signal spot. That's probably what it is.
One man, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Please, I don't know. For some time now, I'm having problem with super chatting and super stickers.
Okay. I think I can hear.
That's why. Before I want to come into the show, I always want to super chat, but I would be struggling with it, and at the end, I don't actually get it. I don't know what is happening.
It seems to be working okay. We've got super chats from Alexander Gomez and Ayo as standard. I don't know. Maybe it's the payment method. Maybe it's
for like 3 days now. It will be telling me error somewhere. Error. I don't know. I've been like.
That only happens under two circumstances. It's either to do with the card being used or if you were banned. And I'm not sure that you were banned. Nobody has any reason to ban you. So
no, I'm not banned because. Yeah. Okay, I'll keep trying. I don't know.
Okay, well, you know what you could do? Make a comment in there. If your comment comes through, then that shows that you're not banned. Then it may well be to do with the payment method.
Okay, as in chatting on the normal.
Yes. Just make a comment.
I just did a chat now. I did a chat just now. I don't know if you saw it.
It's not showing, so that means somebody may have banned you. So I'll check and I'll reverse it.
Yeah, just check. I sent a message now before I just interrupted. I sent a chat, normal one. Okay.
No, it's not showing. So that's to say somebody may have banned you. One of the
Is it from the
moderators.
platform? Okay, it shouldn't be my bank.
No, it may well be one of the moderators that did that.
Okay,
Yeah,
please check for me,
what
please.
actually happened.
Thank you.
When
Okay.
you connect super chat.
Yeah, Woman, you can hear me now.
So the moderators, the moderators need to be, I don't know what's wrong with them. Why are they banning people who want to spend money?
I don't know, I've told them not to, only to use timeout, but I don't, I
People
don't
can
think
spend money and insult anybody. Spend your money and insult us.
yes,
yeah.
But I don't think Isaac is the insulting type. We all know the people that insult.
No, I don't pass insults. No. I only just comment and all that. No, I don't pass insults.
Yeah.
All right. I'll see if I can resolve it as we continue to listen to Izon. So yes, Izon, you said you escaped babysitting duties.
Yes, I escaped. I just escaped my house temporarily.
All right, that's brilliant.
But it is well.
You know, sometimes when I'm driving, I say to myself, what if I just continue to drive and I don't turn back? I drive all the way through Europe and drive, when those people are driving me mad indoors, but that's,
it is. I think it's called the wonderful course of being a dad.
Yes.
That's what I call it. Yes. It's needed. It's needed. But okay, let's on to your. I was listening to your monologue and the pieces for the day. I think I'll start with our Honorable Minister of the FCT.
Yes. Did you see that clip that he released on?
Yeah,
I thought the language was not in keeping with the position he occupies.
Yeah, Woman, I agree with you. You think about it, like this guy could have been president, one man. Let's assume for 1 second, right? Asiwaju didn't run, right? Someone else ran in APC. Let's assume for another second there was no Atiku Abubakar in PDP. And Wike was able to use River State money to do what he did. He would have been the flag bearer for PDP. And running against someone else in APC that didn't have the political, cachet as Asiwaju, he could have won. So imagine you would have a President Wike. Just think about that for a second. Now, to step down from that, for one level down from that.
What's completely wrong with that? Let me ask, what's wrong with that?
So, like I was saying, to step down one level down from that.
What is wrong with having Wike as president?
One man, is this the same guy that refused to allow me ask him a question the last time I was on?
No, you don't provide vague content. You don't provide vague content. What is wrong with having Wike as president?
Is this the same guy that refused to let me interject when I was on?
I
think just let me tell you something, please.
Because
go ahead. Let's hear someone who's more reasonable.
Let me say this to you clearly. Let me say this to you clearly.
Let's hear your opinion.
This is my time.
No, it's your time. Just hold enigmatic. I want Emeka to. I want Alison to have free run. So let him have free run and express himself. Very, very little interjections. Back to Alison.
No, Enigmatic wanted to say something now. Let's.
No. I've already said how I want to run it now. So please just accommodate.
It's for the two of you. It's for the two of you, and for the sake of the platform.
Okay. And let me say this. Enigmatic. Let me say this very. Let me say this.
It's childish for someone to be remembering what happened last 3 weeks ago. I think it's very childish. You understand? It's extremely childish.
No,
let me say this. Let me say this clearly.
No, woman, no, we are not children here. We are not children here. If somebody is remembering something 3 weeks ago, I think that person is very stupid. The person's head needs to be
I'm very
examined.
stupid.
You are very stupid, Alison. If you can remember something that happened 3 weeks ago, you're a stupid man. You're a very stupid man.
No. I have not insulted anyone yet.
Hold on, Emeka.
Okay.
Hold on.
But he wants to call me stupid.
I said, hold on. Emeka, no, we are not doing that today. You know, the last session, I got an avalanche of complaints. That the platform is spiraling out of control. It used to be known as a civilized place. So let's just not do that. Let's just have a civilized engagement. It's on. Back to you.
Okay. Woman, the reason why I even said that was because the last time I was on this platform, and Enigmatic, just so you know, last time I was on this platform, Emeka was talking. I said, can I ask you a question? And he refused. And I said, okay. I was angry, but I said, okay. We moved on. And from that point, I even asked Woman to clear the air on the decorum moving forward. And the decorum was, you can ask someone if you want to ask them a question. And if the person declines, you cannot ask them the question. So therefore, I have no issues with anyone asking me a question. A legitimate question, not some bullshit. A legitimate question. If you ask me, I will answer your question. Why? What is wrong with Wiki? That is the simplest of questions to answer. I think the man demonstrated what was wrong with him with the statements he made. But
all right, let's move on.
Woman,
Emeka is passionate.
This is important because I had to point out that the same person that refused to allow me ask him a question is asking me a question now and trying to demand that I answer. Listen, fairness for fairness sake. Respect begets respect. Okay? And for the sake of your platform, I will not respond to him calling me stupid because I can destroy him if I want to right now. But I will not respond. I won't respond to it. I will move on with the wiki because I think we're having a conversation about this guy. So like I was saying, let me move on. Like I was saying.
Alison, please, just a second. I won't take your time, I swear. I just want to talk to Emeka.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Emeka, please, let me, I know you are very passionate about your discourse, and then for the sake of God, right? I do it sometimes. There are some people you believe you don't want to have correspondence with when you're having discussion, right? If Alison has chosen not to have such correspondence with you, please try to respect his view, and we shouldn't go back and forth. I believe you guys are parents, you are adults, and above that, you are professionals. So there's a reason why people keep certain energies. So if he wants that, please let it just go and let's move on. Let it be a very seamless conversation today. Thank you, Alison.
Thank you. Yeah. So you go back to you. It's never seamless or civilized with Wicked, though.
One man. With me, it's never personal. I come here to talk Nigeria issues. I come here to give opinions, whether it's my subjective opinion or whether it's based on fact. That's all it is. If you want to interject and you have a reasonable question to ask, I have no issue letting you interject with a question. Why would I? We're having a discussion. But that particular case, and I can still allow Emeka to ask me a question because I don't give two rats asses about someone asking me a question. But it's just for fairness sake to point out that, listen, bro, what you were doing that day was fucked up. And that's why I'm mentioning it. It has nothing to do with anything. So let me move on. So anyway, like I was saying, Wike, he was pushing, after he couldn't win the PDP seat, what was he pushing for? He was pushing to become vice president under Atiku Abubakar. If Atiku had agreed, it wouldn't have been Atiku or Kowa, it would have been Atiku Wike. And if that had happened, who knows how the game would have played out, the political game and everything else would have played out. Maybe the group in the PDP that broke away would not have happened. Maybe if they had stayed, maybe we have an Atiku presidency and we have a vice president Wike. And I say all this woman to say, the way he has demonstrated and conducted himself as Minister of FCT with a woman who is 70 years old is unbecoming. It is disgraceful. Go and hug Transformer. Really? Is that how our Minister of FCT should be talking? You understand? And honestly, He is a reflection of the president from the FCC.
Sorry, setting aside that the language was a bit curse and whatnot, did the rethinking Igwe herself, did she cross the line with that interview on the Rise TV? Yeah,
that's a good question, woman. And I listened to the woman when she was on her Rise very carefully. I listened to her interview with Abati, then I listened to the other one, and in listening to her, the woman made sense. She was saying that, look, if you listen to what she was saying, really what she was saying was, we don't have drinking water in the FCT. We don't have the basics of life in the federal capital, right? We don't. She did. You know what? I even noticed she was being careful not to insult the minister. She was being careful because she was saying, I have to work with him to get these things done for my constituency. Go and listen to her again. She didn't insult him. She just called out some things that weren't being done, and she said these things are primary, they're foundational. These are the things you must do.
But there's a historic backdrop to that little contraton. Iretiki Ngibe has been poking at Wike for quite a few months now. That's not the first interview she did, pointing in its direction. There was an interview that she did to say that she wasn't being carried along, and Wike responded that he is not looking for new friends, that if she wants to go find friends, she should go on Tinder or something. So there's been this little niggle that's been going on for 6-9 months, and I think it's reaching a crescendo now.
Yeah, there was even
we lost you again.
There was even a case of the woman. It was kind of like in a public place where she was asking Wike direct questions. I don't know if can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now, but you're dipping intermittently.
Okay.
Yeah, you're dipping intermittently, but carry on. You're good where you are now. Carry on.
Okay. Yeah, so I was saying that there was this video of her asking Wike questions in a public setting where she was asking him about some of these things. I don't know if you can find that video. But the one thing I've noticed about the woman in her prodding Wike is she's just really saying, listen, I know you feel you want to build roads and these things are important. However, there are some other things in our city that are very important, and we've been trying to get these things done for years. If you gotta listen to what she was saying, she didn't insult him. She didn't tell him to go and hog transformer. She didn't tell him to, Wike, listen, people over-exaggerating. Wike was a motor parked out. This is true, one man. I don't know if you know this.
No, I know him to be a councillor.
He was a local government.
Yes, out of all of the political journeys, he made the purest. From a local government councillor all the way to chairman, and then he was an assembly member. So he walked that journey of politics. I don't know him. He's a lawyer as well. I don't know him as a
he's a political thug. Listen, when Amechi was there, Wike was a strong man. It was his strong arm for enforcement. He was his enforcer. Don't ask anyone in Rivers State. They will tell you that's who he is. Okay? So when I say we dodged the bullet and I say this man could have been president, someone's asking me what's wrong with him. That's what's wrong. I don't know about anyone else on this platform. I don't want someone who is known as an enforcer to be given the commander-in-chief of a nation. As much as I criticize Asiwaju, I will take Asiwaju 10 times over Wike. Make no mistake about that. Because simple decorum he does not have. He doesn't have it. The man is a tout. So in this situation, I mean, Woma, look at this picture. Who in their right mind as FCT minister is arguing with a lady who's 70 years old, who comes from a family that has been involved in Nigerian politics and the way she carries herself? You will have a conversation with the woman privately. You will resolve this thing. You will say, okay, these are the things we can do. You work with her, right? You're holding this is not Rivers State where everybody's afraid of you. You're holding a conference and you're insulting the woman in public. How that's indefensible.
Do you think you should be made to apologize for that go and get transformer? I thought that was that was just not on.
I don't know if they'll be successful in trying to get him to apologize or one man, but I think that's totally out of line. On top of that, he was saying, "Oh, you think what will happen before will happen again? Come and run in this city." luckily for me, I'm minister. What's that supposed to mean?
Well, that's fair comment now. That's political
no, it's
jousting.
yeah, but in the Nigerian context, come on, like we know, like the woman has the backing of her constituency. He's essentially saying, now I'm the minister, you see, that your seat, or I'm going to take it from you. I just feel like, you know, there are certain lines you don't cross. Even if you think you have the power to do something, it doesn't mean you should verbalize it in public. You understand? Like, Wiki doesn't have that button doesn't exist in his head. You know, this is how he was talking in Rivers State all the time. When he insulted some people, traditional people, and some of the older folks in that state publicly. Whenever he holds his thing, he will bring a band. The guy is just, I don't know what the presidency thinks of him, but you know, it'd be interesting to see how they handle his situation long term, because the only thing keeping him alive right now is Tinubu. If Tinubu gets rid of Wike tomorrow, he's done. I'm telling you right now, one man, because he has made so many enemies in his original party. The only thing holding him up is the presidency. Because if he loses that FCT minister, he has nothing. He's finished. And he has made so many enemies that people will make it their business to drag him under.
Yeah, but does Tinubu want to make an enemy of him as well? Then it will turn into it will turn into an error for you, isn't it?
No, one man. That relationship is one way at this point. Tinubu is just taking care of him because of what he did in Rivers State. There's nothing at this point that he can reciprocate to the presidency. What does he want to give him? He can't give him anything. If Tinubu says, Wike, you are finished, he's done. He is done. He has lost Rivers State. That's gone. That ship has sailed. So he's done. I'm telling you. And there are people that there are a lot of people that do not like him. They will make sure he pays, starting with Atiku Abubakar. So he is done. He is done. Tinubu is the only thing keeping him alive. So if I was him, I would keep my mouth shut, focus on doing my job in front of me, stop fighting with every single person you can lay your eyes on, and just move forward. That is my opinion on Wike. I think he needs to be very, very careful and be grateful to the presidency, because that's the only reason that he has any relevance at this point. So let's move on to another one, I beg.
All right, take us to the headline on the screen. There's an argument for both sides regarding this headline. There is a very strong argument for the continued incarceration of Nnamdi Kanu. There's an equally strong argument for his release, which then tells you then that it's at the behest of Tinubu, it's at his whim how he wants to play it. But the pressure to release him certainly mounting. Southeast governors meet to meet Nigerian government over Nnamdi Kanu. They had a meeting, and that was one of the agreed positions. I mean, it's getting increasingly difficult to hold on to him.
They didn't let him go. It's long overdue. How many people have called for his release? If you just look at the list of people that continually have said release the guy, they need to release him. So the fear that you hear, or the argument, because I like to listen to the argument against something, not so much the people that agree with me. So the argument against it is, okay, what if we release him? He goes and he continues the agitation, and the violence and everything else springs back up. Is that possible? Okay, well, some will say no. Other people will say yes, he's going to go back and re-agitate and get people. I personally, in my opinion, I don't see it happening. Because he has already condemned the violence that's currently going on. I think what's happening now is there's a vacuum in Southeast, right? And there are some people trying to take that space. They haven't done it successfully because they don't have what Kanu had when he was speaking. You understand? But I believe that there needs to be a larger conversation with Southeastern leaders about his release. There needs to be a larger conversation. I'm not just talking about the governors. I'm talking about Ohaneze. I'm talking about everyone else that's involved. That's a major stakeholder in that region. And they need to talk, and they need to talk to him and understand that, listen, if we release you, what is the plan going forward? Is the plan to come together to rebuild certain areas of the Southeast that need rebuilding, to develop the area? that conversation needs to be had. And then Kanu, at the end of the day, needs to be released. If Kanu is released and he continues to criticize the Nigerian government, I don't see anything wrong with that. He's a Nigerian citizen. He's allowed to criticize the Nigerian government. If the Nigerian government is not going in the direction,
yes, I agree with that. But if it's released and he continues to agitate for Biafra, do you?
Yeah. So even
if he continues to agitate for Biafra, but certainly not a violent secession.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in Scotland, they were agitating for secession. I mean, you can agitate for secession. You can call for a referendum. You can do those things. There's nothing wrong with that. And I have always been of the opinion, one man, that Buhari dropped the ball when he did not give those that were calling for secession in the Southeast their referendum. I would have called their bluff if it was me, because I personally know a lot of Igbos, a lot. And I can tell you this, Indi Igbo as a group are not in favor of secession. You understand, one man? They're not in favor of secession. Kanu and his ilk are the minority. You see what I'm saying? Hello, can you hear me?
We all can. Carry on. We all can.
Okay. So they're not in the majority. They're in the minority. So if they were calling for, what was Kanu calling for? Give us a referendum. Let us vote to decide if we want to stay in Nigeria. I would have given it to them after developing and focusing on our nation. But I would give them the referendum, and then once he has lost, we'll move forward. Because here's the thing, one man. There are Igbo businessmen and the like in almost every Nigerian state. In some states, the economy is dependent on them, right? Do you think those people want to secede from Nigeria?
Even outside of that, I don't think. Yeah. I don't think there's more than maybe 10-15% at the most, not stretching more than 20%. That wants to secede from Nigeria.
Exactly.
Yes, I think the bluff of that narrative should be called. I think I agree with you.
Yeah, because look, the more you crack down, the more life you give it. The more you incarcerate people like Nnamdi Kanu, the more you make him a celebrity, martyr, that kind of thing. You give him the cachet that he doesn't deserve. Right? Take it away. Say, listen. This Southeastern governors meeting I want to meet with the Nigerian government. If the conversation is had with these guys, I say, listen, how big is this agitation for secession in the region? If it's that big, we will have a conversation about this. We can either decide to move forward as our country and build our nation, or we can decide to continue to live in the past as Biafra or as the Civil War. We have to decide what we want to do. If the decision is that, and I will say, listen, governors or Haneze, go and meet. Come back and tell us if you want to secede. If the decision is to secede, we will give a referendum. There will be a vote. At the end of the vote, those that decide to leave and those that decide to stay will weigh the scales. If the decision is to stay, we stay. If the decision is to leave, fine, you leave. But at the end of the day,
is it a risky strategy though? Because
it is fair.
I think Ola wanted to come in as well, but let me just say this: is it a risky strategy? Because I remember when they were doing the Brexit thing, and the government decided to call the narrative of that particular Brexit because it sounded so ludicrous because there was so much to gain being part of the wider European Union. But when the votes came in, the United Kingdom left the European Union. So you cannot anticipate. And if they vote that referendum to secede from Nigeria, then what happens next?
No, but the Brexit I see your point, Oman. It's a valid point, but the Brexit thing was different. The Brexit thing, who was it? Was it Blair? Who was it? Or David Cameron?
It was Cameron. It was Cameron.
It was Cameron. They had a totally different, they were out of touch with the people. They did not have a full understanding of the people. That far-right guy had more of an understanding of the people than they did, and he was able to capitalize off of it. What's that guy's name?
Yeah, I see his face, but I can't recall his
guy.
name. I remember him in a moment.
So
Nigel
in that same
Farage.
sense,
Nigel Farage.
Farage.
Yeah.
There you go. In that same sense, that was they miscalculated. They didn't have a read of the people. In this here, what I'm saying here is from the number. I'll give you an example. Out of 20 Igbo people I know, maybe 2. In fact, I'll say out of 20 Igbo people I know, maybe 1 might be pro-Biafra. 1 might be sympathetic. The remaining are like, yeah, I beg, make those people go sit down somewhere. I'm telling you. Because you have to understand, the thing about it is, but when they see the federal government send military down there, inhibit their freedoms, crack down, abuse people, guess what? You're getting more people that are sympathetic to that cause. Because people like Kanu would then say, can you see? Can you see? These are the things they want to do to us. And then that feeds the animal, right? So from day one, they should have immediately attacked this thing with dialogue and said, look, we can either build a country or not, and you guys should decide. And once you decide, we're going forward with it. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm telling you, and I can promise you this: that whole secession talk will end immediately. That will be the end of it. But Nigeria dropped the ball. Buhari decided to use force.
You know, if they call that referendum, there'll be a lot of interested parties that somewhat hoping that it succeeds. I think the Yoruba space would not object to that referendum coming back to say they want Biafra, because that would then birth the Yoruba nation, which is
but one man, the referendum will be held exclusively in the southeast.
Yes,
or people of
but if they secede, then what happens to the rest of the country?
If they secede, what? Just a second, my brother. If they secede, right, then that means they want to leave. If out of 100,
what happens?
I'll just say, then we make arrangements for them to leave.
Yeah, but what happens to Nigeria then?
Nothing happens to Nigeria. Nigeria continues to exist. It will be like South Africa and Lesotho. Nigeria will exist. You will have a small country inside the called Biafra. You don't finish now. Woman, you cannot. Woman, this is, if there's anything I've learned in life, I swear to you, human freedom and choice. Human freedom and choice. People are going to do what they believe they need to do. You cannot continue to inhibit their freedoms. If out of 100 million Igbos, 80 million are saying they want to leave Nigeria, then by God, you have to let them leave. That is why you have the vote. You cannot continue to operate like this and say...
I cannot see the Southeast seceding and Nigeria not disintegrating. I cannot see what holds it together.
No, Nigeria won't disintegrate. Let me tell you what's going to happen. If the Southeast decides to vote that they want to leave, right, then they will leave. You will now have Biafra within Nigeria, right? Right? Nigeria will continue to function. Other people that want to leave are going to watch to see what happens in Biafra. And then they will then make... Yeah.
Alison, if you don't mind, let me just chip in one thing.
Go ahead.
I respect your opinion and I really cherish your dream. See, the federal government that don't want to give chance for that, I think they understand perfectly well. Let me tell you, my brother, this is purely my opinion. If you give room for a referendum, for Southeastern people to have referendum, you will have to explain to Yoruba nation why they cannot have referendum in Yoruba land. And you will have to explain to the people of the South, even though some of them now they have grudges against Nigeria, you will have to explain to them why they cannot secede, because they will let you know that if they were South on their own, they wouldn't have lost their vacancy. To me, referendum is good. Let us try it, and before you know, goodbye to Nigeria. It can be either of two things or even more. One of those things is that restructuring that you don't want to bow to before. It's either you have to bow to that restructuring and go the way of United Kingdom, or Nigeria will split perfectly, because once Biafra goes, all other Nigerians, you will be surprised that even Kanuri person, we want to go split away even from the part of the north. You'll be shocked. So to me, we underrate this Biafra movement. Underrate it, and let us underrate it at our own peril. Until it happens, will be just so. I don't really want to lay, I'm trying not to lay Kanu to that. Biafra struggle is totally different. Whatever Kanu is doing is another thing entirely. That's why I went against those people saying, oh, Sunday Igboho and all those stories. I know that there's no similarity, even though people are trying to draw no similarity. The only similarity is the nation they are fighting for. Other than that, their tactics totally different. So, to me, Igbo people, and we forget to analyze one thing here, that a country succeed, Igbo in Yoruba territory can automatically become a Yoruba person. You won't just go and wake up and say, oh, because the Biafran are going now, and you say Igbo in Ekiti, Igbo in Yoruba land should be going. No, there are some kind of international conventions that we support these people, and they will automatically become citizens of where they are. It doesn't mean whether they come from the east. If at that disintegration, they are in the northern parts, you understand? You will have to explain to the United Nations why those people cannot be a northerner. So wherever they are at that time, they will become the citizens of that place. So it's not as straightforward as we think that it is. Let them try the referendum today. In fact, I will be one of those people to celebrate it, because I know that we will go eventually. So this is why we still think that we are still joking in that country if you don't really address the reason for that agitation. The reason for that agitation is what we need to address, not the symptom like Sunday Igboho or Kanu.
Well, you know what, Ola, all right. Ola. Let Isaac come in, and then you pick them both off. Isaac.
Okay. Thank you very much. Well, I'm not a prophet, but I'm going to tell you what I think will happen in the Southeast. I don't know if you have these IPOB people, a lot of them around you where you are. Me, I have them here, surplus IPOB people. I have them surplus here. So I'm talking from experience. Now, if you allow referendum to take place in the Southeast, you are going to cause a lot of havoc, a lot of problems. I will tell you the reason. The official result that will come from that referendum might go in the way of this, my brother that just spoke, Alison, that a lot of people will not move for that motion. They will not vote, they will not support the Igbo going, and then they will stay with Nigeria. That will be the original result. But the fake result you will see online everywhere will overshadow the real result. And then at the end, you will see the people coming out that they did even did referendum, and they won. Nigeria is still keeping them. That's what you will hear. And secondly, I will drop it here. There is already a video. An IPOB man gave me that video to watch yesterday evening. He showed me a video where that voting referendum is already taking place in the East. I don't know where he got the video from. He showed me the video that referendum is already going on, that Samuel Ekpa will declare freedom for Biafra by December. They are already doing their referendum, even when the country has not even discussed it. So that's where I want to come in. So when we are discussing this thing, look a bit further. Don't just think the right result will stand. It will never stand. You see, the minority you are saying, they have the louder voice. So their voices will overshadow even the majority from the ones I know. So that is what is going to happen. my brother. So I don't even advise Nigeria to give them that room for referendum. What they should do first, release him on the Kanu. If they are going to inject him and make him stupid, give him a lot of billions of naira, settle him down, that when he goes out, he should stop that agitation and then tell, what do you call it? Then he will not be a rival to Samuel Ekpa. He will be if they are going to bribe him, let them bribe him. Nigeria is already known for bribing people. So whatever they are going to do to him, to make him to buy him to the Nigerian side, so he can be against Samuel Ekpa, then he knows how to break his wings. So that's what thank you, Wama.
All right, thank you, Isaac. So it's on wrap up that space. I'll take you to one more space. You give just a micro submission on that, and then we go on to enigmatic. So there it is. Sure. From what Isaac was saying, there's a lot of in what Isaac said. It will just go the way of the 2023 election, isn't it? When they would start declaring, people will start declaring themselves winners.
Yeah, but you know what, one man. The thing about it is this, right? We can all say, "Oh, we shouldn't have referendum. We shouldn't have referendum." But by doing that, essentially what you're doing is saying that you're suppressing people's freedoms. At the end of the day, I'm saying that they should have it because I know the majority of Igbos in Nigeria do not want to secede. That one I know, hoha. So I'm saying they should have it. Now, you cannot suppress people's freedom and say, we're not going to have a conversation. Because a referendum really is a vote to see whether or not it's democracy, right? It's a vote to see whether or not the majority of people decide to go in a certain direction. This is democracy. It's supposed to be allowed, right? Forget what I think. Forget what anyone else's think. Forget what you may think the perceived implications of a referendum would be. All that is irrelevant. As part of their rights, they have a right to decide this is their direction they want to go to. And you can even have a situation where you say, listen, as a people, you can vote and decide if you want to actually have this referendum. And if that vote is in favor of having it, then you have it. But you can't continue with this situation because guess what? Nnamdi Kanu, you keep him in prison. He continues to be a major significant personality. He gets acolytes that will follow him and disciples, and then you create a mess, right? It's already turning into a mess. So you might as well nip it right now. And if you don't want to have the referendum, or if you don't want to ask Southeastern leaders to go back and discuss within themselves to vote and decide if they want to have a referendum, if you don't want to do that, then guess what you can do? You can say, okay, let us have a conversation as a nation about our unity. And I think that's what Jonathan was trying to do. But let's have a conversation about our unity as a nation. And let us decide and let us move forward to the point Ola was making. And I agree with him on that, on the regionalism and the need for that. But even that in itself, regionalism is a very broad 30,000-foot term. What does it mean? Like, what does it mean in specific details, right? A lot of people throw that stuff around. Regionalism. Okay, how is it going to play out? What does it mean? There's only one guy, I've forgotten his name, one man, but he was on, I think it was on Channels, a Yoruba man. He was on there and he broke it down. He had a blueprint, he had a framework for how everything should work. He really broke it down, and it was a fantastic analysis of how the country should be divided, right? Or at least broken into regions and then work together as a unit. But that conversation needs to be had, right? If you say, okay, you don't want to give them referendum, but I don't see personally anything wrong with if the voices within that space are becoming so large, because you can't run a country like that, my brother. You can't run a country where you have a significant group of people that are saying, listen, we don't want to be part of your country anymore, right? So you need to have a situation where, one, either the country assesses its unity truthfully and you decide, or two, the specific, if it's coming from one particular area. Even, okay, so Ola mentioned Oduduwa Republic, right? To me, I grew up in the Southwest. The number of those people are in such a minority. is not even worth a conversation. To me, right? I grew up in Lagos. I've lived in Ilorin. I understand the Southwest very well. To me, it's not even worth a conversation, right? I don't think it is. And I can bet you this, one man, and you can tell me what you think, but I can bet you this: if the federal government says to Southwest, go and discuss among yourself and take a vote if you want to have a referendum, that referendum will not see the light of day. It will be shut down immediately.
I suspect it might, you know. I think,
really?
Yes. I think at the real heart of every Yoruba person, they want. I know I want Yoruba nation.
Alison, do you mean to say Southeast when you said Southwest? Do you mean to say
Southwest?
Southeast?
I was using Southwest as an analogy, enigmatic, for the fact that most Nigerians
you will see 100% of Southwest will say we want a referendum.
You know,
you think so?
Think,
enigmatic.
I think the Southwest actually wants Yoruba nation even more than the Southeast want Biafra. They just don't push it in.
You are wrong. It's not the Yoruba nation narrative. Even personally, I think I completely agree with the conversation that Alison is speaking about, that they should have conversation. But Alison, you cannot have conversation with pretenders. You cannot have conversation with confusers or confusionists, right? First of all, this is a way. Why I say not even Yoruba, not even the Southeast. Go to the North. When you ask them, should we today allow the Southeast to come up with their referendum, you will see more than 100% of them say yes, right? And even a percentage of South will say South will say yes. Why? Let us put it to test for once. They have representatives from the Southeast now. Look at the governor. Look at what they are doing. They have governors. They have subnational leaders up to the National Assembly. They can come together and say, look, this our shout for secession, we want to put it to test once and for all. Buhari dropped the ball when they almost got there. Buhari did not allow them, right? Now, Tinubu is there now, is closer to you. It's a man from the South, right? And you can easily approach him. All the senators, use your power, and all the governors, use your power, and all the leaders, use your power to approach this man the same way you are actually approaching him now with Nnamdi Kanu's matter. Say, we want a referendum. Let them put it on to test. Then we'll see their seriousness.
Exactly.
So when they put it to test, then we can actually consider their seriousness and say, okay, this is the number of people who actually want to actually secede and go Biafra way. But to say the Southwest will not say, let us have it, or the North will say, let us have it, that's very wrong. Everybody will say, let us have it, so that we can actually test
let me even add to what Enigmatic just said. See, Alison, when you see Yoruba man cooling down, don't underestimate what is inside. What you are seeing outside is just like 5% of what a Yoruba man will do to you. I'm not in any other way telling you that we are calling. See, I'm from old Ondo State, and I know our stubbornness and how just Ondo State alone created a lot of eat up within our polity. So when you
can I say something concerning this, please?
No, let me just round it up in just 30 seconds. I don't talk too much. So the thing is this: raise that referendum today and raise that decision today. You will be shocked that Yoruba might actually be ahead of the Southwest in this game, or the Southeast in this game. You'll be shocked. People keep quiet now, but raise it. I dare them just to raise it.
Let's do a quick snap poll, and then you come in after that. I'm going to just no more than a 10-second response. So because I don't want an expansive something. So Ola, would you if a referendum for Yoruba to secede from Nigeria, would you want Yoruba to secede from Nigeria?
Absolutely, and I'll be looking for a member of my family that will say no. That's how strong we are.
All right, Enigmatic, same question. Enigmatic.
Yeah, please. What's the question again? Sorry.
No, I was saying that if just a snapshot answer, so that I use not can round of that space. Okay. If there was a referendum for Yorubas to secede from Nigeria, would you welcome the opportunity to secede? Just a snapshot response.
100%.
All right. Emilokon.
One man.
Yeah, Emilokon. Yes, the question, your response.
Yes. I would definitely welcome that idea.
Or Adale Koko.
One man. You know I'm for Yoruba Nation. 110%.
Yes. So there it is, and I of course I echo what everybody said.
One man, can I say something?
Hold on. The Yorubas want out of that country. They want out of that country. I know that for fact. But they don't push it. They don't push it, but they want out.
One man. If you can't see my face, but if you see the look on my face right now, my mouth is wide open. I am shocked. You understand?
Okay,
are you serious? You are sure?
See, one thing that we need to understand.
I am enigmatic. Enigmatic. I am. Just a second, my brother. I'll let you jump in. Just a second. I'll let you jump in. Enigmatic. Because Yorubas, at least from what I have seen, some people have complained, but the level, at least from this platform, I wouldn't expect, because Yorubas have the ability to become president, vice president, right? There's a pathway, right? There's a benefit that has been received from Nigeria. You understand? So it is the last group I would look at to say are so, in favor of secession. You see what I'm saying? The Civil War was not fought in the Southwest. So in listening to this, that means that, like Ola said, there must be a hidden anger within the Southwest about Nigeria that will push for secession.
The Yoruba, they detest Nigeria. I can say that. Actually, from my own,
wow, I'm shocked. I'm really shocked.
I detest the country a little bit, but but we don't have a choice. So we are where we are. I cannot. Can you imagine being able to carry yourself around the world as a Yoruba man, and you want to be a Nigerian? We don't want to be in that space.
I am shocked. I am really shocked. But you learn something every day. My brother, please go ahead. I don't know who that was, but you wanted to.
That was Emmanuel.
At least I know we are not pretending, right? We are not pretending.
You're not pretending, and I appreciate that. You're not pretending. I appreciate that. Emmanuel, please go ahead, so I can wrap up.
Okay. Yes, I want to say something concerning this, based on the referendum. Like Alison said, most of the Southeasterners, they don't want secession at all. And for the fact that the minority are the one that are seeking for this, if you look at a lot of, just gather 20 Igbos together, they have business here. In fact, let me tell you, an Igbo people are more Nigeria than any tribe in Nigeria. I can tell you that. The outside are claiming that they own Nigeria. They are not more Nigeria than anybody. The Igbo people are more Nigerian than any tribe in Nigeria, because they are the Igbo man that will go to that Sambisa forest that they are bombing and build a shop there and stay there no matter the threat and everything, and establish there, build his house, make sure that little locality is developed more. That is,
Can I say something?
Wait, let me finish. Of course.
Before you finish, please. When they are doing, it is business that takes them to all those places.
Listen, let me finish. See,
when you do business, you can go and do your business.
Listen, let me tell you.
They are more Nigerian than any other place.
They are more Nigeria. You can take it anywhere. You can ask anybody. Igbos are more Nigerian than anybody.
You can't tell those Igbo in the Southeast are not showing that they even like Nigerians. They don't like Nigerians
one man.
By all actions that they have carried out,
let me tell you why that Ajale Koko, listen. Let me tell you why.
All right, Emmanuel, hold on. Don't take it too deeply in that direction, because that direction is heavy hitting. just cap it off and
One
then
man, whether heavy hitting, but that is fat. Whether heavy hitting.
No, it's going to lead us to an ethnic sort of session again, and I'm
because this ethnic has you started the ethnic. You started the ethnic, and you don't want us to talk about it. I don't understand.
How do you mean? How did I start
it was a high level? It was a high level discourse, not ethnic. It's just a high level.
Don't let us turn
exactly.
it into
So, and I'm not telling you that Biafra to us, some Igbo people, it will not going to come to life because number one, it will not benefit an Igbo man. Number one, it's not benefit an Igbo man, and two, the Igbo man has heavily invested in Nigeria. So pulling out is not going to be easy.
Let me ask you this question based on the premise now that you just presented. So why are they pretending then?
Who is pretending? Am I pretending to you here now?
No, it's not you. I'm not talking to you particularly.
Do you know? Do you know my percentage? Do you know? Do you know people like me? Do you know our percentage? Do you know people like me? Do you know the percentage?
Emmanuel, hold on. You saw what happened just a few minutes ago, right? You saw the questions and you saw the responses. Now,
yes,
an entire region is completely almost shut down and is becoming a more or less a nefarious activity tonight. It's becoming a decadence, an existential threat even to themselves now. Now,
for where? Where?
Hold on. The agitation.
No, explain what you're saying so I understand the premise you're going. I don't understand shutdown. What do you mean by shutdown?
All right, let me land. The agitation is always we want Biafra, we want secession. But you are saying now something.
Which people explain yourself properly? Which people are agitating for Biafra?
Are you not?
Explain, because it is just a few people that are agitating for Biafra, and I'm telling you that the majority of people they don't want it.
What are you talking about? Can't you comprehend simple stuff?
Yoruba can be in all of them that they want it, but I said some Igbos. Some want it, some don't want it, but the number of people that don't want it, there are more. That's what I'm telling you. And the reason why they don't want it is that they have heavily invested in Nigeria. They are the one that owns the commerce in Nigeria. They are the one that own, as far as business is concerned, they are the one that are holding this country together.
You are just talking nonsense.
What we are seeing, what is coming up from the southeast is not reflecting what you are telling us at all. It doesn't reflect it.
Then what is coming out from the southeast?
Where what is coming out, the sit at home, the resistance against the Nigerian state, the what do you call it? The lowest registered voters region in the country, southeast.
That is.
Don't stress yourself.
You don't need to worry yourself.
Let's move on.
Igbos naturally they are travelers. They travel everywhere. You understand? Right. And when they travel, they establish.
Hold on, Emmanuel. Let us carry on. I don't want to go too heavy.
So don't come here and be telling me that the whole Igbo want to. It's not true. It is the minority of the Igbo that want to go away this time. That want to. My people, my type, people like me, we are let's say 80%. That have invested their business one way or other. Some states, I want them to leave their business and travel. It's not done, and it's not going to happen.
Understand what they are trying to tell you, Ima. Try and understand what they are trying to tell you.
I'm trying to tell you that it's not going to be possible for Igbo that they are not going to leave Nigeria, no matter how they are not going to leave, because they are more Nigerian than any tribe in Nigeria, because they have invested their money and their resources in Nigeria.
Emmanuel, everybody hold. Emmanuel, nobody is contending that. Everybody says that if that referendum took place, the likelihood is that the Southeast, in fact, it's almost a certainty that the Southeast will vote to remain in Nigeria. So nobody is arguing with you. Let us on carry on.
What man just said, Iman, now waiting at the talk about that is at the end of the day, I know a lot of people, Igbo people. I don't think there's any way Indi Igbo is going to say that they want to leave Nigeria. No way. Well, man, that's why the main idea of this entire point, just to kind of recap it quickly, is that the Southeast governors meeting Nigerian government to have a conversation. The Nigerian government needs to have this conversation behind closed doors with the Southeastern governors and with the Igbo leaders. And they need to say, that conversation needs to be had within the Southeast, And whatever you guys decide, let us know. And we will take it from there. And because we need to run a nation. We cannot continue like this. If the solution is that we go into our regions, then by God, let us go into our regions and function as a unit that will become more productive. But we cannot continue as the central, forcing everyone to stay in a space, making everyone comply into a standard that they don't want to comply to. We cannot move forward. There is no progress to be made. Absolutely none. So we need to have this honest, very honest conversation. I thought I knew the Southwest. You guys just shocked the hell out of me just now. But you know, but we need to have that conversation. Because most of my Yoruba friends I know, they're like, man, leave all these secession people. They don't want to talk about it. But maybe they're not telling me the truth. Right? So it's very interesting. But I think honestly they need to let Nnamdi Kanu go. But there's a larger conversation. Because guess what? You allow Nnamdi Kanu go, he keeps quiet. Let's say he complies. He keeps quiet. He talks about agitation, but not with the same venom. Guess what? The person that will take over that venomous space is Samuel Ekpa. And he will now champion that whole space and continue to ride on this whole thing. He's going to continue to make a living and ride on it until it is nipped. You understand? So it's something that the federal government needs to make us have a come to Jesus moment about. But Woman, you said you had one more topic for me, so I can wrap up.
Yeah, but you have to be very, very. You only get about 2 minutes on it, but it's a clip from Niger State. But is this the most?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'll even give you 1 minute. It's very obvious. Wait, this is the same Niger State, right? That they said bandits have taken over part of the state. This is the same Niger State that people have been saying has enough arable land to feed Nigeria, but it's not living up to its potential. The same Niger State, right? This is the same state where there's no, which is synonymous with the entirety of Nigeria. This is not exclusive to Niger State, but there's no drinking water. There's no sewage. Most of the schools are in decrepit, dilapidated states, right? Healthcare, abysmal. Those are the fundamentals of any society. Those 4 things. And they're abysmal. And our friend here, who is the executive in the state, has decided that he's going to use state coffers to give NYSC people and build them a new center. That is the problem, man. The issues in Nigeria have been staring at us in the face for a very long time. We just lack the will and the balls to do anything about it. Honest to God. So, one of my favorite phrases, and I'll wrap up here, came from Frederick Douglass, the abolitionist, in the 1800s. And you might have heard this one, man. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has, and it never will. Show me what any people will quietly submit to. And you have found the exact measure of injustice met with words or blows or both. I rest my case, woman. I don't finish. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. That's the majestic. So I insist it should be a poet. He should write a book. So that's his own, of course. No one else, the mighty man himself. So gentlemen, it's not had a long good go only because there were just a few of us. But we're going to do 7-minute monologues now to sweep through the platform, and then we'll open it up. We kick it off with enigmatic, and then we go from enigmatic to Ekene, Emmanuel, and then we continue to push it on. Enigmatic on the you're up next. We don't necessarily want to stay exclusively with the Southeast because we speak about that space too often. But let me give you the headlines and then you go at it as you will. Southeast governors to visit Buhari over Nnamdi Kanu. So that's a communique coming out of a meeting that they had recently. NNPC declared state of emergency on crude oil production. So they're trying to push the production up to 2 million barrels a day. She's embarrassing me. Alison Madueke'S asks court to stop Diezani from using his name. I didn't even know he had the legal powers to do that. Dangote, no power, no prosperity. Dangote tackles CBN over new rate. So CBN trying to tax business out of being able to function within the Nigerian space. And then this one here, Sheikh Usani reacts as Bill. Sorry, who's that? I'm hearing. Let me mute it. Yeah, let me mute it for 1 second, then because of background noise. Sheikh Usani reacts as bill seeking new Southeast state scales first reading in National Assembly. So I think it's an entity state that they are looking to create and already going through the parliamentary phase. So take your pick and let's hear from you, Enigmatic. Pondi.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, there's a lot of background noise, so be a laga or something.
Yeah, give me a minute.
Yeah. So yes.
All right.
What's that? Oh, all right, there he is.
I think
the floor,
is it okay
the floor
now?
is yours. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, one man, and then to the panelists, my salute to everyone. Yeah, welcome on board. So do the usual, the needful, like, and then subscribe. So let me start with the NNPC.
You don't greet general specially. This is disrespectful.
Who is the general? Oh, Thomas.
I'm just joking. How are you, brother? Cool. I miss you. You did. Yeah, I will talk later, brother. Continue, brother.
Okay, let me start with this NNPC briefly. First of all, I'll just say straight shoot. The government at this point must completely, divest its control over NNPC. The NNPC should transition into a publicly traded entity henceforth. And then the government must ensure that they empower the shareholders to determine, whether to continue to perpetuate the narratives of this Meliki are always giving excuses here and there. But however, prior to the transition processes, there should be an establishment of a new, assets management agency, and the incorporation of the Ministry of Petroleum now as it is. And then they should be mandated by the by the Petroleum Industry Act, which is quite imperative to do this needful. But regrettably, as it is, as long as the government persists in subsidizing through the NNPC, this process and these complaints will remain protracted, and there will be no way to actually get out of the gulag for that. So that will be the very short comment on NNPC, and then I will go to Wike. Wike politically is very, very strategic, in ABJ, and I must start by saying that Wike is engaging in too many conflicts simultaneously, and he must find a way to learn to be more strategic in selecting his battles or his wars, if I have to say that. At worst, Ireti Kingibe he should just consider Ireti Kingibe as a mere irritant or mere annoyance, a political, a political dying horse that is actually trying to breathe for the last, taking the last breath, basically. He has the enormous responsibility as the FCT minister, and then she actually possesses the limited capacity to inflict any, if any at all, significant damage, beyond being just a mere nuisance value to Wike and ABJ itself, FCT, to say, so to speak. So, considering the fact that Wike is already contending with a formidable, adversary in Rivers State, and then still having to, to me, the way I see that, why would he actually neglect a major challenge like that and focus on the inquest question one in ABJ, especially somebody who, for now, has not actually resonated locally and understand the politics of ABJ, if not for the, momentum of the 2023 election that brought her into power to dislodge Philip Aduda, that they actually considered the proper son of the soil. Aduda was considered the proper son of the soil. Do not forget, Philip Aduda had been there for almost maybe 4 terms or thereabout. And Philip Aduda's younger brother is actually even the permanent secretary currently in the Ministry of Petroleum. So Philip Aduda is an indigene of ABJ, but because of the Labour Party movement in ABJ 2023, the way they voted top to bottom. So that's what actually brought her into office, and she couldn't manage the post-election fortunes of what she actually gained, forgetting the fact that Aduda is still there and still very relevant and still very close to the locals. So, and then having to threaten her with a political non-return or probably consequences, to me, I consider it very undemocratic, and then actually very illogical as well. So you know my position about Wike already. Politically, I like his value to any political party it comes to help. Even if Wike's threat, let's assume that even if his threat to actually prevent Kingibe from re-election was, let me say, not undemocratic. The reality is that the ruling parties in ABJ seldom win the FCT. Buhari lost it in 2015. Buhari lost in 2019. Tinubu lost in 2023. So 2027, I would say make it a 50-50 if they can.
Enigmatic. Sorry for that. What do you think is causing that? Are ABJ voters so much sophisticated? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll wrap the Wike part with that. Thank you for actually bringing it up. But I'm just trying to tell you about the historical tendency of the FCT to support opposition parties, basically. And even Buhari himself, being somebody from the north, lost it in those two elections. So I would say Wike shouldn't actually prioritize securing the FCT votes in 2027, and then he should try to not engage in trivial disputes with especially people like Ireti Kingibe. If you find yourself, constantly encountering conflicts, sometimes perhaps the issue lies, within you yourself rather than other people actually pointing the fingers. So I don't see what is actually special in Ireti Kingibe that renders her insurmountable, that Wike cannot, simply just rise above our provocations by just disregarding her, act like if you don't see her, just let her continue to wallow in her frustration. She's quite frustrated woman. She's been suffocated with the Abuja politics, with FCT politics, so to say. So what Wike is doing is that the guy that Ireti Kingibe lost, the guy that lost the position to Ireti Kingibe, Philip Aduda, is very close to Wike, and Wike is very close to a lot of senators. Even within the Senate itself, Alison was not getting it. Even within the Senate itself, even within the committee that she belongs to, they are ostracizing her. So that is the level of the politicking that Ireti Kingibe, she didn't start in a very good at a very good note. She was trying to find a way where she can get Wike's attention, and you don't get Wike's attention going to the media to do that. Wike is a very pliable person if you know how to get him behind the scene, but she went wrong about having to the manner and the strategy she was trying to go about it, knowing fully well that now FCT has been well compensated. In the history of FCT, they have a minister representing them in the cabinet. In the history of FCT, they have a commission now, that the commission has been mandated to ensure that they have a quota system for FCT indigene to be at least 45% of FCT Civil Service Commission employees. In the first time in the generation in the history of FCT, they have a commission that has secretaries now. They don't have to cross to the main ministry, to the main substance of the civil service to become permanent secretaries. They can become permanent secretaries while they are in it. So everything is working perfectly well. Wike is doing administratively everything has been repositioned. Then he has the ears of all the local chiefs and all the local leaders. I mean, their kings, right? The local, all the districts, like their local governments in FCT, he controls all of them, and they are very loyal to him. So everything is working perfectly politically and administratively for him. So this is why I don't see why he will just continue to give Ireti Kingibe, because Ireti Kingibe is frustrated with what is happening in the Senate chamber and then what is happening in FCT itself. So just let her be, leave her alone. And if you cannot take a cue from nobody, take a cue from your boss, Tinubu. You see the way he just minds his business, keep quiet and go behind the scene and strategize his moves. You can strategize your move and kill all and buy all your enemies without them seeing you raising a finger. You should learn to do that. But I just spoke to you about the advantage of him in ABJ and what he needs to do. And then Alison said he was a tout, a motor park, wherever. Yes, he started, though he's a lawyer, he's educated. But I won't want to restrict it to Wike alone. And I'm sorry if anybody from Rivers State is here. An average person from Rivers State is a cultist. And they are very, very, their buyout to life is politics. So, and I'm not saying this to denigrate them. The entire South, is a lot of cultism going on there. So that's why you see elections are very tough over there, and they don't agree for each other. So Wike is as crazy as Amechi, as all of them, but his own craziness is just on a pro-mass level. So I'll leave it at that. Then I will go to the Southeast completely, and I will say this. First of all, I would, it's a travesty, one man, to engage most of the time in fallacious, syllogism with folks and individuals that perpetually wallow, in the ineptitude of their politicians, yet defending those same oppressors most of the time. And then we should always understand the fact that the phrenology of our political and leadership expectations are quite very different. Hence, I will say this in absolute pellucid term, right? That I'm not going to join the consensus fallacy of head political followers and thinkers that Nnamdi Kanu should be released. Nnamdi Kanu is a terrorist. Nnamdi Kanu is a serf. Nnamdi Kanu is a kulak. Is a yonker. Is a sophist. Is a casuist, right? So, and I appreciate the level of conversation and the level of collaboration and the level of discussion that the Southeast leaders, especially the governors, are having now with the present government. They tried it with Buhari, but Buhari gave them a middle finger throughout. So now this is why, either they like it or not, the same Tinubu that they viciously hate is a southern guy that is actually giving them a semblance.
Sorry, enigmatic. For all of the things that you've described Nnamdi Kanu as, maybe people will agree, disagree. But what serves the greater good? Is his incarceration serving the greater good, or will his release, in spite of all of those things that you described, will his release have a greater good in terms of bringing peace to the Southeast and quietening down the space a bit?
Okay, I'm actually going there, woman, and I will basically conclude in that manner. Thank you for bringing it up as well. So first, you can see the attitude of the political leaders now. They are seeking a political situation, a political solution. And you can see, look, let me just say this. What a dramatic reversal of events and fortunes in life. Imagine that the Almighty has bestowed you upon your, decisive, a very decisive victory over your detractors, adversaries, traducers, and those who actually even wish you ill at a point. The very individual who was once haughty and boastful and so vociferous is the same person now that is not even merely bowing, but basically genuflecting now all over the place. But I can say it's even frustrating now, contouring to the same Tinubu who is the president now, whom at once that they actually vehemently and passionately despised. Alhamdulillah to Almighty Allah. That's why sometimes you don't have to conclude about people's life. There was a time that this guy actually almost ordered the pine of this man and destruction of his asset. Because of what? So, like I said earlier, it's a terrorist who called for and virtually oversaw the annihilation and even the dehumanization and the pine of our military personnel in their numbers. And it stands as a stark example of this. While I hope, I will just be honest, while I hope the president might consider clemency for Nnamdi Kanu, right? Not to maybe transforming a supposed death sentence to him into life imprisonment. I wholeheartedly endorse the strategic alignment of the Southeast leaders and the politicians particularly. And it is my earnest hope that both the elites and the common populace will allow them to continue, with this promising path. So the president, in his wisdom, should find a way to forgive Nnamdi Kanu, right? Yeah, it's no more braggadocio now, no more bragging. I can't bow to no man. I can't do all those nonsense. It's almost it's on the floor now, laying fallow.
One man, please. Or Enigmatic. So please, one man with your indulgence, please. Enigmatic, don't you think maybe he's pretending so that he will be released, then we'll go back to his vomit? Thank you.
Well, like I said, I wish they could give him a life sentence. There's a reason why American doesn't negotiate with terrorists.
Sorry, Enigmatic. I don't think, even if it's pretending, he's been somewhat demythified.
Yes.
So it's not a mystery. It's not a larger than life figure anymore. If it goes back to, it will ring hollow. If it goes back to, it's been demythified.
Do not forget, as against the contrary to general belief, or even the Gbajue man Peter Obi that came on Twitter maybe 2 or 3 days ago lying. There exists an extant court judgment mandating the release, the release of Nnamdi Kanu. None of that existed. Even the last one, which even the president now, Tinubu, has chosen not to comply with, contrary to Obi's, that is a terroristic inspired fabrication. The Supreme Court, I want you to check the date. The Supreme Court, in a unanimous decision on the 15th of December 2023, determined that Nnamdi Kanu has a case to answer for charges of treason. So subsequently, even on the 20th of May this year, 2024, the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja ruled against granting him, Nnamdi Kanu now, bail. So it is on the premise of that I said earlier that for him to even receive a presidential pardon, there must be a conviction first. But of course, there could be a process of ongoing political solution to it. And contrary to what you said, Thomas, yes, he can be released, right, with heavy condition. No nation in its right senses will release a terrorist into the populace without having to back it up with a lot of condition. So if it is in his wisdom and in the wisdom of the leaders that are prostrating and laying on the floor for him now to be released, that we have to actually put him in check. He knows the consequences of such action if he actually goes circumvent the processes of his release, or probably having to violate the terms of his conditional release. So it must be conditional, right? And he must understand the terms of that. So if that will make them come back to their senses, not to kill themselves, not to continue to buy themselves, or probably economically deprive themselves of what the potential should have been, so be it, right? And I will just say this once again. I also say that in the course of doing that, there must be a firm conversation. The conversation should be, before he gets released, now that the government has the attention of the leaders now, at least they cannot pretend. They can't be in and out now. They can't choose and pick. They can't be picky now. What do you guys actually want? You want to be a part of the country because we need to run a government and we need to run a nation. Do you want to be a part of Nigeria or you want to secede? Right? Nobody will call for referendum on their behalf. They want an extra state now. They are calling for that. You could see the political leaders very, very vehement and very, very loud and vociferous about that. So what is important to you, you know how to go for it. They have an extra state that is important to them. Nobody is urging them to do that. So nobody should urge them to call for secession. They have political leaders. Then before they release it, they say, now that we've agreed, right, that no more Biafra, no more shout of Majdan, no more stuff like that, right? Now you'll be released based on that condition. If we hear anything about Biafra or nothing, or we are agitating or IPOB or stuff like that, then they hang it on the political leaders and Nnamdi Kanu himself. That should be the firm conversation that they should have. If eventually he'll be released. But I wish they could just
2 more minutes, enigmatic. 2 more minutes.
But I wish they could just forgive him for the they shouldn't pie him, they shouldn't commute him to death sentence, but they should give him maybe life sentence. But with the help of the governors now and the politicians in the Southeast, working with the president now. The name of the president is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, right? And if they still don't like him, they can maybe, on a funny note now, let him be there, and Tinubu tell them to call Peter Obi to come and release him when since Peter Obi is their president. So they say Peter Obi is their president. Why are they begging Tinubu to release their brother? They should go and call their president to release him now. So a lot
of that Nnamdi Kanu release is to do with timing, isn't it? Yeah, because they need Nnamdi Kanu for 2027 because it's part of the mix.
Who needs him?
If the obedience space is showing too much momentum in the build-up to 2027, then they will want to release Nnamdi Kanu in the middle of that momentum.
Whatever they do.
If they release him now, they can't play him politically in the future.
Whatever they do with Nnamdi Kanu, with their obedience and their IPOB, that is their problem. But as against another general thing, I think it was somebody that was saying Tinubu should release Nnamdi Kanu for political gain. It's going to make him get some votes in the Southeast. That is BS. Let Tinubu release.
Tinubu will never get votes in the Southeast.
Let Tinubu release 1 million of Nnamdi Kanu. He will even get less votes. So that is nonsense. He won't let him wake up M.K. Abiola, Awolowo, Sardauna, all of them to come to the Southeast, and they will
in terms of and you have to wrap it up shortly, but in terms of the political play of Nnamdi Kanu, if you were Tinubu, would you release Nnamdi Kanu into the Southeast narrative now?
If I really want to, if I was sitting on Tinubu's desk now, I will release Tinubu. I will release Nnamdi Kanu in Abuja, just like they did Shore. I will restrict him to ABJ. I will restrict Nnamdi Kanu to ABJ, confiscate both his Nigerian passport and his British passport. Let him stay in ABJ and chill with us there. That's what I would do. I will release him in ABJ then, and then we can be chilling together. So whenever he wants to go be sick, they know how to curtail him. So they know that he because it's a terrorist, and he still has a case to answer, a treasonable case that is still in court, that the Supreme Court has actually told him he has. I just told you the date now. You can go and check it, right? So if the president, in his wisdom, regardless of his silliness in the past towards the same president, I say, okay, my son, right? You have prostrated enough with your elders. Okay, stand up. Let me give you pardon. Stay in ABJ. So he's a criminal, and there's no gainsaying less than that. There's a reason why America does not negotiate with terrorists, because it motivates other terroristic tendencies, and other people want to engage in that criminal activities. So I would say Tinubu should release him, if at all he will be releasing him to ABJ, and then make it very, very, very a very stringent condition applied to the release.
All right, brilliant, enigmatic. So enigmatic. Let's for the management of time, let me go on to Ekene and then Emmanuel, and then Emiloko. I still want your thoughts on a couple more topics, depending on how long. Hopefully, you're able to stay with us longer.
I'll test you back. I have to take care of something here, but I'll test you back when I'm back. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. All right. And Isaac, check the private chat. I left a message for you. Ekene, you're up next. Where do you want to approach it? You know all the talking points, or do you want me to bring them, refresh them in your memory?
Not really, one man. How far?
I do.
Well, I don't have much to say about Nnamdi Kanu. The news is everywhere. Even Obasanjo was in that meeting, so.
Yes, I saw that. Yes.
So, and I think now they should not target the P2B or IPOB stuff. Maybe the 5 Eastern governors, they will not tag them IPOB or terrorists when they agitate for this guy release, Nnamdi Kanu. So that's my only concern, not making it terrorist organization. It's a very big concern to every Igbo elite, and they're pushing very hard to get him released. And I think federal government should respect that. So moving on from that, the cry of Dangote shows that the economic situation is not only for the poor. Especially, I think if Dangote is not a Nigerian, I think he would have moved his business away from the country. So he's crying very bitterly because of no power, no prosperity. You see, the interest rate is what we have been talking about here. 30% interest rate. The man Lily spoke. He said you cannot create job with that kind of interest rate. This is Dangote talking, not me. It's no longer Ekene coming here to rant. This is Dangote ranting. So all the people saying that we are ranting, maybe they should call Dangote and put him in order so that he should stop ranting about the bad economic situation of the country. When power is a necessity in a country that wants to attract foreign direct investment, and that wants to invest more in manufacturing and all those stuff. So, but it's quite unfortunate that a country like Nigeria don't regard that. So it's nothing to them. They are not they're not tackling it, but they are jumping everywhere and they are looking for foreign direct investment. So that shows that it's not about Ekene anymore. It's about the rich. Everybody is now involved. It's biting heavily to every Nigerian, even his oil sector, the refinery. I think he's facing a serious battle, trying to get crude and all that to make that sector to work and to make his investment to be what it's supposed to be. That investment is still not what it's supposed to be because of the cabals that are working in that, holding that sector down. So Nigeria has a very big economic problem, and the current administration are not facing it squarely. So that's why I'm not really.
Dangote is right. If the interest rate coming out of the CBN is 30%, then how does business function at that level of interest rate? You know, it's just killing. It's killing the economy, isn't it? Really, you know. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure what arguments they are presenting to justify it. You know, it's not an. How can it be an economic stimulus at an interest rate of 30%?
You know what is 30%? There are some many items that you have in your shop. Do you even use profit of a maybe 10% or 15% to sell your goods, and you are giving interest rate of 30%? So
One
are you going to?
Sorry, I want to ask one man a very short question. Good morning, by the way. Can you hear me, woman?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Carry on.
Okay, one more. No, I just wanted to ask you a question because of what you said there. You are supporting Dangote with the interest rates, something he raised. I wanted to ask you, why did you have a different opinion now? Because I remember vividly what your opinion was in January when Peter Obi sold a very long trade, complaining about the same interest rate and the effect it was going to have in the economy in the short and even the medium term. You had a different opinion. So why is it that when Dangote said it now 4 months later, it's now a palatable argument to make?
Well, I don't recall Obi ever saying that. That's one. And then two, I will place more stock on something coming out of that. I think a lot of people, independent of mind, will place more stock on something coming out of Dangote than they would Peter Obi, only because he's at the cutting edge of business and he is able to tell you the impact as it impacts him directly. Peter Obi theorizes to it, but
he's not a businessman.
He is a businessman, but not to the functionality of Dangote, surely.
Okay, because Dangote didn't join politics, but Peter joined politics later.
No. I think in terms of business, people would you say that in terms of business, manufacturing, etc., people will pay more attention to somebody like Dangote than Peter Obi?
But the question I asked you didn't answer it. Is there
no, that's the answer now.
In fact, Peter went, even if you go to Peter's own, he went in depth more than Dangote. But now you're romancing Dangote now.
Up and the only thing is
you are enjoying Dangote. So
I was even waiting for this Reno Mokri to reply Dangote, because if it is Peter Obi, I would have replied him in that is a usual mannerless manner. But that's by the way, that's Nigerian for you. You believe Dangote more than even other Nigerians crying out loud that this Nigeria is not trying to move the economy forward with this kind of interest rate and all that. So, but you see, there is a lot of trouble befalling the economic situation. I think our debt rate is it's about 50-something% our GDP now. Is that up and correct me if I'm wrong?
Yes, over 50-something.
Over 50-something%. So things are not balanced. These things are still going up, and the government is not doing anything about it. 50-something% to GDP, our debt. So how are we going to tackle this? What is the plan to tackle this? Nothing. So I saw even the customs saying that the importation system has dropped from about 4,000 or 400 to 300. So how do they expect it to start to increase? Why wouldn't it decline with the kind of import duty that are imposing on imports? So, and it baffles me most of the time when a lot of people say importation is it only Alaba people that do importation? Even the manufacturers, they also import. So when these things are declining, it shows that the economy is not moving forward. You see, it's better the import duty is less than you are doing about 1,000. It's still the same thing. Why trying to stifle the economy by imposing a lot of a heavy amount on import duty? It doesn't make sense. If you lessen it and get more interested, yeah.
Please, one man, please indulge me. Has the interest stayed like that before, or Tinubu raise it up? So do you know, one man, what is the do you understand my question?
Yes, there's another cycle of interest rate increase by the CBN, which is somewhat choking industry, manufacturing, etc. And when you hear somebody like Dangote coming out to caution, then you have to pay attention. So I expect that the government will react to it. I suspect.
This is not the first time Nigerians are talking about this. It's just that it's coming from Dangote today, so it's making a lot of headline. Many Nigerians has been talking about it. Many has been discussing it in a lot of platforms. That this interest rate that this current administration are imposed on Nigerian is not good for business. These are more reasons why you see manufacturers leaving. In their numbers, it contributes a lot because no manufacturer today can do without borrowing. It's impossible. No manufacturer can do without borrowing. So when you put in this interest rate, with your borrowing and all those stuff, where are you going to make your profit? You manufacture to grow. So that is the issue there. And it makes our locally made goods very costly. So people now decide to import. Even though the imported one is still costly, but if you measure it with your manufactured goods, your home manufactured goods is more costlier. Because even most of the items you are going to use to produce those things are also imported. When you pay heavy import duty on them, you calculate your interest rate and all those stuff. Then who is going to buy them? It's better you import it direct, and you say you want to stop importation and promote production. Is that how you are going to do that? The business environment has to be friendly. It has to be friendly for people to engage in that sector. Just check. Nobody is. If you don't have money to do your own business in Nigeria today, just forget it. Unless you have a business you are going to make maybe 100% or 60 or 70% gain from it, then you can go and borrow. But if you don't have your personal money doing business in Nigeria today, forget it. Nobody can start business today with going to the bank to borrow any stuff. Let them hold their money. Nobody is interested in that. This heavy interest rate. So it's not. And you talk about power. He talked about power also. We have been talking about it, and the Nigerian space is not doing anything to increase our power sector. But these things.
What do you mean they are not? Of course, they are doing something. What do you mean they are not doing anything?
They are not doing anything. They are not doing anything.
This is where it always goes awry with you. Don't make those sort of blanket statements. What do you mean they are not doing anything? What do you mean they are not doing anything? They are pushing. They are changing policy positions. They are contracting international players. But the pace of it is not sufficient. But don't just say things like that. Anyway, carry on.
Well, man, to you, maybe they may be doing, but to me, I'm not seeing anything. They are not doing anything. Nothing is happening. In fact, things are even our infrastructure is getting dilapidated every day by day. All our infrastructure across the whole state, across the 36 states of Nigeria. Even in the southwest, you check Twitter everywhere, you see that building states, what is going on there. Check other states that is in Nigeria today.
That is a fool now. It's a laughing stock.
So the guy is making, and the guy is one of the states that generate most of the IGR in this country. So what is happening to his state? People in that state.
So why use Ogun State as an example? Are there no other states in Nigeria? Is it only Ogun State that have bad roads?
That's the politics that the Kenya is playing.
Is it only Ogun State where you find bad roads in Nigeria?
No, there is also bad roads in my own state. I used to talk about it now, but let me just digress. I cannot only be talking about. Sometimes people talk about Anambra State, so let me talk about Ogun State. What is happening there?
All right. Ekene dropped. Not my doing. He'll be back in a second. But as we wait for Ekene to rejoin, let's go to Emilokon. Hopefully he's ready. Emilokon.
One man.
Oga, kwata baoni.
Oh wow.
Oga. Oh, wow. Oga. So you'll be listening to the conversation.
One man, why are you keeping me here now so late like this?
I'll come to you after Emilokon. Let's go to Emilokon. Let's go with him because he's an emerging voice within the space. You're an established voice. Let's go with Emilokon. Then I'll come to you after. Emilokon.
Yeah, Excellency. Great. Greetings to everybody. Greetings to the panelists and the listeners and the commenters on the comment section. Okay, comment section. I think there are a lot of topics, and
let me rattle through just for the benefit of Southeast governors communicate to approach Tinubu for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. NNPC declared state of emergency on crude production. The one on your screen there. No power, no prosperity. Dangote tackle CBN over new rates. It's just the mismanagement. Is it mismanagement even? But then this one also, Shehu Sani reacts as bill seeking new Southeast state skills first reading in National Assembly. So it's actually coming to a reality. I think it's called a TT state they are trying to create. So take your pick. Let's hear from you.
Okay. So greetings, everybody. All right. Let us start with the Nnamdi Kanu saga. Well, for me, I think the government should be. I would simply say the government should judge whatever they think is right to do to handle him, and because I don't know the kind of offense he must have had, so that warranted him to be arrested that way. Fine, there might be some issues with the government in their own way of going about it. Maybe it's right, wrong, or something like that. But still, they are the government. They should just follow the law, in my own opinion, and follow the law and do what is right for the country. So, and if it is also right that it should be released, although I think it should be released, I believe it should, but I am not the government, so I'll leave that to them. Only that.
Why do you believe that? What propels you to that thought?
I think he has been punished enough, especially that it is more than how long now? It should be more than 5 years now, if not so, that he has been held, and he has not been prosecuted. They've not even reached the conclusion of the prosecution. So how long will it take? If that's the case, then they should let him be. If he as Enigmatic said, that even if it's going to mean they should keep him within a confined space, it could be just in Abuja alone. Let him continue to live his life, but within the space, seize his passport and whatever, so that it doesn't move, and then prosecute him properly. Let it be fair. Let there be fair judgment, and let everybody know that.
What you're saying to release him, what you're actually saying is to grant him bail rather than just cast him free and say it's a free man. So he still has the case to answer, but they should release him from custody. Okay.
Yes, that is what I mean. The case is already in court, so it's not that maybe the government has the power to release him. You get the point. But they should grant him they should grant him the bail. But I think right now he's with the DSS. They should grant him bail, let him be monitored, and from there prosecute him properly and fairly, so that the case can be, even if it means he be imprisoned. Fine.
Melokon, my brother, sorry for bashing. Granting him bail, the crime he committed, Nigeria allegedly that he committed, does it warrant? Is it a bailable offense? Granting him bail will be a political direction to me. What do you think? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. If it's a political solution, fine and good. And if the offense is that bad, then I think the prosecution should be expedited, so that let it be clear, let everything just end, so that everybody sits in their lane and know what is just the final decision. But right now it's sounding like, oh, it is now a kind of thing of politics, a thing of punishment. In fact, for some analysts, you hear them analyzing that they could even use this release to buy some votes in 2027. So you realize there is no more a fair judgment again, in my opinion. So as governments, they should just do the needful. Let him be on bail, prosecute him as fast as possible, because it's already even late right now. You get the point. So why still continue to play that game again? From Buhari, now we have Tinubu. How long will that game continue? So Tinubu should just decide and let the thing be, in my opinion. So on Nnamdi Kanu, that's my submission. I think.
One man, it's my time out.
So,
no, Ekene, we have somebody else on the floor now. So let Emile continue. And then we'll come back to you to sum up, and then we'll move on. So where do you want to go next, Emile? Do you want to go to the Dangote alarm at the high interest rate?
Well, as people have said that, well, at least when the high and mighty are also crying, then you know that it's touching everybody now. Nobody is escaping this season at all. But I don't know what we really want, because I think if I understand why the interest rates were increased, is because there's inflation, and I think they are using that to mop up the inflation. They are trying to reduce inflation with that by increasing rates, I guess, so that if I understand the economics properly, that should reduce the currency flow within the country. So, well, I don't understand the scenarios too much, but I think it is just it is not even the economics are not economics at this moment. So I can't think for the CBN governor. I don't know what he can do, but I think the best that we just need for Nigeria, I don't know, is just for food to be on the table of people. That is just the only thing so once there is food, maybe all these other things, I don't think it will really bother an average man again at this moment. So this is the headache for the business people. They should continue to madden themselves. They know how to handle their challenges when all this. I know this is not the first time interest rate has been increased in Nigeria, so I believe it should be sorted. So, and I know it's not just going to be for forever.
But what are you making of Dangote coming out so publicly, though? He has access to the presidency and everybody else. So why is he coming out so publicly?
That's the point. I don't think he has access like that. That we think he has access. I don't think so. Because if he has access, we wouldn't hear about this. I think that access that we all think he has to the government, to the president, is maybe it's a mirage. I don't think he has that direct access to Tinubu. So that is why he's using every other opportunity now to cry out. And you realize that he has been, in fact, I saw the tweet of his company, like 3 or 4 tweets now. He's been, you know that now it's like this present government is not in his favor, because otherwise you wouldn't have been hearing him making all these noises like that. So I don't think he has that access, and he's using every other means to make sure that he reaches the president and the government. So I'm not surprised in what is happening now. And to me, as a person, apart from the refinery of a thing, because for me, I think Tinubu should take it as a thing of pride to make sure that refinery works. That is my own issue. That is the way I would submit it there, that he should try and support that refinery to make sure that refinery works. Every other thing, if Dangote warrants some level of some level of how would I even put it now?
Government patronage.
Yes, thank you very much. If Dangote warrants it, they should help him in every other way. So, but he's a business person. The issue is a business thing. He should solve his problem. If the government think they can help him in that regard, they should help him. So, but I'm not bothered with him coming out it doesn't make any difference to me that it is Dangote saying it. So that is my submission to him.
All right. Let me take you to this new state that is now passing through Parliament. So it's not even a matter of we want anymore. Shehu Sani reacts as bill seeking new Southeast state scales through first reading at National Assembly. So what are you making? They are calling it a TT state. It says in reference to the bill before the National Assembly, creating another state in the Southeast is fair and just. So that's Shehu Sani's position. What are you making of that? There's a strong argument in favor.
Well, I think the strong argument is that for every other geopolitical zone has 6 states, isn't it? Only the Southeast has 5. So, and they want to make sure that it is balanced. But I don't know if the land area is sufficient to have a state. But it is their right to ask for it. I think it is within their right to ask for it. So to that,
do you support it?
Well, if it brings peace, I support it. But the thing is that economically now, that means you're going to have another governor, another state, or all the normal bureaucracies of
Yes.
government, the spending. So, but this is Nigeria now. We just want to spend to be together, and that I am not in support of, because I think that it is high time that we start to consider regionalism, if that is the best we can still have than separation itself. So, for example, Alison said the other time that people don't even understand regionalism; they are just throwing it up and down. I don't think that is right. Regionalism is regionalism, and even you yourself, you understand it as well. This is Everybody wants to be on their own, at least to manage their resources the way they feel like, and to develop in their own rates and speed. So I don't think we should because right now the least developed in Nigeria is holding everybody back, in my opinion. And I don't need to label anywhere, but that's just the truth. We just want to make sure that for everybody to be satisfied. We don't want to care if some people are going to pay more more cost for that satisfaction and peace, whereas some others are just even contributing just as little as nothing. So, in my opinion, I would rather support regionalism than all this state breaking, and that leads me to the issue of referendum. Because when you talk about referendum, I think Nigeria as a country should have the instrument of referendum in place, that any region that wants, any group that feel like they need to secede should follow through. We shouldn't seize the voice of the people. Let me put it that way. Their freedom is their right. They might have their referendum. I believe that they won't, because you can even hear an Igbo man saying that 80% of the Igbos are like him, who don't want to even leave the country. So, but the thing is that doesn't mean they shouldn't have it. They should have it and prove that, yes, the minority are the ones making all the noises all this while. So that it should be
let me ask you this. Does this surprise you? Does our tiny little sample thing that we did here, does it surprise you that actually the Yorubas actually want an ethnic nation more than the Southeasterners want a Biafra nation? Because that's what we just established. We just established that. Does that surprise you, or you always knew?
No, it's not a surprise, because eventually it's going to come to that point, especially with the way things have been done in Nigeria, the way resources have been managed, the way our leaders are utilizing, leading us, that there's no vision. Eventually, if you're a reasoning person, you'll have to come to that conclusion that perhaps we can't solve this problem as a collective. We just have to respect our differences and go our ways at this moment first. So it is not a surprise.
Do you think it's sorry, go on.
Okay, but the thing is, I don't know if we need it, if we want it more than the Southeasterners. I don't, because I don't have a metric to measure that. So, but the thing is that an average Yoruba man to this point, after seeing what this present paradigm of leadership has led us into, we feel like, I think we can do better if we are on our own and manage our resources. And in fact, that means that even if we can endure our own pain and learn from it, rather than learning from other people's pain that is affecting everybody now generally. You get the point? Because it's like an average Yoruba man knows that it's like I'm suffering, I can't develop because I'm holding some loads that are not even mine. So right now it looks like so which is not right. So eventually everybody will come to that conclusion and feel like, let us just respect our differences and go our way. So, but I don't know if we want it more, than this. But the thing is that, yes, we are diplomatic with our results. We know what we want. and we don't want war, we know how to get our stuff with peace, peacefully. We'll go by it. If it takes 20 years, we are doubt persistent and patient enough to drive our case gradually till we get it. So that is what I think that is what our Southeastern brothers really don't want to use. Not that they don't have, but perhaps they just don't want to use it. And I don't know, maybe it's because of what they've passed through, but the average Yoruba man is diplomatic and patient and persistent. He might take 20 years, but he will continue to drive at his goal gradually till it blossoms fully. So that is who we are. So for me as a person, it is not a surprise that we want it, but that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that we don't see the positive in a one Nigeria itself. You understand the point? It is not that maybe we want it and Nigeria must be destroyed. No. It's not, we don't see the positive.
Emiloko, sorry for cutting you. This narrative we always get from the Southeast, that if they want to leave Nigeria, they have invested in Nigeria. If a referendum is passed today, even Nigeria said, you guys can go. You can still leave your investments here. Nobody will say you should not have your investment. Or what do you think? Why do we have that narrative that we have invested? Are we going to sell our property? You can still have your property in Nigeria, still have your Biafra. What do you think?
Thank you, Thomas. I really appreciate that question. You see, in fact, I don't even like the idea that the average Igbo man thinks he's more Nigerian than any other Nigerian, because he goes to every other place and puts his business there. Business takes you there. If business takes you anywhere in the world, it is not because you like those people. That is why you went there. It's because you went there to make money. And I believe if the environment is not conducive enough, you wouldn't have gone there to make money. So please, they should balance the mindset properly and not exaggerate their opinion on being Nigerian more than any other Nigerian. No. So business is business. Business takes you to all those places. And those people made an enabling environment. That is why you could come there and do your business. So that is it on that. Now, on the question you also asked, that does that mean that they can't even do their... Funny thing is, as I've said, doing your referendum is to even come to the conclusion that truly we want to secede. We want to secede from this one Nigeria that we have, which is your right. But the thing is that go and have it and convince us that truly want to leave the country. That is it. And if it gets to that point, it doesn't stop your business anywhere else. It's just only a change of paper this time around. Like, okay, you still rule your business, but now you are a different nation. You might need a visa in a Yoruba state or in a Nigerian state now to get there and continue your business. That might require you to get a business visa and also do the normal documentation in order to, but that doesn't stop you from doing your business there. It is not by fight, it is not by war. So it is just by diplomacy. We want to leave, and if you continue in that state after you've left, then you also require the documentations to stay legally in those places and continue your business. That is it. So, but I hope that answers your question, Thomas.
Yeah, it does somehow. Yeah, it does.
So I feel like it doesn't stop them from running their businesses wherever they are. But now it will require them, instead of the confidence, like, the normal citizens that can go and establish.
They will run it like foreign nationals rather than...
Not that. Mama, it's not even like foreign nationals. They are now foreign nationals. So they will run it like that.
But the challenge, sorry to cut you, the challenge is they don't feel as secured in the north as they will probably feel.
Hello, I can't hear you. What are you trying to say?
No, I think it's network build on him, but yes, bring it home. And then, is there anything else that caught your attention in the news cycle? Tell us if anything else caught your attention in the news cycle.
No, I think it's the Dangote issue that really caught my attention, because I was just like, okay, he's touching everybody now. But I will continue to advocate that, please, the government should make sure that food gets to the table of an average Nigerian. I think 1 year plus now, Tinubu should have. I expected him to have dealt with food significantly. At least we should see that, and I know that the federal government, they don't federal. In fact, I think it should be more of the state's intervention than the federal government. But one way or the other, in Nigeria, we know the federal government is where everybody shines the torch whenever there's trouble. So because of that, he should just influence the state government to make sure that there's food on the table of an average Nigerian, because it is now getting worrisome. And that is just my submission on that. That is what bothers me a lot about the country at this moment. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Stay with us, Miloko. Interject as you will as the conversation carries on. We go back to Ekene to finish off his thoughts. Go to Isaac, from Isaac to Uptown. Ekene, you're back.
Yeah, one man. A lot of network is not allowing me to talk tonight, but let me finish. I was talking about Ogun State, and some people were arguing. Why should I be talking about it? It's not only Ogun State, even here in Lagos State, a lot of our roads are getting dilapidated, and it seems that governors are not doing anything again about the state of our roads. This is very pathetic. In our area now, you cannot even drive your car. You cannot drive your car again. So even inside Preside, if you go there, if you see the state of roads in that environment, man, and even though the Lagos state government is trying in some areas, but all these roads needs to be looked at. In many of our local government and our internal roads are getting very bad every day by day. So Ogun State is top of it in terms of bad road. Even in electricity, some of those Ogun State area, they don't have electricity for months, some 12 months up. So all these things are the situation of the country, and very bad. A lot of you guys there and abroad cannot live in such situation because you are enjoying a good life. You are enjoying these basic amenities there. So if you come here, I don't think many of you can enjoy this kind of road and the state of our identity. So why G3? Because we are supporting this government. And when we talk about it, you don't feel comfortable. But within yourself, you know that you, one man, if you come with that,
hold on, Ekene. Isaac, did you want to interject? Because we're hearing sounds from you.
No, it got to a time that everywhere went quiet. I wanted to find out if I was the only one. So I noticed that it was Ekene that dimmed off.
All right. Let Ekene carry on. Then after Ekene, we come to you. So Ekene, back to you.
So many of you guys, I don't think one man with this.
Ekene, let's say something funny. The last time I came to Nigeria, immediately I go to my mom's house. They have a bigger generator, but the landlord association in the community said you can't on your big generator overnight. Do you know what my mommy told me? I can't even say in darkness for once. You remember, all those, I passed my neighbor, that quiet one. I just landed, we went straight to a market called Ogumpa in Ibadan. That is what we on 24/7 light. 24/7. I spent 3 days with her. That 3 days, even we don't need the light. The light is on. So you are very right, my brother. Yeah, even it's not easy. Without lights now, I find it difficult.
You people should be thanking us staying in Nigeria now. And Thomas, when you come back and you meet all this kind of road, how can you drive your Mercedes-Benz in this kind of road? Can you enjoy it? Yeah. How can you enjoy your Mercedes-Benz in this kind of all this road that we have in Nigeria? And it's everywhere. This is not only a good state too. This is almost everywhere in Nigeria, both in Southeast. Many dilapidated roads. It's getting worse. Apart from the one completed, some of the ones completed by the last administration. Other ones are just, and you know, every rainy season you are getting bad roads. The ones that are maybe 10% dilapidated, when this rainfall, it gets to about 50% dilapidated. So, and there is no maintenance going on it until the thing just become unmotorable. Maybe after this administration, maybe the next administration will now come, maybe do one of it. Another one will come and do one. And Nigeria will continue to suffer with this kind of situation. It's very bad. And I don't know when we're going to have governors and the president that really have the mind of the people and really want to work for the people. This is very bad. And we're not talking about the food inflation anymore. It's everything, every problem here and there. If you want to talk about food inflation,
you think is a cause.
Yeah?
It is a cause that they just caught somebody that never do better thing for your people. And because
I don't know.
We don't. There is
all right.
nothing.
One more minute, Ekene. 1 more minute, so we can go to the next.
One man, let me land. There is nothing that we need to fix our road. We are importing. Do we have anything importing before we can fix our road? We have all the materials. Thank you, Ekene. Go
on. so it's a very, I cannot not only in Anambra State. I talk about Anambra. Anambra, the same thing. Everywhere. It's every state in Nigeria. Every state in Nigeria. Today, here we are even in Lagos. Everywhere. So it's not only in Anambra State. It's just like our governors just go there, go to Abuja, collect your allocation, share it within yourself. You cannot just hold on tangible something that are doing to improve the life of the masses. You cannot hold on to anything. You just maybe reading some news they want to do, or the government will do this and do that. Just headline. The next day, just think about this. This in the starting of this administration, all the good things they said they would do. Tell me the one they have completely do to the benefit of the poor masses. Is it just starting from Russia report, all those ones? When the news broke out, everybody in this platform was happy about the administration. Yes, this administration they're going to be decisive and all that. The CNG buses, the money being proposed for micro businesses and all that. Where are they? The minimum wages now, nobody's talking about it again. It's a forgotten issue. Man, one man, go to another person. One day, I don't know what we're doing.
All right, thank you, Ekene. I was going to respond to that, but let me just go on to somebody else. Just really to manage the time. Emmanuel, you're up next. I was going to come to you, Isaac, but Emmanuel was here earlier and is back now. So, Emmanuel, you're up next.
Yeah, one man. You need to address this thing. How can I come here at 10 o'clock? Keep me to 2 o'clock. Haba. I came here you came here 10 when you started. I stay here. All the people that have been coming, you're giving them time to speak.
Because I know you enjoy it so much now. You enjoy hanging around so much, eh?
That's when I'm in the comment section.
All right, no vex. You're up next.
Okay, one man. I want to start with Wike. I want to talk about Wike and that's Ireti. So, well, Wike, I don't know what I'll make of him, actually, because this is a man that ordinarily bow for the post of a president, to be a Nigeria president. So I wonder how would have made of him that a president and he'd be loafing around and talking bullshit in the public like this, carrying a knife and stick and raising it up and be doing like a tout. Is a woman that complaining that you are not working with him, you are not working with her, you are not ready to work with her, and she has complained severally that you're not giving her a chance to work. And she came to the air to complain that this is what is going on, that you're doing this, you're doing road, and other issues need to be addressed as well, like building schools, potable water, hospitals, and all that. Only for you to reply, instead of you to reply her, and probably in a civil manner, you went agog and started insulting her, calling her the sugar hog transformer. Like if, for instance, we have a foreign visitor hearing this kind of thing, and one man, do you know the position that this guy is holding? Like Abuja is like a city of Nigeria. You being the FCT minister is like an emperor of that of the Nigeria. Like you are like the first governor of Nigeria, of all the 36 states. Like when you come to governors, how can you be talking in that tone? How can you be misbehaving and talking trash? Sometimes we need to elect people with character into position, not tout, not agbero. When you put an agbero in a position of power, he will just abuse it, just like what this man is doing, abusing the position, the little position he has. A woman that is elected, you are appointed. In a civil way, she was saying, please, I need to work with you. We need to do this because I'm working for the people. They elected me. I need to do one or two things for them. Please, let's channel our energy to this area, this sector, and this sector. Not even diminishing that you are not working, not even insulting you, because I have listened to all her interviews. She has not insulted Wike for once. She only complained that there are other things need to be channeled, the money, the resource, because they have given you about 1 trillion and another 98 billion supplementary budget. This whole money shouldn't go to only road construction. There's hospital to be built, to revamp. There is school to rebuild and revamp. There is other area sector that we need to concentrate. And she mentioned this in the air only for you to come and lambast her, told her to go and hawk transformer. And you want us to come and give us, you want Nigeria to trust you with power to hold such a defining position as a president. So you can't even represent us in the foreign trip, because we can't even hold you accountable with what you are going to say next. After all the things you said about the current party you're working for, you said all manner of things about them, but today, where are you? You're still with that party. Then how can you go to a sinking ship? How can you do this? How can you do that? But the same party is what you're working for. The same way. That's why he doesn't even calculate before he talk, before he speak. You're fighting everybody. You're creating enemies around you. How will that help you? As maybe you're going for another position. How? But let's even that aside. Let's even talk about governance. You're building road. Okay, fine. We are seeing the road you're building. But you're building this road only within the city. The other nook and cranny of the city, there is no visibility there. There's no road. You're not channeling your energy there. It's just like you're coming to crepe road and you're adding more bitumen to it. And this woman is calling your attention. Other things need to be done. And you're insulting her. And you even went as far as telling her that you are going to fail her. If she thinks that she's popular, that it should come 2027, you're going to fail her. That is highly undemocratic. Who did Wike think he is? because his Agberoism and tout behavior, you can come in, bring it here in Abuja. Abuja that they have a different tribe put together. You think he can carry the nefarious activity that he did in River State to this place, Abuja here? It's not going to happen. So, one man, that is for that as that area. So, I don't think I would say there's no single respect for that man. He's just losing all the respect, the little respect he have, and Tinubu has given him little relevance because without Tinubu today, this man is dead because they don't regard you in River State. Nobody regard you because you're creating enemy around yourself. Even the APC you are. I have listened to APC caucus saying that it's either you join the party or you leave the party. You went ahead, you insulted them, that they should come and remove you.
What do you mean that he's dead? Is that a figurative statement, or do you mean that really?
No, politically. That's what I'm saying. If not that Tinubu appointed him as a minister, politically he's dead.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean by that. So even the APC that he's working with, he's not even at peace with some of them, some of the key makers of that party. Because I have heard where they are telling him to come and join the party so that they can make some decision together. He told them that they are talking bullshit. They are not the one that appointed him. That he can stay anywhere and do whatever he wants to do. How can you be behaving like a tout in every angle, in every area? And you want to come and say you want to be a president, so you can use knife and be walking in Aso Rock. One man, take me to the next topic, please.
All right. Do you want to speak on
the? But did he just start behaving like tout?
Huh?
Did he just start behaving like tout?
Did he just start behaving like a tout? No, I'm saying that he has the attitude he is portraying now. He should have
been doing that now, abusing Buhari all over the place. Everybody was clapping for him that time.
Who was clapping for him?
All of you people guys now.
Where?
Everybody.
We
are abusing Buhari, calling everybody this one, calling the APC's leprosy.
Tell me who the Wicked did not fight. He fought Umar in
everybody, you people were clapping for him there now.
Clapping for who? If he fought my governor in my state, he fought Umar when he was a governor. He fought Amechi, that his own governor. He literally fought everybody. Let me tell you, he's fighting everybody. He's just creating enemy.
No, and sorry, let me interject you. Sorry, I think what he's trying to bring to your notice or to make you understand. I think he's trying to say that most of the obedient people, they develop this.
Why are you bringing this session now, obedient or no obedient?
That was what I was trying to say. Obedient,
no, listen first now before you listen. No, listen. You see, he's trying to say that
if you're making that generalization, you give an instance of when they are clapping and what Mike say and they are clapping. Don't just come in here and talk. Give me BS and want me to be. Or I give one instance. Give one instance. Give one instance where the obedient they are applauding him.
Let me my point. What I'm trying to say is, I believe what I am trying to draw from him is that he's trying to tell you that most of the people that supported Obi that time, they developed this hatred for him when, there was a time people were going to River State for campaign, and then the people were already anticipating that Wike was going to raise the hand of Obi when he had problem in his party. You saw the day Obi went to Rivers, Two of them were strolling on the street. People were hailing. So after that disappointment,
No, don't make that conclusion because every party went to Rivers State to campaign.
Because Wike has been so.
I don't know who is talking,
so that has
but
been his
every party went to Rivers State, and Wike welcomed every party that went to Rivers State to campaign. I don't understand what you're saying. Tinubu went to River and he campaigned, and Obi did the same and his campaign. So why are you saying?
He provided buses for Obi
He provided buses for every person that come there to campaign.
Let me, Wike normally.
When Tinubu went there to campaign, didn't he provide buses and security?
Emmanuel, see, normally there was a time somebody like me was praising Wike, thinking that he mean well for the South. Especially during the time of Buhari, that Buhari, he's nepotism then.
Ekene, what are you praising? Is he praising when he's making all this Agberoism attitude or what? I don't understand.
I cannot deny it. I cannot deny it. There was a time I was rooting for him, but when I started, even though I know I say it everywhere, I know he was not going to support Obi. The time I started having issue or having double mind where is during the time of Obi-Igbo massacre, the kind of emperor attitude that he exhibited in that during that period made me have some issue with him. So but during the campaign, I never predicted that he was going to support Obi. I told everybody jumping around then that they should just forget it. You understand? So that is it. But I cannot say that there was never a time I was praising him. There was a time I love him. There was a time I was praising him. Especially during that.
Okay, I have heard you.
During that beginning of Buhari period, he was making those statements that APC is a cancer and all this stuff, and people were feeling the heat of APC then. But his turnaround was just like overnight. Just overnight, he just turned around. Everything he said against APC, then now APC is now a saint to him. So that is it. We cannot deny it. There was a time he was good to the South, and people from the South were seeing.
I don't understand when you're talking about, because there's a difference between somebody is behaving in an Agbero way and person is talking with civility, and you are praising the person. That's what I'm talking about. Differentiate my thought. I'm not saying that Wike does not talk. Sometimes he talk with his right sense. Even some this position here. Sometimes he talk, you reason with him, you align with him. Everybody does that. But when you talk in this Agbero pattern and be raising knife up and be behaving like a madman everywhere, and a same person will not come and tell me that he's supporting the person to be behaving like that. Even in this platform that one man seems to align with him, someone. One man has said that
Wike
this particular statement.
Wike has always been like that. He didn't just start raising sword up now. He was raising sword up as governor in Rivers now.
That's what I'm telling you now. I never praised him when he's behaving in that manner.
Like that. There's no time he had never been like that. That's what I'm telling you. Even
no,
as minister.
Sometimes he sit down in that he'll just gather media together.
He sit down and chat. That's when he's very high. He will
just understand.
Cool.
So he talked that one. So me, I'm always aligning with him when he talk like that. Not when he'll be behaving like Abu. I never, don't come and tell me that we praise him when he behave like that. Even you, as if you are supporting Wike today and he's behaving like that, Ola, will you appraise him for behaving as such manner? That's what I'm saying. For the fact you support your person, or maybe supporting when the person is behaving foolishly or stupidly, you need to take this kind of life you have is not for me. Even one man here have said that telling this man to go and hawk a transformer, he went overboard. It's not okay. You don't come here and tell me that you praise him. How can you tell me that somebody is behaving in an Agbero way and you are praising him? Even you're saying he's fighting for the South. We can never fought for the South. It was all selfish interest. Because even that VP, even that he was saying that the president should come to the South. It was all lies. It's all to his pockets. He fought to get that VP slot. This man from Kogi have made it public that Wike called him severally. Make sure that I get that VP. He tried. but he failed. And you're telling me that he's fighting for the South. It's all selfish interest. And I'm just telling you that, you see, if not that Tinubu has given, I'm sure that Tinubu is going to use Fubara and destroy him politically, because the way he just wants to allow that man, because if not, he would have settled that issue permanently. But he wants to use that man to put him so that he will not have that. He just trying to clip his wings so that he will not have that wing to be flying and be making unnecessary threat to anybody, because he doesn't even talk with his sense. He's just a power drunk, like he just anything goes. In River State, your status is everywhere in all local government, behaving as if you are one man, you own everywhere, and that's what you want to do. And you say we are praising him. How can you praise such a man? When you do well, we'll say, okay, you have talk sense. We'll praise you, we'll say you do okay. You tell a woman that is older than you, 70 years, tell her to go and hawk transformer. Because she's saying the truth. Instead of you to align with her and give the people what they deserve, because that is why you are there.
But why are you bothered about the way Wike interprets and responded to the woman? I think it's a fight between them.
It's not a fight, because the position he's holding is like an emperor to Nigeria. Like this state, he's holding a minister. When you're coming to Nigeria, they say Nigeria, state of Nigeria, which is FCT, and the first person that's like a governor of that state is behaving in this Aguero way, and you're telling me that we should not talk about it?
No.
He went home and will be dancing and be publishing the picture everywhere. That is uncalled for. Because he knew Wike know what he's doing. Because after that statement, he went home and he was dancing. And he shared the video everywhere. Don't tell me because he was drunk. He was not drunk. He knew after that statement, because he even said that I'm not scared when he was making that statement. Say I'm not scared of anybody.
And that is even more reason why you shouldn't even be bothered about it. Because the way you are irritated, now let me put it that way, and I hope this is not the way an average person is irritated by Wike. That means he has gotten his results already.
That is how most.
You have to understand. Sorry, Emiloko, you have to understand that Emmanuel is speaking from a position of partisanship. He's an obedient, as you know. So it's just.
One man, he just want to justify what Wike say. I don't understand.
No, I'm not justifying what he says.
No, I'm asking one man. Are you justifying what Wike said, that the woman should go and hawk transformer?
I'm not justifying it, but as
so why are you bringing partisanship to this?
No, hold on. As Patrick already said, that sort of crass, crude language is Wike. That's how he speaks, and that's how he has always spoken. So maybe he should have elevated himself to the elegance of his new position, but then you can't teach an old dog new tricks. But you hammering at him, you are hammering at him from an obedient stance. It's what I'm suggesting.
Well, you always like to box me in this corner, and I don't like it. So I cannot come to this platform. I cannot come to this platform and talk freely without you.
Well, you are talking freely now.
No. You're busting me to the corner of telling me that I'm an obedient. That's why I'm speaking the way I'm speaking. One man, it's the high time you stop this thing.
One man, please. Can I just ask him a question?
Go ahead.
Okay. In the Nigeria political space, when has age become so important that we are now saying 70 years old woman or 70 years old woman?
That's an addendum to what I'm saying. It's not that I'm making it as
I'm hearing 70 years old woman.
Yeah,
if so age is something that we regard so well in the Nigeria political space, nobody will talk to Tinubu now. I think it should be more than 70.
I'm just saying that it's an addendum to what I'm what I'm saying, not that it is normal. Do you understand? Because the woman in question here never insults this tout. For once.
Tinubu not dey insult us sometimes now. For we dey insult them. Because now the position we carry now, he's not president.
Tinubu is in position, is in power.
Yeah, the woman is also in her position now. So she deserves it.
All right, start to bring it home, Emmanuel, so we can go to Isaac and then go to
One man, I'm only talking about one topic. I've not even said another thing. I'm just on this one. I've not talked to another one. Say I should move to another one. I don't understand.
Okay, go to another topic. It's just, people are waiting. Like you don't like being held waiting, others don't like being held waiting as well. So 2 more minutes and then we're going to Isaac.
So now let me just leave Wiki for a second, I beg. Is a tout. It's too tout for my liking. So the other topic you're talking about is the Southeast governors coming together and clamoring for Nnamdi Kanu released from detention. Now, the other day, our man made same statement that this man should be released.
All right. I think Emmanuel may have dropped. So Isaac, you're up next. So Isaac, take the floor, and then from you we're going to Uptown.
Okay, thank you, one man. I don't know whether Kene is still there. You said I was going to come after him. I wanted to actually sympathize with him. He's in Nigeria, and I feel his pain, his complaints, all that. Brother Kene, I sympathize with you. I understand exactly what you try bring to us. But the only small fault where they find or where they see for most times where they come, at least now be the person where we get on ground, for Nigeria there. So most times when I come this platform, I go just want to listen to Ekene because he's going to bring us the latest because in the ground, So the only thing
what is happening? What is happening? I don't understand. I've been falling and coming and falling. Hello.
You dropped and then you came back, and as I was putting you on, you dropped again. So Isaac now has the floor. So let
me just conclude and go to bed, please.
All right, Isaac, allow a moment. Conclude and then we go on to Isaac.
Okay. So yeah, like I'm saying, so for the fact that they are coming together to seek his release, I think is good. Whether they want to release him for political gain or whatever gain they want to do, I think it's high time they release him for some benefit so that they can quiet in that place. That place can be quiet for some time. And two, there should be also a condition releasing him that he should not go to his base and be instigating and calling for war and all sort of thing that he normally said before. So I think that condition should also come so that there will be peace. And because if they are going to release, there should be a real negotiation. And that negotiation, not that the people should not seek maybe separation or something. You can do that in a civil way. You can come to the table. We can discuss. Like Peter B will always say that rather you come to the table, we'll discuss. We'll liaise together. We'll arrive at one position, and there should be a point where all these agitators should come together and in a round table and discuss with the head of state. And doing this 1 or 2 times will resolve this problem because their issue will be addressed. When the issue addressed, I don't think anybody will go back to their base and be agitating again. whatever they are calling for. If they want this sort of thing, they want sort of thing, because I'm sure this agitation is not only from the southeast. Other regions are looking for it. The head of state should call them together, negotiate with them, discuss with them, and arrive at a conclusion, so that all of them will go back and let's work together as a one nation. Because if you keep allowing them and not coming together and discuss, even though you kill one person, like 20 will emerge, another will emerge. But when you merge them together and discuss with them, there will be a lasting solution and there will be progress, because nobody will come in here to either to frustrate your administration or to use one means or the other to do that. You understand? So, one man, he don't want me to talk much, but if that is the sign
no, there are other people waiting now, so we have to allow them to speak as well now.
Okay.
You've been speaking for about half an hour more.
But you can wait now. Later, you still talk.
Okay, one man. Thank you.
All right.
I'll say what I want to say. So,
all right. Okay. I mean, look at somebody that's spoken about 40 minutes and is saying I don't want him to speak. I don't like when people do that. But Isaac, you're up.
Okay, thank you. My brother Kene, sorry, I was on your case just now. I'm going to just rumpo everything together.
I'm not a Keneo, I'm a ma.
No, and I can learn me at the talk to now, and I believe say still they hear me. So I can't tell them say the only thing yes, I can learn that.
Okay.
Brother, okay, make I continue. So I can't talk say the only thing we are not to they enjoy for your presentation. They get very good lines, sometimes. But the only thing we sometimes I'll just tire. Say it can not come again. So the only thing we they always they don't like be before you start to talk, I don't already know what you want to talk. I'm not that kind of thing, not good. You say when they want to talk, people don't already know exactly what you want to talk, you're not too good. So I praise your effort, like they very concerned with the web, how Nigeria will take progress, how we will take get light, and how will take get all those basic amenities where they talk so good roads and all that, So those ones then they very okay. But me now I want to talk about this. I'll just touch like three things. The first thing where I want to touch, I don't feel touch on just now small, but I want to touch on again. That referendum where they want to do for our eastern side of our country, of our the side where we from come, so that our east. That referendum. By the time, if they can't decide, say, okay, make them do that referendum, I promise you, the minority where we they talk so, say the people will go agree, say they don't want to leave Nigeria, say they plenty well. But the people will go say they want to leave, they want to leave, say they're small. The problem we will go get, we say, those people where you see say they're small, so we go vote, where their vote support this more. Those people now then go prepare for this referendum pass. Then go prepare well. Then go rig them like them Tinubu they rig election. They go rig the referendum. You go they hear just like what happened during the election where the east almost all the eastern side, where all of them vote for Obi, 99% here, 99% there. When they go, they count the ballot paper for the referendum. The only thing where you go, they hear that day might be 1 Biafra, 2 Biafra, 3 Biafra, 4 Biafra, 5 Biafra. You go, they say, now so it go to happen. So that's why me, I go want them make them settle the main issue because one of our brother here can they use some kind country where it don't they balance till they compare our own country. Can they use place like Scotland? They use Barcelona till they compare referendum for Nigeria. I see Kanayo for one TV program. They call them for interview, something like that. They interview them. That they get discussion with them. Kanayo, can they define what in Nigeria be to the people? And the man was very, very correct. Waiting in talk. In talk say, you know, feed it because they throw some questions to them. Those questions can be like say that they try use America, UK, till they throw the question give them concerning Nigeria. He got there and say, no, stop. You can't use those side question, take give me question, make I answer for Nigeria. He said Nigeria now unique place, something very different. He can't say that their studio when he comes. So the day when he enter that their studio, he say he want to tell you how Nigeria character be. The day when he enter that their studio, he say you go see all those boys where they work for there. Anyone where you know greet him well, like he go come meet her, like, hey, my oga, you don't come, welcome. Anyone where you not do that kind of thing, that person go even surprise, say he go take offense. He go see him as insult. He said, but if you go America now, then he call you for a studio. No matter who you be, you enter there. You enter whether person greet you, you not greet you, you not go take offense. So you can't use that one. They describe how we be and how those people be. So that's why they say that referendum for Nigeria, they will not look and say it go be like the way that they do for other places. So then for the Wike, that woman where they say in the Wike they insult, irrespective of her age, find me at the respect age. But our Nigerian politicians, they're not going to give us chance make we they respect old age again, people we don't old. Because the way then they behave, they know they behave their age. So even though they insult themselves, even as we they insult them too, say they know they do better, they know they do well for their people, you know, then deserve them to me. So we don't get any, we don't need to come they argue or that one, say we can talk to them roughly or not. Make them do the work for us. Even that woman herself will be 70 years old. So not be at that Abuja he did there since waiting he don't do. I believe say now still corrupt politician among all of them. We still old there. Then the Dangote where they come say he come out now. Can they tell us about one man remind me again the what the rate the what is the what
the interest rate. It's saying the interest rate.
Okay. Yeah, the interest rate where Dangote come. I call the surprises. Well, some of us now we can they like sympathize with them. Say make government help them, make the economy not go die. Well, from the way me I still look the that whole thing, Dangote himself we come out can they complain. Me I don't see genuity for that thing. Oh, I don't see anything with genuine saying they complain. Oh, that interest rate. Me, I believe say because the Memefele no come there again, then Buhari no come there. Because if the Memefele still there, Buhari there, you know go come out, come they tell you anything interest rate. Me, I believe say this government somehow, even though things never good, but I say then they do better. From my own, I'm not be economist. I believe say somebody like Kulata go come later, make it go analyze that one for us well, so that we go really understand. But from my layman understanding, for a whole Dangote, the richest man in Africa, can't they complain about interest rate? It just be like all those our Oyedikpo and Deboye, you can't put interest rate for church. They go complain too. But that one don't mean say they don't get private jets like 4 or 5. They go complain. Me and the masses are the FIFA. May they make things easy for the masses. All those but they complain, say they give an interest rate. Dangote they complain, they give an interest rate. Me, I go even like them, may them triple their interest rate. If they more borrow money from any bank, may if they borrow $1,000, may them pay back 10,000. I don't care. I don't know economy, so Skulata will come tell us that one, whether it's good or not. So one man, say that's why they talk my own ratio. I don't talk. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So we've been canvassing for new voices. So that's one of the new excellent voices to join this table. So that's Isaac Black. Usually his connection is a lot better, but I'm not sure. It sounds like he's in a tunnel somewhere. But that was the excellent Isaac Black. So thank you, Isaac. Stay with us as we continue. We go from one excellence to another. Uptown, you're up next.
Yeah, one more.
Okay, bata.
Egbo, what's up?
Ekoshe Oluwa. Do you know what that means? Ekoshe Oluwa.
We thank God.
Look at that. Roughly. Yeah. Look at this Lagos boy. Yeah. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, thank you. Good to see you guys as well. Greetings to our listeners around the world.
Yeah, Karen.
Yeah, I'm trying to hijack Baba Jali Kuku's intro. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click like and subscribe button. One man wanted to say something, sorry.
No. I was going to say, do you want me to rattle you through the headline or you want to free flow?
Okay, let me just free flow. I think I know the headlines.
All right, carry on.
Maybe 3 or something. Yeah, so first of all, I want to thank Ekene. People trying to call Ekene out should know that okay, there's an Igbo adage I wanted to cite, but it's not coming to my head. Well, I wanted to use it because
it's not coming to your head for reasons that you don't understand Igbo. Stop pretending you're a Lagos boy. Everybody knows you're a Nigeria. So stop pretending like you understand Igbo. Even man of prestige probably understands Igbo more than you.
No. But yeah, really, what he says is he speaks the truth. He speaks to reality. Probably one of the very few people that really speak to reality here. Because whatever it is you want to talk about, the classical economic terms and what have you, if you can't relate it to reality at the end of the day, then I think maybe your entire life should begin in a classroom and end in the classroom, because that's really what it is. Most of the things we get to discuss here, even before it comes to the headlines, maybe an economist talk about it or a prominent figure speaks about it. Somehow, if you go back to the archives, you might find that an Ekene have spoken to it before. Just that you probably didn't use the kind of words Mohalu used, the kind of words Shoyinka used, or the manner of grammaticals some other guy used, because the interest rate we are discussing now as if it's a novel thing. He's talked about it here. And also as related to businessmen in his space. And something you said, one man, is just like saying a pastor who is heading a ministry that is domiciled in, say, 4 states and has headed it for years and is successful as a pastor. And then you say, because Daddy Oyedepo is a bigger name, or probably the biggest pastor in Nigeria, then you say that their understanding of scripture is different. No, the scripture of the scripture, the Bible the other pastor uses, who is also a successful pastor in his own right, is the same Bible that the Oyedepo uses, just that the Oyedepo has more visibility, probably because of the name and the branding. But the same understanding that the two successful pastors has of the Bible is the same. So if the other pastor tell you something about Luke chapter 2, and Oyedepo tell you something about Luke chapter 2, it's virtually the same thing. So I'm speaking to what you said when I talked about Obi, somebody that was also known as one of the very successful businessmen in this country in the 90s, as a young man in his 20s and early 30s, becoming the youngest chairman of a bank in Nigeria, speaks to a business idea, speaks to something that has to do with business, the functionality of business. And you say, no, the one Dangote said is more legit because it's Dangote, and Dangote is the biggest businessman.
No, Dangote has more credibility in the space than Obi.
Because of visibility and size, not necessarily because of his knowledge.
What do you mean not because of his knowledge? It's a long-standing businessman who has been in business for 4 decades at the topmost echelons of business, both nationally and globally.
Okay.
You know, it's the richest black man on the planet. So I mean,
you're still speaking
and it became that through business and manufacturing. So I don't quite think Obi resonates in quite the same way as Dangote when it comes to
no. Yeah. Man, that means you don't understand the idea behind analogies. I'm not saying Obi is the same with Dangote. No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, but I'm saying people will pay attention to Dangote more. Obi is partisan one, so that colors his pronouncement already. He's raging and riding against the government institution, so that colors everything he has to say. And then Obi is not. Yes, he has some success as an importer. He calls himself a trader. His level of success. Impressive, but not. It's not in the paradigm of Nigerian business successes. It's in the lower rungs of it. It's not Mike Adenuga. It's not Rabiu. It's not Dangote. It's not even Eleganza. You know, but it's a highly successful man. So you can't parallel somebody like Dangote, who is a world phenomenon, with Peter Obi, who was just a former Anambra State governor.
You don't understand what I'm saying. What you just said now means that you had almost no understanding of what I said a few minutes ago. I didn't come here to say, hey, rank Peter Obi and Dangote on the same scale in terms of business.
No, you are saying people were dismissive when Obi said it, but Dangote saying it now, people are giving him flowers. And I'm saying that's exactly how it should be. Because nobody rates Obi economically. It doesn't come from a paradigm of economics. It comes from a paradigm of politics. But Dangote comes from a paradigm of economics, manufacturing, and business. You know, so if he's talking about interest rates, then people will pay attention to him, not Peter Obi.
Sorry, before we enter, sorry. What one man said so far, we were not hear all this gigantic grammar. Waiting one man talk, we really understand where they try to talk. Because I would like this our brother because he get I like your own analysis well. So make you not too dwell on that one. We don't already understand what thing one man they try tell us, and I will for me I go want make you not to argue that side. Make you give us more of your those those things where they like.
I want to do that, honestly, believe me, and I'm going to do that right now. Thank you very much for your acknowledgement.
Thank you.
The only reason why I pushed back a little bit on one man on that space is because of actually what I wanted to say after then, which is the fact that every country and every democracy has opposition, and ruling parties. Yeah. When you listen to Trump and Donald Trump and Biden, old guys, yeah. But when Americans sit down and Donald Trump says something and Biden says something, and it's same with other ones in the political space in America, people don't say, "Oh, Obama, you said this. We are not going to look at what you said, the fact or the point you raised. We are not going to scrutinize it because Obama, you are in the opposition, or Obama, you have a political affiliation." No, it's obvious. It's democracy. People have political affiliations. But what one man does, which is what I wanted to cite, was oppositions is part of the duty of oppositions to bring creative criticisms. And the reason when you know criticism is that most people in the field we tend to agree with those kind of criticisms as well, as we have seen Dangote and other people. Even before Dangote, a lot of economists have said this of recent. Obi said it as far back as February. So if we hear, like when Atiku can speak to something today, I don't care who Atiku is. I look at what he said, and that's what makes me an analyst. Is there things to learn? If I'm a president today, I will listen to my opposition more than I listen to the sycophants around me. When you say something, I don't care about you, whatever. If one man is my opposition, I don't really care. But one man drops something, I throw away one man, I pick up what one man dropped, and I scrutinize it. If there are facts there, I work on it and throw away the remaining ones. But we don't do it here. Because if we do it here, it's far back in January when Obi said this, that we would have scrutinized this and start talking about how is this government going to adjust. But we didn't do that. Now, Dangote is doing it. Even somebody ranking Dangote, blah, 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 blah. I don't know what academic qualification Dangote is coming to the table with. How many business schools did he attend and whatever? Did he study economics or whatever it is? One man should tell us. But then let me not go back there. But he's a businessman. That's the point. And just like every other businessman, Kostaris and everybody in the industry, even Innocent, business has a manual. The same manual Innocent is using, the same manual Dangote is using, the same manual other manufacturers, other businessmen are using, both local and foreign. If you're a good businessman, you're a good businessman. You're a bad businessman, you're a bad businessman. So you could be in oil, you could be in agriculture, you could be in car manufacturing, you could be in importation, you could be in distribution, you could be in whatever other parts of business. But there is a manual for business, which is why I personally think that only businessmen can govern Nigeria. I think a businessman would be the best president of Nigeria. I've been saying this since 2012. But that aside, back to the facts that was raised. Again, I don't worship money, and I'm obviously a Republican, being an Igbo person. So I would rather speak to the topic Dangote raised, which is interest rates, from the angle which my principal has already spoken to 4 months ago. It's the same topic. Dangote didn't dig deep into it. He just sipped up there, and we are all ranting here. But clearly, according to my principal, what he said, which I know that is what Dangote was trying to say summarily, was that this was going to affect the real sector. I think I've said this a couple of months back again. He also drew the attention to how it's going to increase bad loans. And anybody can go and fact check what I'm saying. He also drew attention on how it's going to affect manufacturing. Then he said the solution is clear, which is what I have been saying since. We can say there is inflation in the country. But what is majorly fueling the inflation? If you listen to what Dangote said, Dangote used another analogy. Obi used another analogy, and they arrived at the same destination. Dangote's analogy is that he used the analogy of
Uptown. We know
Yeah.
you're obedient, but can you just pack Obi to one side and just go at Dangote? I think there's sufficient enough there for you not to. You don't have to be selling Obi all the time.
I just know one man. You don't have to have issues with selling Obi if what is keys into
No, because what Dangote said is damning enough in itself. You don't have to bring Obi into it. Because when you bring Obi into it, people feel the need to push back at you, and then it'll turn into. But what Dangote actually said is damning enough.
One man, what you are pushing me to do is when we are discussing real things, which Obi said, you want to exclude him from it. You get what I'm saying? Just exclude him. No, we're not comfortable for you to include him. But he said these things earlier before your Dangote said it. So why are you uncomfortable? But let me follow your path. But then I'm not going to call his name. Maybe that's a little bit too uncomfortable for you guys. That's really weird. But
sorry. And I'll be quiet after this. Go at it as you will, but I think sometimes you have to be subtle. You have to do these things with guile and subtlety. But if you're hammering Obi all the time, it will.
I know the people that are uncomfortable, and I need them to be.
Forget the comfort. No, forget the comfort for a moment. Just listen to what I'm saying. If you're hammering Obi all the time, it will prejudice how people digest what you're saying. So, like this, what Dangote said right now is very like a kind of, for instance, he didn't even mention Obi because he knew that what Dangote said was damning enough. But if you start to infuse Obi, then it prejudices the way people listen to what you're saying. So if you just leverage the damnation, it's just a little. Well, you do as you will, but it works better if you're a bit more subtle.
Why is it that when Emeka, Ogbeni, and every other person is speaking to Kulata is speaking to economic issues, and they are hammering at Obi and adding other things by the side, nobody says no, it's going to take away from the conversation.
All right, ignore what I said. Ignore everything I said. Ignore me. Just carry on. Carry on. What I actually said was in your favor, but carry on. Just ignore what I said.
No, it's actually in the favor of whoever wants to be distracted by that. If the person wants to,
that's just the truth of it. If you are hold on. Let me just say this, and I'll be quiet all the way through. If you had said, look, Dangote, a senior business person who we all know is not partisan in any way, who has that, and then is very critical of this policy position, which is impacting on the Nigerian space. But then when you start to say and then Obi, then people start to digest it. It's just my little thing, but carry on.
Yes. What about tomorrow? Dangote, he doesn't come out every day to speak. If he doesn't speak and the people in the political space keep speaking, we're not going to discuss it again till Dangote speaks again. You see the issue? You see what I'm trying to do? So that people know that people in political space can also speak to real issues that we can discuss. Because Dangote, you can't expect him to come out every day. I'm sure he probably not come out again. But maybe next time he will speak is in the next 3 years. Are we going to wait for him? So that's what people need to sometimes when I do things, people need to understand what I'm trying to pull us to. You know what I'm saying? Nobody gets rattling in US when they're discussing the policy position and it's coming from an opposition, maybe from Obama or from Clinton or from this, and people say, we are not going to discuss it because it's coming from this person. So it's the cakeness of it is what I'm attacking, because it rattles me why we are that. And that's why we don't discuss issues in Nigeria. That's why throughout the election, we are refusing to discuss manifestos. And every day I come to the platform and say, let's discuss manifestos. Abi, you want Dangote to provide manifestos to you? Will Dangote lead you? He's not a politician. He will never lead. So let's stop all these things. This is just a way of escaping discussing issues. Oh, let's just focus on Dangote. Well, will Dangote speak tomorrow? He won't. So that's the point I wanted to make in that space. But let me toe your line. For example, I cited increase in bad loans. Dangote didn't go there. I drew that one from the obese angle because I needed to add it as well because it makes it full. That is the point I was trying to make. The solution, Dangote didn't talk about the solution. So I have to also steal that from Obi. So you can't blame me that I'm following somebody that has sense. It's not my fault. If you want to follow person who don't get sense, it's not my fault that you cannot reference your principle in anything. But the truth is that what is the solution? What is driving the inflation? Largely, it's food inflation that is driving it. Largely. Not necessarily money supply. So and that is why I keep hammering on the fiscal aspect when I come to the platform every day. I want to know what is our national agricultural policy. Nobody has presented it to me. I've spoken to some of my APC friends. Do you know? Tell me. Let's debate it. Nobody is willing to present it to me. Because an inflation that is largely fueled by food inflation, it is natural for you to know that while you are tinkering with your classical economic theories at the monetary side, it's fine. You can do that. But the main thing you have to attack is the insecurity, the food insecurity. Insecurity in two sectors, actually. The agricultural sector and the oil sector. That is in the north, you have to secure our agri zones and then secure our oil zones.
Sorry, Uptown. I think, did you want to come in because we're getting background noise from
Yeah, I wanted to come in. I will mute myself. Sorry, Uptown.
Yeah.
What's the difference between food inflation and food deflation? Is there anything like that?
I didn't mention deflation. You didn't hear me, right?
No, I mean, I'm just asking.
Inflation, deflation. Inflation is increasing in prices. The deflation should be the opposite of that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome. So, an inflation that's largely food inflation fueled. Naturally, you should know that your major focus should be in fixing that food inflation. And also, the oil sector as well. Till today, nobody has unbundled NMPC. And it's saddening. No reforms in the oil sector, drastic ones. In fact, that place has to be unbundled. But apart from that, you have to secure our oil zone first. We need to boost production immediately. The same way we have to boost food immediately by deploying security both in our agri zones and in the north and in our oil zones in the south. While you're doing this simultaneously, you're also immediately providing buffers for existing, I think Dangote spoke to this one also, existing manufacturers and MSMEs. You have to protect the ones that are existing first. So all those time in the first year, our president was gallivanting around the world. There were businesses existing here that needed immediate protection. So this were the cause of our inflation more than money supply. But we were busy focusing on the engineering going on at the monetary sector with the interest rate thing we were doing and all that, which is counterproductive. That is the point these two guys raised. This is the solution. It's insecurity. Fix it. Our agri zones need to be protected immediately. The result is going to be boosting foods production, boosting in our oil production. That's immediately going to boost our national productivity immediately, and inflation will start organically reducing immediately, and not just organically, but sustainably. But nobody wants to do the dirty work here. People want to do the AC works. Roll your sleeves. That's why I keep saying, roll your sleeve. And just like, let me steal this from my principal, sorry to end that, where he said, I must caution that what? the Nigerian economy, what Nigerian economy needs now is hard-headed, practical originality that drives organic results. Tinkering with classic economic theories can only deepen our crisis. That was a quote from him on that space, and I agree with that. That is what I have to say on that space. One man, let me just talk. Let me get to the next topic. Southeast. I think we talked about Nnamdi Kanu, Kini, Southeast governor.
Yes, the pressure to release it's coming from all quarters now. There's a good chance that it may well be released certainly before the end of the year.
I'm not usually the best analyst to talk about Nnamdi Kanu, maybe because of my own personal bias towards him, not necessarily towards his the ideology which he tapped into, which is most of them are really viable. Most of them, a lot of people, a lot of any thinking brain, we agree with a lot of things he spoke to, especially at the early hours of his agitation. At least I knew. I didn't follow up early enough, but later I had to go back and listen to a couple of things at the early hours. I felt, man, this guy's literally just talking about the things that are in the core of our development as a nation. Late hours of his agitations, trash. Just like Ogbeni said the other day, the certain bigotry is completely nonsensical. You might want to defend yourself that, oh, I just want to get them angry so that they will support me by bigotry. Must they support you? Attacking people. You might say they are corrupt politicians. You might say they are elders.
We know all that, but Uptown.
Yeah.
Yes. What's the most expedient thing? What serves the greater good? Releasing him to try and douse the excesses going on in the Southeast to see, because it will impact on it in some way, and it will counterweight the Simon Ekpa narrative. So releasing him for that, or holding him in incarceration to address all of these charges leveled against him, what serves the greater good?
The first serves the greater good. Like, again, I'm not a fan of him, but now speaking to the development and the nation of our nation, security wise and unity wise, it is wise to release him. Holding him in perpetuity is akin to, it's almost like this election petition that we did last year. Imagine it's still in court today. Will governance happen? No. Will the country settle down? No. Imagine electoral petitions running for the entire 4 years. Nobody's going to govern. Nobody will be at ease. The reason why things are a little bit settled now is that the Supreme Court has stamped it. Bam! The winner of the election is Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We are the final decision. End of case. Everybody moves on. But what they are doing now, holding him, he's been there for 5 years, if I'm not mistaken. You are postponing doomsday.
It's not been there for 5 years, so I think the 29th marked his third year. It was 3 years. 3 years
of the 3 years of the what was rendition, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's a long time. So again, imagine one man that the election petitions run for 3 years. Imagine how the country will be. You get what I'm saying? So for me, the opinion I held before was, if you want to prosecute him, speed it up. Treat it the way you treat an election petition, because it's something that has direct effect to our development and our national security. If there is actually something you have on him, speed it up. Pronounce him, whether you are free to go or you've been jailed for so and so years, and end of story. Everybody settles in and moves on. But now, apparently, the majority of the voices of reason believes he should be released. I also believe, because I understand, having gone to Southeast a couple of times this year, that that's going to really, really help in the security issues in the Southeast. That is also going to disarm the criminal in Finland, almost to, I mean, just going to end his career for forever, which I think that's a huge one as well. We need to build a nation. Agitations can happen in any nation that is even successful, not to talk of its nation that is largely unsuccessful as ours. So people are going to grasp us anything. People will probably say, oh, this and that. Oh, Soroseki, what we did in 2020 it was a form of agitation. The only difference is that there was no leader that was leading it. So agitations are things that needs to be settled. You cannot shoot an ideology down, just like Soludo says. You don't kill ideologies with guns. Because you can kill a Kanu today. Oh, sorry, a deputy is already there waiting. I wanted to say, if you can kill Kanu today, somebody else will match tomorrow. There's already a guy in Finland that have killed him. You can also go for him. Another guy in Mexico can kill him. You can go for him. Before Nnamdi Kanu, there was an Owaziri case. So it's obvious that this is not a personality thing. It has nothing to do with personality. That is why Buhari is so dumb. He doesn't understand anything about diplomacy. He is the one that made Nnamdi Kanu. This guy was a radio reporter. Buhari's poor management of that situation made him some sort of guy with a quantity. But Buhari is no more there. I expect this president, and I read his piece 5 years ago on that space. I thought it was really very brilliant, and it showed great understanding of the things around agitation and all that. I'm wondering, is it the same Bola Tinubu that wrote that piece 5 years ago? What's going on now? You're president, man. So you need to fix agitation. You need to negotiate. First of all, release the man. Let's negotiate and speak to the ideologies. Fix that issue once and for all, and nobody's going to take advantage of it again. We fix Niger Delta militancy. If Buhari, I can tell you for free that if Buhari was the president when the Niger Delta militancy was happening, Buhari would have successfully turned that situation to a terrorist situation that we will still be handling till today. Because he doesn't have a brain. But look at how the government of the day then was able to quench it. Till today, that place is safe, at least to a high level. Whoever thought that we were able to do that in that space? When the whole marginalization about Yoruba, MKO, Abiola, 1993 thing was, gaining some whatever, immediately politicians went immediately with a political situation. You know what? Let us cede power to Yorubas in 1999, to help to calm some nerves, and then we start speaking to issues and all that. Slowly, it will calm down and we'll move on. And it calmed down. If another decision was taken then, let's shoot them, let's insult Yoruba, let's throw them away, let's do this, let's do that.
Uptown, can I keep in something?
Yeah.
I think they are all agitations, but they are different. Take Niger Delta, for example. Niger Delta was fighting because of negligence. And the approach was
resource control.
No, wait. The approach was not like what Kanu is doing now. You see, Kanu, this agitation is okay. His approach destroyed the essence of everything. How do you tell people to look out for policemen?
But you're saying the same thing.
Men in uniform. So they are not. Don't. If Yaradua, you say Buhari would have. You say Buhari handled Niger Delta to have been.
Yes, Buhari would have found Buhari would have found a leader in that Niger Delta space and made him an unnecessary hero.
This is what I'm saying. If Kanu had emerged during Yaradua with this kind of attitude, he would have gotten the same treatment.
No, he
Look
wouldn't
at
have.
what.
He
Look at
wouldn't
what.
have got.
Yeah.
No,
Wait now.
no.
Look at what
Wait.
Yar'Adua did to Boko Haram now. It was Yar'Adua that fired the Boko Haram that killed.
I don't think I agree though. I think Yar'Adua would have managed it a bit more
No.
elegantly.
How did he manage? How did he manage Boko Haram? It was Yar'Adua that triggered the Boko Haram now. You see, in general, in life, Yorubas used to say something. You know the Akirigbe, that's God. Some of them have long neck, some of them have tiny neck, some of them have big neck. It is the shape of the neck that determines how you tie the rope around it. If I have an agitator that is saying going to this, you are saying you are agitating for secession and giving Nigeria history around that and the amount of lives that were lost. And now you are doing something, employing social media, and then you are telling people to go to Lagos, go and burn down this place, go and burn. You don't do anything. You pick that guy and settle him. If he's a even more serious person, that guy would have been former or late Kinikon by now. But they took him, said, let's keep him there. Maybe we'll learn some brain. If it had been Abacha, that guy is gone by now. By everybody don't forget him. By now, he won't even
that's not true. That's not true.
if it's Abacha, that guy is gone.
That's not true. Look,
Then
let me intervene. Even though I can't wait for it to be my turn. Actually, one man.
Sorry, hold on, Pansat. Thomas, if you're there, check your phone. Thomas, carry on.
Yeah, because some people can stay when you're gone. I would really like to, Patrick, even though I like your submissions here, we, the Igbos, we have a relationship, we have a character, we have a moral race in that country. We've gone to war. Do not take your relation with the Northerners, you by Yoruba, as the same relationship we have with the Northerners. The Northerners are afraid of us. They know us, they respect us. It's not when they have one of our boys in their custody, they just go ahead and buy them because they know there'll be consequences for doing that. We have touched their untouchables. You have not. We've been to war. So do not think just because you disrespect us because we're next to you there, we're all Southerners. We established that country and we've gone to war. We've established a state. So they're not going to touch a hair on his head.
Since you are strong, now go and get him out.
Well, are you looking back? Listen,
look, listen. I'm
Let
telling
me tell you. Listen now, listen to me. When you see him in court, do you see him sweating? Do you look better than he does? Let me land now. Just hear me out. Hear me out. He's an activist, right? He doesn't really want to be out. He's in there to save us, to save you. He's an activist. He doesn't want to be out. What he wants is for the country to do better, and he's achieving his goals.
The best way to do that is for you. You want country to be better. You say go and burn down this place.
No, he didn't say. Look. Nnamdi Kanu has said a lot of things,
that means
right?
You are not even
no, hold on, Patrick. He has said a lot of things. Sometimes there are manner of speech. It's like we have here by our former president, Trump. There are way people talk. Sometimes they say, oh, Trump has lied. Trump will say something like, you know what? I know better than the generals, believe me. And they say, oh, he lied. No, he didn't lie. That's the way he talks. When it comes to the real stuff, okay, maybe he says something about the Yorubas when he's making his jokes and talking, trying to like what one man does here sometimes, right? He will say things that an Igbo person will say, look, this guy is anti-Igbo, but he's just talking nonsense, right? So what I'm saying to you is that don't be judging us by the same yardstick you have. Just like earlier today, I saw you having the math problem. It's not you in particular, the Yorubas, right? Somebody says, look, there are only 80% of Igbos are agitating.
No, I think Pansat, you are missing something.
Hold on now.
Let me just say this. You will be done. This is not my conclusion about Southeast.
No, I know, I know, I know.
This my inference. It's not about.
I know, but
I'm
it's wrong now.
particular
You
about
know,
Kanu.
no, I
So
know. You're not
it
against
has
Kano, I know.
nothing to do about Southeast.
I know, but
I'm
listen,
particular about Kanu.
it's not about, I'm not accusing you of what I normally accuse people like you. You okay, but you're still wrong now. Just because you're right sometimes doesn't make you right all the time. Right now, you're wrong. The history we have with the Northerners is one whereby we are far advanced from the rest of the country. So by the time they understand what we're doing, what we're fighting for, at least a generation has gone by. We're fighting the same thing in 1967, but the Yorubas and the Ijaws, now they're beginning to understand what we're talking about, right? Or people from the Benue Plateau, like, go on. His people are in the IDP camps. Why were we fighting? The same thing he's suffering now. So Nnamdi Kanu is an activist who has a cause, and his cause is just. He's not sweating. When you see him in court, he's respected because they know his cause is just. People, governments, and politicians don't really just go and kill people like that, right? They know that he's got a just cause. It's us that they're playing. They're playing with us. Eventually, Nnamdi is going to get what he wants. Because who do you think is holding him there? You think it's Buhari or Tinubu? No, it's the Brits. That's who. That's who. Hold on, one man. I know. I know.
You are not going to ruin it. Back to your town. And next, you will tell us.
I know you're gonna.
Dangote did not build any refinery and all of that. Thank you.
You know I'm coming for that. You know I'm coming for that. So we can clash now. So I could leave your platform.
No, it's up to you.
You
what
know
to
what
do,
you know. You know
are
what
not
I'm
going to degenerate the conversation,
no, but listen,
though.
You
because
heard me
that's
talking.
what you come here to do.
No. Listen to me.
You are not going to degenerate the conversation. I will not allow it.
Whatever I say here is only going to make your platform better.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Uptown.
Okay, thank you very much for your contributions. The points I raised, I believe is okay. I don't know, but the first person that interjected me, you almost seem to be making my points here. So I said it's very simple. If you have a car, a keyless car, parked, and armed robbers are always coming to hijack the car to use to go and rob, you don't always target the armed robbers or target the driver. Say, let me kill the driver, and then my problem is solved. No, as far as that car, that vulnerable car is still parked there. When you're done killing that driver and you go to bed, another person will enter that car and use it again for the same thing, which is what we are doing. Instead of us to attack the car, we are attacking the driver. I believe in sustainable, result-oriented approach to anything as a typical business person. But we are not doing that as a government. Buhari's government didn't do it. I think it's too lazy to do it anyway. It does not have the capacity to do it anyway. But we have to do it now, especially now that I believe we have better crop of Southeastern governors. The guy in Enugu is brilliant. The guy in Ebonyi is brilliant. Our star boy in Abia, brilliant. Economist in Anambra, we disagree in so many things, but one of the most brilliant people we have in the country. So we have some star-studded team in that region right now. And I believe they were better than the ones that were there under Buhari, that really mishandled that space, led by Omahi, who does not have any leadership quality at all, heading that Southeast Governors Forum. Because they were one of those that spoiled that space. They were one of those that pushed. People don't know, it was the Southeastern governors that pushed for the prescription of that IPOB, not necessarily even Buhari. You know, they were the first people that went to fight this radio guy speaking on radio. They started making him relevant. Buhari waded in. And again, I wanted to correct the last guy. When this guy was arrested, and with the show of shame we were doing with our military, this guy hadn't degenerated yet to incitements. He hasn't, and anybody can testify to what I'm saying. The first time Buhari started going after this guy, he was still speaking to things like farmer headers crisis, which was actually a real threat. A lot of people didn't believe him then. But now the crisis is all across the southern states. And we are seeing what is going on today, how it's affecting food production around in the country. And because the South Sudan governors of that set could not replicate the same thing that the Southwestern governors did with Amotekun under the late governor of Ondo, it left a void. And if you leave a void, nature does not permit voids. Non-state actor went into the void to form ESN. So they left a void for him to take advantage of. They were going after him and they made him relevant. This guy was nothing more than a radio broadcaster. The radio does not even have a large audience like that. And even the audience he has was cut across regions. You find Yoruba audience, you find different ethnic groups. They were really enjoying what he was saying. He was really talking about. He was almost fighting for the South, literally, because his main target was Fulani, and all that. In terms of leadership, not necessarily the Fulani people. And then the Fulani headers, they were really, really invading the South, especially the Southeast at the time. So let's not try to bungle up the whole thing and not say that we didn't know that it was the mismanagement of the Buhari administration that made this guy even relevant. So now he's already relevant. The mistake has been done. He's now an Nnamdi Kanu. What is the way forward? We have to fix it. Bring the guy out. The Attorney General knows what to do. He knows exactly what to do. Bring him out. Let's sit down. Time for national discussions to happen. That's why I enjoyed Goodluck's tenure. Goodluck was always willing to engage in those discussions. Let's discuss the Orasen report. Let's discuss the national confab. Let's talk. Let's discuss nationhood. You will not find that this guy really wanted to discuss nationhood, even though his tenure was cut short, before the clueless guy came in. But now we can continue again. Now that the power has come back to the South, let's continue where we stopped with the confab and all of those discussions that were vital in this country, especially we in the South. Because anybody that feels that he is advantaged now, today, because a Tinubu is in power, should not forget that very soon Tinubu will leave. And you will be the one to cry more than the people crying now, as far as you're a Southerner. But you don't know that. Because the issue, like one man said yesterday, majority of our issue, we know where it's coming from. We know the particular elite class is coming from, not necessarily the ordinary Northerners, but from their elite space, the political space of the North. That's where majority of our problem is coming from. So we need to discuss these things. Let's fix. We cannot be the one destroying the South by ourselves. The more you are doing it, you are making yourself even more of, we are almost like a slave in the country. Oh, this year, Northerners are with Southeasterners. Southeasterners say, oh, hallelujah, yes. Then they switch again. They go to Southwest. Oh, Southwesterners say, oh, yes, our slave masters are with us this time. When it does not suit them to be with Southwesterners, they'll move again to Southeasterners. Our slave masters have chosen us this time. That is literally, nobody wants to hear this, but that's what is going on. So let's discuss national integration. Let's fix the country. Let's discuss restructuring. Let's discuss integration.
Who
Let's
you call it slave
the
master?
agitation. Let's quell the agitations across the entire country. That is my point with the
I think you should watch your mouth, man. Don't be saying Southwestern not calling anybody slave master. If you want to say you call someone your slave master, say you Southeast call them your slave master. Don't speak for us. We don't see anybody as our slave master.
No. Don't misinterpret.
Don't disrespect my region, okay? If your region see Northerners as your slave master, say your region, that's your slave master. So stop calling Northerners Southwestern slave master, okay?
I've heard you. What I said is really very simple. And before you try to bungle up what I said, I'm going to repeat it one more time. I say it very simple, that the relationship between the South and the North is more like a slave. And again, let me reiterate that when I say the North, I mean the Northern political class. It's more like a slave and their master's relationship.
No, it's not.
That's my point now. You can't tell me my point is wrong.
No, it's not. Maybe between your
it is
region, not
somewhat.
mine.
I think it is somewhat.
I don't know
Unless
why
we
you're
are
attacking
trying
me.
to.
Why are you attacking me?
I think it is
We all know what
somewhat.
I'm talking about. So this is not.
Even for
this.
for a southerner to get the presidency,
you have to crawl on your knee.
They know how to accede to it. You know.
Okay, who in the north politically can become president without coming to the south to campaign? Or didn't Buhari come to the southwest to come and team up with Tinubu? Does it mean it's a slave master relationship?
Yeah, correct point, Mike.
The larger point I made.
Which politician in the north can win an election without teaming up with a region in the south? Just focus on the north alone. Is that not what Buhari did for three elections when he couldn't win until he came to the southwest to come and team up with somebody? So what is this propaganda you guys always say?
No.
Slave master bullshit.
No. Let me tell you why you're wrong, my brother. Let me tell you why you're wrong. Tinubu said it clearly that because he wanted to plug in his section of the south to the national listing, he had to go to meet Buhari in Katsina. He said it in a medical speech very clearly. He had to go and meet Buhari and say, we are willing to partner with you. Let me tell you, the northerners we are partnering with the south and southeast at the time. It's the same northerners. So when you say Buhari, don't say that Buhari is a north. What about
so what does all this have to do
with
with slave master then? People have to partner with people to get something done, to achieve something. No one can do anything on their own.
No, listen to me. It's not a partner. Let me tell you why it's not a partnership business. Let me tell you. Because when they were siding with Goodluck Jonathan and keeping him, immediately they chose to throw him away. They threw him away.
Okay.
So that's not partnership. Partnership, nobody gets to choose to throw you away. Have you ever chosen to
throw anyone can choose to throw someone away. If Tinubu want to throw Buhari away or throw someone away, can throw him away. That's his choice. If he doesn't need him, throw him away.
No partnership. You don't get to throw partners away. That means
you can do if you want to. You have a choice.
That means it's not an equal partnership.
What is this guy talking about? If the partner is no longer important, so you throw him away and move. You find a different partner.
The point I'm making is that Buhari misgoverned the country. Not once did any part of the South conspired to throw him away because you can't even do it. You can't do it.
You can't what?
You can't do it. You can't throw him away, even if he put this country below the ground. You can't do it. You can do it in the South. That is the problem. But now, look at one man brought a topic that, Northerners are moving like this, and everybody started to Solly came here and started sounding almost like Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, Fulani is this, Fulani is that, just because of that fear immediately. But Southern governors will gather, nobody will be scared in the North. They're laughing at you. But just because this person, Tatiku met this person and this one, we are all running from pillar to post here on this platform. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. So the issue is not really on that. The issue is that we have failed to do what is fundamental to make the country work. Integration. Let's talk restructuring. Let's talk integration. Let's quell the agitations. Let's actually build a nation. We don't have a nation. We are just using Molue to want to travel to London with Molue. We have not built the vehicle. That is the larger point I was making when I cited this. Let's build the vehicle. Let's speak to those national issues. And it begins with this one. And we can't do it by, if you say kill Nnamdi, you kill him, another person from Bangladesh will start tomorrow. When we are done, we die. Our children will be on the same conversation.
If they kill him, the next guy will learn. The next guy will think twice before he come out to try rubbish. That's what should happen.
Thinking twice now.
Do you know why Nnamdi Kanu came out? Because they didn't kill Uwazurike. They should have blown his head off when he started that muscle. Nnamdi Kanu would have think twice.
That is why I've occupied a lot of.
And if they have blown Ojuku's head off, Uwazurike wouldn't have thought about trying that rubbish. It's all this pardon rubbish that's causing this problem. All this pardon stupid shit that they keep doing. That doesn't make sense.
Well,
all right. Let's bring it down a little bit. But
oh man. So I mean, we know what we did with Boko Haram, and we are still on it today. Nations are built. We are not a nation today. And that's the point I wanted to make on that. I believe that the larger population of my listeners understood what I meant, and that is quite gratifying rather, to the next topic, and it's probably the last one more.
All right. Take us to. Do you want to take us to this one? Is a bit. It's a bit lighthearted. I'm not sure this one will be offensive in any way. It's the headline piece, and I don't think anyone has spoken on it just yet. Is the Alison Madueke, the husband, asking for his name back?
Well, man, I'm not interested in Alison Madueke. I'll probably just speak on Wike and round it off there.
Okay. Okay. Do you want to speak on Wike, or do you want to speak on this one? There's a new state evolving within Parliament, which has actually had its first reading. A TT state coming to a southeastern region near you. Shehu Sani reacts as bill seeking new southeast state scales first reading in National Assembly. So we've discussed this endlessly, but it looks as though it might well now be coming to fruition, an additional state for the southeast. It's a Titi, by the way, not a Kitty. When I first saw it, I thought it was a Kitty state. I thought it was.
It means middle in Igbo language. Middle, center, yeah, center, more like it. So on the state creation, I've not really gone to look at the bills, probably to know what sections of the southeast are involved. But I think it's not just the Titi state that is there. I think there's an Adada state on the table too. I think there's an Anioma state on the table. The ones that would be, that's the section, the Asaba sections, basically Delta North, which is predominantly Igbo. So there are a couple of them on the table. For me, my opinion on that, I don't really have much opinion, but I believe one of the most long sought after one out of all of them is the Anioma state. I believe it's been there on the table for over 3 or 4 decades. So that is quite a long time. I listened to them discuss about it on channels earlier yesterday. It's quite like, it sounds quite like a viable option. So for me, I think the Anioma is more viable, really, because those other ones I've not really seen the detail about them. But let me just end with Wike, one man. Wike is a very funny guy. Did you see the jeans he was wearing yesterday? The Versace.
It's quite expensive, but sadly on him, it looks like a sack. He looks like a sack. It looks like he was putting on a sack. It looks like a.
I've read a couple of descriptions of that. I think yours is probably the most hilarious. What in my sack? I mean, the most weird thing that can happen to you is wearing a designer clothes and you're looking as if it was made in Abba. But it's quite painful. But one man, the real pain in it is, I think after that he also released the video he was dancing in his sitting room with his other psychophants around him. Which I don't think any politician should be dropping those kind of videos at this critical time in our nation.
But it's not for that now. Is that not his? That is stick now. That is his stick.
Not at this time. It's not.
You saw him dancing like Babola. How much is money? That guy is just wrong in so many ways. The mayor of Abuja asking you how much is money in this climate. It's the guys.
I think. Well, a lot of foreign articles have once described Nigerians as one of the most docile people on earth in terms of citizenship and all the citizenry. If I see now, even recently, we started to even para, like say we want para small from NSAS and all that. I mean, we are really very docile and we're very forgetful. We don't really care, which is why these guys have gotten to the stage where they are now, where they really don't respect you as a citizen because they feel, you're not really going to do anything about it. It's a sad thing, one man. This guy got over 1 trillion naira in FCT, one man. And in case anybody don't
understand. But we have seen the impact of it, though. So it's building that place at a rapid pace. There's no, even Emmanuel who lives there has told us. So there's no.
Let me tell you why it's not. 1 month.
Actually, before you tell us, let's give people a flavor of what you were.
1 month. I'm very mediocre.
Huh?
Yeah, I hope you don't play the video. Okay, we want to play Wiki. Okay, fine, no worries.
They say there's no more tragic fool than an old fool. Who sang that song? Was it who was that? Who was that again?
You say
Flavor.
Flavor, yes, well, Flavor Agbabola. Look at that. That outfit now is a better part of $5-7 grand, you know. But look at it on him. We just look. Well, carry on.
Yeah, 1 month. Do you know how much Soludo had access to in the last 1 year in Anambra State, in terms of both FAC and IGR and everything? He had access to just about 150 million naira, and this is me being very generous. I think it's below that. He had access to just 150 million naira. Yeah. In the last 2 years, just about under 300 million naira. Yeah. He has built over 300 and something kilometers of road in Anambra State, and this is still, and even at that, we are still.
Well, the mathematics doesn't work.
What mathematics? What part of it?
If you are saying he has access to just 150 million naira, then he doesn't build those roads.
Then he didn't build this. He didn't build it.
No, the amount doesn't build those roads. He doesn't even build. He doesn't even build one road.
No, 1 month.
Roads are being built in billions, so he had access to a lot.
Did I say million naira?
Yes.
Oh no! Obviously, you should know I'm talking about billion naira now.
How much did you say he had access to?
About 150 billion.
Even that doesn't still build those roads.
No, 1 month, but that's what he had access to. I mean, you could check the FAC and the IGR.
Well, one of the two is wrong. He either did not build those roads, or he had access to more money.
Where did you get? What's your source?
Okay, so it's very simple. You go to the Anambra State website and you check the FAC allocations they've received. I used the last 2 years because it's 2 years.
So
and then sum it up, and then you sum up the IGR for the last 2 months as well.
No, I think you need
but
to.
That's 2 years.
I think you need to get your fact right. That's wrong. That's not right.
Do you have a counterpart?
Yeah, I can get it for you. You can continue.
No, but you have.
I'll get it for you. For you on this call.
Okay, so for now, I'll keep making use of your
Yeah. No. What Larry is saying to you is that those figures are too incredulous for. You said he had access to $150 billion naira, and he built about 30-40 roads. The two don't go together.
No. Listen to what I said. I even mentioned kilometers. I didn't. How do you guys count roads in numbers? 1, 2, 3 road and all that? That's weird. But I mentioned kilometers of road.
How many kilometers of road did he build?
I know it's edging towards 300 kilometers now.
300 kilometers. How long is the Lagos Calabar superhighway?
700.
700.
Yeah.
So he's built about approximately half of Lagos Calabar, which is an $11 billion project with 150 million naira.
That is a road spanning through
at the current rate of the naira.
No, one man. Listen.
It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up.
I know it adds up. All these things add up. All these figures are. I'm using official figures. Really, I'm not really using my figures. You're citing Lagos Calabar Coastal Road, but that's the Virgin Road. One man, you're just creating a brand new road from nothing, and it's going to cut across states. So it's a massive project, and it's 10 lane as well. So that's not a very good analysis. But what I used here was an approximate figure because I just glanced through the year 1 and year 2 FAC allocations. I tried to sum it up, and then I brought the approximate IGR. I summed it up and hovering around the figure I used. So that's why I just used the 150, which I don't think is above that really. And I want to be proven wrong. So with about 150 billion, and we know that he hasn't borrowed. I think you know that as well. And he got like, let's even say 250 kilometers of road in 2 years, yeah? The question is, one man, do you know how many kilometers of roads Enrique has built in the so-called road revolution that you're talking about?
I don't, but you have 2 more minutes, so we go on to Larry. People waiting.
Okay, so he hasn't built up to 300 kilometers of road. That's the truth. And I also want to be proven wrong in that.
Mr. Alton.
Yes.
So you said how much did you say again?
I said give and take 115 billion a year.
115 billion.
150 billion a year, give or take.
Okay. So when did Soludo get into that set?
2022. Okay, so I know he celebrated his 2nd year anniversary just a couple of months ago. So I'm just using the 2 years that he has already done.
Okay. You said 2 years that he has already done.
Yeah.
So his FAC allocation alone, right? In 2023. And that's not when they've even started collecting this big allocation. FAC allocation from Anambra in 2023 alone is 139 billion.
139 billion in what year?
2023.
Okay.
So I'm not even bringing 2024, right? And because
we are using
2024 is far.
We are using 2022, 2023 now. So you've given us 2023. What's 2022?
No. That's not what you said, right? That's not what you said.
I said the 2 years he did now. That's 2022 and
2023. Yeah, the major part of the 2 years he did is this 2024, right? That's what he has actually gotten from January to now. I can tell you, if I get you the figure, will be more than what he got in 2023. So, and if you want to fact check that, I can drop that for you for 1 month.
Did you get the figure for the 2 years through the office?
Hear what you said, right? I just got you a portion of what you said, and it doesn't add up with what you said. That's what I said.
No, but you just giving 139, still under what I said. So you have not even met up with what I said.
You said 2 years, right? I just gave you. I'm going to give
you. No. So sorry, it's giving you FAC allocations, and you gave us FAC allocations plus IGR.
I'm not even telling you.
Yeah, you are saying.
I just said FAC allocation. Did you get that?
That's what I'm saying, that your FAC allocation is still below what I quoted.
Yeah, but what you quoted was FAC allocation plus IGR.
Well, why don't you add IGR and know how above, if it's above it?
Okay, before you finish on this call, I can give you fact and figure exactly what.
2.5 billion. So you
can
also
just give me a second. You said Anambra will bring 2.5 billion. Do you know what you're saying? Please, I beg your pardon.
And you told us that was a total sum. Anyway, the figures don't add up.
No. You know, the funny thing is, I don't know why you rushed to come. I thought you already had the figures, and you just came again and started saying, "Oh my god."
No, because the figures they sounded incredulous.
One man now, you're supposed to know how arguments are done now. I put that figure out. And he said he's going to go get a figure, and he took his time and went out. And he came back without a figure.
Went out to where? Yeah, I just gave you one. Before you finish, I'll give you. You can continue. I'll give you.
Okay, please do. I would really want you to, even if I was done talking. I'll still want you to.
All right, bring it home, and then we come to Larry, who is the one challenging you on those figures. Yeah.
Yes. So 150 billion is my figures. One man, even if you want push and go 200 billion.
Over what period? You said over the 2
150
years.
billion per year now. 150 billion per year. That's 300 in 2 years.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So even if you want push and go 200 billion, so if you now double it,
you know that the FAC allocations has quadrupled since they removed the fuel subsidy.
Yes, he got an extra month into his 2 years. Yeah, I added that. He got some extra months into his 2 years.
It doesn't add up, but carry on.
One man, I want to be proven wrong, but what I'm telling you that now this is me graciously now for the purpose of the argument I wanted to make, graciously moving it to even 200 billion. In fact, one man, let me move it to 250 billion. I'm now adding an entire 100 billion to it. 250 billion per year, 500 billion for the 2 years, almost 300 something kilometers. And you know he's doing things across sectors as well, so a few things here and there. Now,
so why are you changing? Why are you changing that? That means what you said earlier was not.
No.
So why are you changing?
Can you go and get your fat now? You know, go get your fat.
That means
now.
what you said earlier.
Exactly
See,
the same thing.
when you don't say, bros, this is actually a public platform, right?
Get your
and
fat.
anything you want to say, you want to be
I'm asking
sure.
for
Yeah. Wait. Anything you want to say, you want to be sure, right? It's you know, I respect.
I'm not sure.
See, wait. I respect you so much, right? There are times that you want to bring assumptions, and there are times that you want to bring facts. And when you don't have the facts, right, it's better you kind of like put a little bit of clause that you assume. You get what I said? You assume, right? It's not like you're sure.
This is gonna be my.
So what you said, yeah, because you said something, and I asked you what was your source. You said you had a source, right? This is just more like, yeah, you want to write a paper and they ask you for reference, and you said you have a reference.
Brother,
and
why
if you don't have that reference, now you're now.
Now I know they like you.
No, I'm not pushing Shama because you don't have the facts, and you said a whole lot of things.
I came with numbers. Person without number.
Wait. How will 150 billion? How will 150 billion?
Ask me how. Bring your number now, bro. You know, I'm the like enter this kind of conversation.
That kilometer of road that you said. This is just.
That's how it works.
So what is your number? You said 150. You said 150. I just gave you
approximately 150.
So I just gave you. Okay, you said 150. I just gave you a single year.
You gave me a 139. You gave me a 139. It's not even up to my 150 yet.
Okay.
So can you complete it so we know where we are?
Okay.
You don't want to take your time to actually. I'm here. I'm not.
No, I don't want to argue with you, but deep inside you know, that's why you're shifting. Like, probably you say 500.
Inside me. Bring your facts. You know, say.
Let's talk
let's say no, the two below me. I know they like cho. Bring facts.
I thought the original plan was to end it on Wike. Why are we now on Soludo?
No, we're not on Soludo. I actually went to my brother. What happened was, I wanted to. One man said if they want to 1.something trillion that he was using it in FCT, I wanted to draw an immediate parallel for him. Why he's really not doing as much as anybody thinks he's doing in that space on that road, which is almost all he's doing there. And my guy wanted to come and start pressing calculator for me, whether it's 150 or 151.1 or 151.2, which is not really the crux of the argument. But the argument is
it's not just the road, by the way. He completed the infrastructure
building.
Yeah, that as well, and the rail service. He completed that as well.
So let me give you facts for 2024. What Anambra actually got from federal in 2024. I'm going to drop that now. Right?
We are listening to you.
Well, continue.
Oh, all right, bring it home, and then so because I'm about to bail out, hand over to Thomas. Mike is here as well, so bring it home. Mike has actually left, but bring it home, and then I'll bail out.
One man, the point is very clear, and the reason why I even had to, and I still stand with the 150 approximate I did, because I just took a very sharp glance and don't do the mathematical approximate, which I made clear from day one, in 150 billion yearly. And why I said even if I move it to 200 or 250, it's just for the benefit for him to know that whatever, even if it's above 150, that still fall within my analogy, which I wanted to draw with Wiki. That's really the point here. Anybody listen to me understand what I'm talking about? So even if I'm using 250 per year and we are merging it to 500 billion, and this guy has built so and so kilometers of road, how much kilometers of road have Wiki built? Less than. So yeah, now this guy has over 1 trillion just in the space of a year. And if you calculate, in fact, I have it in good authority to tell you that that money that Wike has for 1 year in FCT is more than the money that Soludo is going to ever get in the totality of his entire 4 years. Now, the guy checking, you should add that to your assignment and check it as well.
So you said Wike had how much?
About 1 trillion plus.
Oh my God. About 1 trillion plus in what? In what? In what? About 1 trillion plus in what?
What do you mean by in what?
In what? You said he had about 1 trillion plus. In what?
The money is available to him for the FCT.
How? How did you get that figure?
Well, that's what the senator told us.
How?
That's what the senator
told us. Why are you talking like this? You can actually say probably there is a budget. So how does he get that? I don't understand. How? How does he have 1 trillion? How?
Don't even forget that he built the artery roads to the train stations. He refurbished the trains. And besides that, the train for 2.5 years for the train operators and service operators alone, I think he said was almost like $18 million. He did well. Don't let's denigrate what he's done. Take the irrelevancies of his personal behavior out of his actions. I think he's done well. For me, he's the #1 minister, followed by Umahi so far. Honestly, I don't like his attitude. I don't like his buoyant attitude and ebullient one. But man, he performs. Thank you, Vivo. Thank you, Larry.
All right. Uptown, do you want to round it up in a couple more sentences, and then we have to go on to? I think Prince Daddy wants to come in as well. Prince.
Oh yeah, 1 minute, just quickly. To what Baba said about Wike, and I was going to chime in earlier. I think you also made a comment about it. See, I rather have a song like Wike that talks a lot and so unpredictable in a lot of ways, but does the job. So I don't care about a minister or someone with such a good attitude or demeanor, but doesn't do anything. See, with Wike, we can't have our cake and eat it. It's either we get somebody like him that can do the job regardless of his bad attitude, because that's what we need in Nigeria. You guys are so concerned about people with good manners. Good manners hasn't served us anywhere. It hasn't done nothing for us. So kudos to Wike, whatever he does. I don't care for his attitude, but nonetheless, we must respect and acknowledge what is done.
All right, brilliant. I think Uptown dropped, so let me as well. I'll drop hand over to Thomas. Larry to speak. Baba as well. Prince is there. Patoski. So thank everyone. See you tomorrow. Let me acknowledge the super chatters. Alexander Gomez kicked it off. There's Ayo right there as steady as ever. That's Isaac testing that the super chat still works. And that's Tim and Jack right there rattling a couple of. So thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Thomas.
Esprit de corps. Yeah. Don't mind me. Yeah. I think Who has the floor? Yeah. Prince Daddy just came in. He hasn't spoken. Baba.
No, it's Larry. If Playtown has finished, it's
Oh, yes,
Larry's
yeah.
turn.
Oh, yes, Larry, yes, yeah. Ekalesa, Halafia Lewa.
Adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run, bá mi kílẹ̀ o.
Yes, one. Yeah, Larry, you have the floor. I think
is Uptown gone?
It's not here anymore. It's gone. It dropped.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Larry, carry on.
Okay.
Yeah, Larry, you can have the floor.
So
I think you are trying to pass through Uptown about this data like Peter.
No.
You know, Peter Obi just plug data from the here, so they are following the footsteps.
I was not trying to, but I just wanted him to state the facts, right? When you say somebody has 1 trillion, you see, what time knows better, right? You can actually have a budget. Having a budget doesn't mean that you have the cash.
No.
Right?
Even if our implementation of our budget is like 65, thereabouts, yeah.
Exactly. So that was what I was saying. So for him to have said, "Oh, Wike had 1 trillion," that's huge. That's huge. 1 trillion is huge, right? And Wike never even he didn't get something, close to that at all. You understand what I'm saying? So for him to have said that, because obviously, and all those things we are saying, if Wike is not even up to a year in FCT, right? He's not even up to a year. And if you can't even get the budgets that FCT has, it's obvious, right? It's not like, he has all those things. So that was what I was trying to make him clarify. You may not like
Larry, sorry. Uptown, I think he dropped, but it's used to saying a lot of things, quoting a lot of things, and you're probably the only person so far that's challenging with figures and logic about what he talks about. He just talks and just says things that don't add up. And I'm glad you were challenging him at every point.
No. I don't mean to, because I don't really like challenging people. You understand what I'm saying? But, sometimes, because I like him so much, I like his analysis, but when you are dishing out some figures, right, you just have to be sure. And that's why I asked him, right, what's your source?
Larry, he's following Peter Obi's footsteps. Peter Obi just plugged data from the air, from Indonesia, Madagascar, Egypt. Yeah.
So now, coming to for me personally, right, I think a lot of people, because of probably our political leaning, we tend to want to because we don't like this person. I can tell you that in terms of what Wike has actually done in Abuja, people are saying, "Oh, probably Wike did just road." No, Wike didn't just do just roads. Wike is basically, kind of like, is he repairing or building schools and things like that? There's a whole lot of things. And what Wike did was, when he came in, he had meeting with all the area councils in Abuja, from Buhari to Ama to Bagbalada to Kuje and everybody. And he asked them, what exactly do you guys want? And each of them actually picked their top priority projects, what they want, which I think is actually the best thing to do, right? If you say, oh, fine, it's schools that we want, it gives you schools. If you say it's this you want, it gives you this. And this is the first time in FCT where you have a minister that is not just focusing on Hamak, right? Or the Abuja within the city, that focus, that goes far back to even places that a lot of people have not really been to before. Go to inside Kuje, it's work Kuje, go to Buhari, is working in Buhari, go to Gbagbalada, you see FCT presence in Gbagbalada, and a whole lot of places like that. You may not like his style, it's normal, right? You don't expect everybody to like you, right? But when you talk about someone,
do you see Wike as somebody that wants somebody to like him? Does he care about people like him?
It's a personal thing, right? Not liking someone, it's a personal thing. We have families, we have instances that even families, 1 or 2 people in the family that you don't even like, probably by their lifestyle, and that's personal to him. You know, for me personally, you know, I won't even take the fact that this person has worked. If you've done something great, I would definitely appreciate you, right? This is someone that I've been in a place for
Larry, do you think the role you know this, but I have to say it to ask you why do you think the obedient just detest Wike? Do you think the role he played in bringing the Jagaban to presidency in Rivers is still biting him? Obedience will never forgive him.
No, it's a normal thing in politics, right? It's a normal thing, right? You want something and probably you felt that this person was going to be with you, and unfortunately that person didn't toe your line. It's a normal thing for you to be bitter, which is normal, right? But what I really don't like is when someone has actually done something, you know, appreciate what he has done and probably encourage him to do more, because you know, less than 1 year and he has actually done that. I can tell you, if every other minister in Tinubu's government can actually do 50%, you know, in terms of performance of probably what Wike has actually done in FCT. Now I can tell you that, you know, nobody will be complaining of Tinubu's government now. So that's where I see things, you know, appreciate people when they've done right. I'm not a party to judging people by.
And also, Larry, you can still criticize them, isn't it? You can still.
Yeah, I'm not really against criticizing them. Like, why anybody that wants to go into government, right, must be ready for public, you know, for public to kind of like criticize them. You can't run away from public criticism. You understand what I'm saying? But when they've actually done things, you know, sometimes, you know, encourage them to do more. And where you think there are lapses, you can always, you know, criticize. But what I see in FCT, particularly with Ireti, you know, it's pure politics. You understand what I'm saying? It's pure politics.
Larry, sorry, who is Ireti? That's the first time I'm hearing that name.
Yeah, Kinjibe, the senator.
Oh, she's a senator?
Yeah, that's the senator representative.
Never heard that name before. Because the name doesn't even rhyme together. How somebody will be very Ireti Kinjibe? It's like two conflicting names.
No, that's the Kinjibe is the husband.
Maybe it's his husband's name. Yeah,
that's the son. So it's basically politics, and I think the thing is, she got it wrong from the outset. You know, probably she was misadvised. I don't know what to use. Particularly when she started, she was like, oh, probably the FCT minister is supposed to report to her, blah, 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 that she's actually the highest person in FCT, blah, 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 blah. That was exactly where she got it wrong, right? Because the FCT minister does not have anything to do with you, right? The FCT minister reports only to the president.
It's the president.
Larry,
you are not the one that appointed him.
Larry, are you sure of what you're saying?
Yes, I'm sure.
That she was ill-advised to think she was the highest.
Yeah, because she did an interview when she first. Do you know? It's everything started with an interview she did in Arise TV, not this time, right? When she first came, when they had the first issue, that was the genesis of the whole thing. You know, where I think Abati at the point was kind of like making her, you know, understand that the minister does not even have anything to do with you. But even probably by normal association, oh, this person represents this place, so let's work together. That's good, and everything still depends on probably if the president, you know, wants the minister to toe that line. It's not like probably because even the minister, right? The minister, you know, in terms of scrutiny and some other things, the minister, you know, it's kind of like has one or two things to do with the Senate Committee on FCT and the House Committee on FCT, not really probably because Ireti is from FCT, you know, she has to scrutinize, you know, everything that happened in that particular committee. And she's also part of that committee. So when you are part of a committee, which means you have a voice in that committee, right? But if you are in that committee and it's so obvious that, probably, you know, this person, you know, probably, and the major genesis of this thing is not even Wike itself, is Aduda, right? Because Wike and Aduda are close. And if you look at FCT, Aduda has always been most times in FCT, we call him the mayor, we call him the landlord of FCT, right? And Wike is close to Aduda. And this thing are just policies. What I feel she should have done, right? It's, there are instances you want to work with someone, you don't need to, you can't work with me when you go to the media, and particularly you are going to the media, you're castigating things I've done, and you think I want to give you audience. I won't give you audience.
Larry, can I ask this? Which party the lady belongs to?
No, she's from Labour Party.
That is why now. They go on.
Larry, she has been with APC for the 8 years of Buhari. She contested and lost. So this time she switched to Labour Party.
Top to bottom. Top to bottom.
Be with APC in what capacity?
No, I'm a member now, floor member now.
Being APC
listen, people don't even understand the structure of the FCT. The president is like the governor, and he appoints a supervisor in the form of the minister to represent. Our FCT has 2 House of Rep members and 1 senators elected, and the National Assembly is supposed to act as the assembly, the lawmakers for the FCT. The FCT doesn't have an assembly, it's the National Assembly. So the other 2 legislators are not even talking. Why is she the one talking all the time? And don't forget, her history dates back. Her husband was Abiola's deputy, and he served Abacha. The husband served Abacha as a minister. The Nadeko people never forget the husband.
The same King Gibe?
Yeah, the same King Gibe. That's the wife, one of the wives.
Oh, wow. These people will never leave Nigeria alone. Their wife, their children,
Larry, carry on.
So for me, I think it was actually how she started. That was the genesis of the whole thing, right? Because there are ways that you start. You are the senator, from FCT. Number one, if you are a senator of FCT, nothing stops you from working closely with the rep members from FCT, and you guys will come as a voice, right? Than you expecting that, anything that has to be in FCT, you have to kind of like have a say. And the whole thing actually started from Senate. She wanted to be chairman Senate committee on FCT, right? She lobbied for it. She did everything. She felt, probably Akpabio was going to give that to her, but unfortunately she didn't get it. And part of what she was saying today was kind of like trying to indict Akpabio himself, and which I know what would definitely happen. I'm very sure if she goes back to the Senate, they will actually call her to order, right? That you don't go, that you don't go on national TV and castigate the Senate, and a whole lot of things. So I think she handled it. She didn't handle it very well, and she felt, me going to the press, because the moment you go to the press to castigate someone, you don't expect that person to give you audience, right? Because you open yourself up. Which was actually what she did. And which is still what she's still doing. So the whole 4 years, I'm telling you, and most times I ask people, because a lot of some of all those senators don't even understand their duty. This is Ireti. This woman is in Senate. Which bill? Because which bill has she really sponsored in the Senate? Because if you want to do something for your people, I've seen a lot of people lobbying in the Senate, right, for their bills to go through, all in the name of they want to support their people. But which is the major primary duty of her being in the Senate? But if she's not focusing on that, she's more like, wicked this, wicked that, wicked this. That's what she's going to do for the whole 4 years. And at the end of the day...
But Larry, we have been complaining that the Labour Party representatives, they are being quiet. Maybe we should give her some kudos for speaking up now.
That's not the kudos I want to give her, right? That's not the kudos I want to give her. Kudos I want to give her, number one, when they gave them Jeep, she was supposed to have actually rejected the Jeep. Why is she shouting? She's shouting basically, if they had given her our chairman Senate committee on FCT, will she be shouting?
So everything is about interest.
So every politician is the same, right? Because for me, as far as I'm concerned, there are a whole lot of ways where she could do things in FCT. Because I'm saying this because FCT is part of me. I have every investment I have in Nigeria is in FCT. I pay tax in FCT. I pay ground rent. I pay everything in FCT. I lived in FCT for 15 years before leaving Nigeria. My family, my extended family, everybody is in FCT. So I understand everything in FCT. I understand the politics of FCT. I understand everything that happens in FCT daily. I know what happens daily because everything that happens in FCT daily affects my business. So a whole lot of people that probably do not really understand the politics of FCT, they might not really understand what's really going on. Right? And don't be surprised, what might actually happen? Aduda might move to APC. And I'm seeing Aduda might move to APC. And if Aduda gets the ticket in APC, Aduda is going back. And that's for Wike to have said, probably, Ireti won't go back, right? I'm not sure. I don't really think, Ireti stand a chance, to be very candid, in 2027. That's why I think rather than her going from one place to another, she should just focus on things she can do to really help, our constituents, right? If there are bills, things that she can do to help. Right. She also has the power. She has the capacity to be able to do that as a senator. Lobby your colleagues and look at what you can actually bring down to your constituency. There are a whole lot of things. Everybody's lobbying. Senate is all about lobbying. Lobby them, right? If you lobby them, you can bring a whole lot of things, right? And they can say, Ireti has done this, Ireti has done that. If Wike is doing whatsoever he's doing, right? You can lobby the Senate. And if you say, there is no water in this place, lobby the Senate. That can actually help you. They put things in the budget. It's a normal thing in Nigeria. If you look at most of the projects, several projects that you see around, you see, this is sponsored by a senator, so. There is a whole lot of them that she can actually do. You can't fight Wike for 4 years, right? Because at the end of the day, your constituents are going to suffer. And if you're not even working with the other two House of Rep members, right, then at the end of the 4 years, it's going to be Wike this, Wike that, which I really don't want. Because she also represents me too in FCT. So that's that for me, right? A whole lot of people probably, if you don't like Wike, I understand. It's normal. You might not really like him.
But you are not even obliged to like him, isn't it?
No, that is normal, right? That is normal. It's better for me personally, right? When I know that this is this person's behavior than someone that I don't even know his behavior. Right? People can pretend. I've seen politicians pretend. But for me, I know this is Wike. Wike says it the way he says it, right? It's just like Trump. You can predict Trump. Like, this is what Trump is. This is who Trump is. So I don't even care about how he does his personal life. Some people said he drinks. I don't even care. That's not what I'm really, really interested in. I'm interested in his capacity and what he can actually do and what he's going to do. That's what I'm really interested in.
So everything Wike does in Abuja affects you directly, indirectly.
So that's what I'm saying. Everything he does in Abuja, it affects my business. It affects my properties. It affects my extended family in FCT. So I don't know much about Lagos. Even if I'm in Nigeria today, probably if I just go to Lagos to see 1 or 2 people, I'm going to my house in Abuja. I pay ground rent on my property in Abuja. I pay tax. My business pays tax in Abuja. So I don't even pay. So that's why most times I don't talk about Lagos because I don't know Lagos. I can count the number of times, right, that I've been in Lagos. So when people come and talk, this and that, because a lot of people don't really understand some of all these things, how things work in Abuja. So, okay, as far as I'm concerned, for now, I think he's doing good. Yeah, 9 months, 11, 10 months, it still has a long time to go. Probably if he's not touched this place. Then if he's touching road now, probably will still touch. Now he's touching schools, he's touching transportation, right? Probably if you say, it's water that is remaining, yeah, it still has another time to look at water. You can't look at security. It's a whole lot of things. So you don't expect him to do everything in probably 10 months. So it still has, he can still do more. At least what he has done, he can't go back there to do it again.
That is done and dusted.
That is done. So let's focus on other things. Rather than us kind of like, yeah, this and that is this. I don't even care. If you like,
No. Larry, you should understand. Opposition will never give you any credibility. If they are giving you credibility, they are not selling their own market. You understand what I mean?
Yeah. I'm not even, don't praise, it's not my opposition, don't praise, but don't dispute facts. That's
but they have to in some way, Larry, you understand what I mean? They have to, because that speaks to their own the failure of the government is what they are banking on, so that they can tackle the government at the next election. So they will never give credence or credit to any people in power. You know that.
Yeah, well, it's politics, and everybody.
That is Nigerian politics. You see uptown speaking, obedient speaking. They will demoralize them so that their own party. Yeah, that is politics. The day we stop playing politics with anything in that country, that is the day we'll move forward.
No. That's it. And that doesn't really mean that Tinubu is really doing the best. It's doing very well. So let's put that too, right? It doesn't mean that Tinubu is for me. There is a whole lot of missteps. But still there are one or two places that I think he's actually trying. And but for me, I think there's still room for him to improve on some of those places that we feel he has not really done the best he could do. So that's that. So the other one I want to talk about, Dangote and interest rates.
Yes, they go to that. I know that is your space. Yeah.
So I've seen a lot of people say a whole lot of things. You see that interest rate is high, this and that. I understand, but it's a very delicate situation, because number one, there is no way interest rate won't be high. It's just an unfortunate situation that we find ourselves in. But what can the government do? That's what we should be focusing on. And I think they've just started what they are supposed to have done since, right? Tax incentive for manufacturers, if it's possible, right? Let them pay zero excise duties and all those things on, manufacturing inputs. These are things that they are supposed to have done before, because interest rate can be high, but if you can actually look for a way to increase productivity, at the end of the day, you get to a point where things will meet at equilibrium, and at that point, it's either up here or there or down here, right? There's no magic to all those things, and it's not like there is one single truth, one single solution to solve this thing. I've seen a lot of people said, oh, probably they shouldn't high interest rate shouldn't be high, or probably, but the problem is inflation. Inflation, it's high, and there is no way, I don't see any magic they are going to do. But I think what they can do, it's what they've just started now. I think they just started. I think for now, they said pharmaceuticals and some other manufacturers, if they actually have things, manufacturing inputs, they won't pay, I think, some tax and some other things. Those are things that they can do. And also, Bank of Industry, because there is a way you can subsidize that interest rates in such a way that, I'm not really talking about this buying and selling engineers. I'm not even interested in buying and selling engineers. I'm interested in genuine manufacturers. And because you can't even grow anything with buying and selling engineers, you grow things by focusing on the genuine manufacturers, subsidize them as
See,
much as
when did they become engineers?
no. That's my own personal term for buying and selling engineers. So for me, right, focus on those genuine people that are genuine. People like Innocent, they need support. And I know Bank of Industry have been supporting him, right? Support him more, let him scale, right? There are some other people that they can actually support. For Dangote to come out, a lot of people don't understand. Dangote is not coming out for himself. Dangote is basically saying what other people are facing. Dangote refinery, Dangote has gotten what he wants. If Dangote needs money today, all he just needs to do is just to make the refinery open and then let people invest. People will bring money. So it doesn't even need banks to say, oh, they want to. Probably like 2 years ago, we can say, oh, probably Dangote needs the bank. You understand what I'm saying? But for now, if Dangote tries to like make Dangote refinery public today, and he said, okay, this is the number of shares, and I'm telling you in 24 hours, he's going to sell everything.
But the government, Larry, has suspended. The government has suspended withholding taxes for companies.
Yeah,
so all those excise duty, VAT, everything, they've cancelled it.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said, things they are supposed to have done then. They are just, Baba, imagine if they've done this, right? Like 7 months ago. Baba.
That's true. That's true.
These things are
no. Sorry, quick and cut. Not true. Listen, see, nobody knows everything. Okay, that's why we're human beings. Something goes wrong, then we're trying to make amends or change course, bring about correction. Now, you were saying earlier, Larry. See, there's no perfect government in the world. If you knew how many missteps happens in America and the Western world, you might be surprised. I don't know. But the key here, though, and that's one thing. That's why I supported Tinubu, the ability to, or the ability or the skills to change course when something is wrong, to find alternatives or solution, and try to pursue that route, that direction, not to be stubborn and think you know it all. See, that's when you know a sensitive government, or one in power, willing to make amends, change course, or when there's a problem in society, try to do right by the people. That's when I give respect to a leader or a government. So let's not pretend that, they should have done it 7 months ago, a year ago. No. Let things happen, and we do what we have to do to correct make a change.
When you have a problem, right, it is better you tackle that problem when it's bad. Don't wait until it's worse. Because your solution to a problem that is worse, right, might not really help you in any way. And me saying probably they should have done this, because it's not today that we knew that everybody knew what was happening, right? It's not just today, right? Companies started leaving, right? Manufacturers were complaining. And we've always said something here. For me personally, right? Rather than all this, we are sharing, palliative and, we distribute 50,000, we distribute this, we distribute that. So if they actually, subsidize some of all those things, some of these companies will not leave. A lot of pharmaceuticals left Nigeria. On average, if you have I pray anybody that doesn't even have money have some of all those, all those sickness, all those hypertension, diabetes, all those ones in Nigeria, because it's hard. Or probably someone has asthma. All those things that are expensive sickness in Nigeria now. So before those companies leave, before they left, there are a whole lot of things, right, that the government can actually do, and they know some of all those things. So rather than focusing on probably this is how much customers generated, you understand what I'm saying? Now, not focusing on, because even if custom generates that, you put it into the federation account, into the CRF, these governors, all of them will still come and share. Why not use that directly? Look for a way to use that in subsidizing people that are genuine. Because what you see in Nigeria now, particularly manufacturers in Nigeria, an average manufacturer, one way or the other, right, is all about just passing across the price, passing whatever into the price, right? They don't even care. People are talking about, oh, Dangote this, Dangote that. I'm very sure why Dangote is talking now, and I've seen the oil marketers now coming to face the reality, because a whole lot of people are expecting a whole lot of things from Dangote, and I don't know the magic that Dangote is going to do. Because if Dangote start bringing petroleum now, I don't expect him to kind of like run things at loss. He also want to have a little bit of margin.
Yeah. And he's a businessman now. So he got to make money.
So he's not doing charity. So I've seen a lot of people said, oh, fine, probably if Dangote comes, because you can't tell me that if Dangote is importing from US, he will put everything together. At the end of the day, sell at whatever price he thinks is good for him.
Larry, when he's buying crude oil from America, he doesn't pay Naira, he pay dollar.
So for me, right, for me to have said probably they would have done some of all those things, because don't wait till people start, don't wait till it gets worse. Do it when you think it's bad, right? Do a little bit of some of all those things. Look for a way to kind of like use it to cushion. We've seen a lot of things that Cardoso is doing, and we've always been talking about the real sector. What exactly are we talking about? These are the things we are talking about, because these are the things that you use to kind of like motivate companies to not leave. These are the things that you do to kind of like motivate national investors, right? To be able to like, oh, fine, it's good. I think I can assess, if everybody is assessing loan at probably 30%, probably, oh, fine, if I have a good relationship with Bank of Industry, they can give it to me at 10%. And they want to ensure that, okay, fine, it's not just you are collecting loan for buying and selling engineering. You are collecting loan for probably this is what we know that you've done. This is what we know that you want to use this for, right? Probably you want to buy some machinery, right? Government can support you to buy some of all those things. There are a whole lot of things that government can actually do. And these are things that, rather than focusing on we want to increase revenue, because you increase revenue, you still give it to all these governors. What do? They change it into dollars and they squander it. Why not focus?
Yeah, go on.
So why not focus on things that will definitely get to people directly than you bringing all the money in and sharing it among all these governors? Because at the end of the day, FIRS, we want to increase revenue, we want to ensure that we get all the taxes. Why not give tax rebates to some of all these guys, right? If you've been collecting revenue of like 10 Naira and you feel like, okay, fine, for you to use some things to cushion the economy, by giving it directly to people that really will definitely turn 1 Naira to 3 Naira, right? And make things a little bit easier. If that is going to make you generate 6 Naira, good. Generate 6 and share to those guys. So that's my own personal opinion, right? Because at the end of the day, that's, they shouldn't focus on, want to generate revenue, because Cardoso is trying. And a lot of people are thinking Cardoso can do magic. There's no magic he can do. He has tried everything. And the unfortunate thing is just that whatever he's doing at that point, the more he's doing the thing to help pushing this whole thing, the other side is bringing it down. So that's what I see, but I just hope they are able to really manage things, because things are worse now. I don't want it to be worse, right? It was bad when we felt they should do one or two things, but unfortunately they didn't do it, right? And it's worse now. Now they are bringing some of all those things, and they need to follow it too. They follow it through, because one thing is for you to say, oh, we want to do this, right? Another thing is, are you really following it through? So that it won't just be more of like, yeah, we're just giving policies, right? And we're not really following through the implementation of some of all those things, because those are things that they really need to do, so that at the end of the day, they can actually have at least something to support the economy. I want Nigeria to be successful, right? Because a whole lot of us invest in Nigeria not because we want to generate anything. My company in Nigeria, it's not like the company is even giving me anything. I've been putting more money in the company. You know, I have staffs that work for me in Nigeria. It's not like it's giving me anything, but because
Nigeria will be successful, Larry. Relax.
Because a lot of us have passion in the country. That's why every time when I pay, when I pay salary, I'm like, okay, fine. It's not like they can't even sustain, the company can't even sustain paying salary. I pay salary from here. So, but I still believe that they can still turn things around. And I still believe that Nigeria can still be great. I still believe that Tinubu has the capacity to be able to do things, right? I just think what he needs to do is to face the reality. And if he needs to rejig his cabinet, he should do it now. Don't wait till 2 years. When it's now like, yeah, if you need to rejig your cabinet, if you need to check.
But Larry, you remember he said, I hire, if you don't perform, I fire. So what is going on? Nobody has been fired. They haven't rejigged them. They haven't. I was thinking they will move people around. Anyone that is not performing useless, they throw them in the bin.
No, I think probably he's waiting for them to clock 1 year, right?
Do the evaluation.
Yeah. So that's what he's waiting for, right? At least 1 year. At the end of 1 year, what exactly have they can. Because I need to be very candid. Some of the ministers, I don't even know them. They are over 40.
And some of them constitutionally they are representing their states, so he has to replace those ones from their state. Constitution demands that a minister must come from every state. The constitution also is to blame. So it's not about competence anymore.
Baba, there are a lot of competent. Every state, Baba, even if they tell you to go and look for competent people, we have a lot of competent people in all the states. It's not like they don't have, even among the politicians themselves, there are people that are competent, right? The problem
but Larry, it's not a linear equation. Yeah, you may have competent people in every state.
Okay.
But what class do they belong to? What political affiliation? It's a very complex. You not just go pick the best person. No. Obviously, in Nigeria, you can find the best smart person in every state, but that's not the person that will be chosen. It's politics.
Because you need your party. You need to carry your party along.
You see, that is exactly where you can't do the two together. Let's just be candid with ourselves. It's either you want to face governance or you want to face politics.
Politics, yeah.
Why is
but the constitution demands it?
Why is Sanwo-Olu successful in Lagos? Because Sanwo-Olu left the politics for politicians. He focused on governance. If Sanwo-Olu had been, what is happening to this party? What is happening in the party, in APC and all these things, Sanwo-Olu won't be successful. So
they are troubling him, Larry. It's just that people like us are not allowing them in our numbers, in our own little way.
It's normal now. It's normal for them to trouble him now. But he's just a smart person that felt that, okay, fine. All the people, all the GAC, or what do they call them, in Lagos, let them undo the politics. They have a way of doing it in Lagos now.
Of course.
URTW, they give all these kings some, all this their money they are
all the agbagbas.
All the agbagbas, you understand? All the Elegushis, all the Obaonibas, they look for a way to put all of them. At least we know how they share things in Lagos now. They gave Oniba a king. Now a king in Ibadan. Where's that big chain? He's the Lagos State Road Transport Worker Chairman, and he's the king. It's just a way for them to distribute things.
No, he's in the Oniba. Oniba is a national.
Yeah, but he's presently the RTAN chairman in Lagos.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, now.
Can you imagine?
So he's RTAN chairman in Lagos now.
Oh, it's even the old men actually who has their fortes in their areas of influence all over Lagos. They are well taken care of.
So
we have our beef, but when it comes to issues in Lagos, we allow the elders to dictate, and if we have to grumble, we grumble behind, and still it gets to them. We do it respectfully.
So that's why I think today, that guy is he just left politics, because you can't do the two at the same time. And I think that's part of what is still with this Tinubu's government, right? he's still looking, the politics is still there. And, he wants to work, but the politics is still there. Politics will still come, but probably you should just focus, leave politics to probably like probably a year to 2027. Focus more on what's, he has a lot of smart people around him. All he needs to
Now,
do is to
sir, quickly, it doesn't work that way. See, politics is the bedrock of the whole thing. You can't say let's just abandon politics for now, and when 2027 comes, we play politics. No, see, the people that know better, they know how to navigate, like Tinubu, I would say. But if you want to leave politics and leave it to other people, trust me, they're gonna pull the rug underneath of you, under your feet. They will do that. Because politics is a dirty game, just like it's there to, I mean, it's there for the people that are ruthless. So don't never, if you're a politician, never abandon your core, which is politics.
Yeah.
Okay, and give it to other people.
Prince Daddy, how many of Tinubu's ministers are politicians? How many?
I don't know, but trust me, for them to get that position, they were put forth.
Let's say there are 40. I think there are 42 or 40. I don't know the number.
48 now, I think. Or
48. How many of them, at least you know a little bit about Nigerian politics? And when you talk about politicians in Nigeria, you can name one or two people, right? So how many of them out of that 48 are politicians? And I'm very sure you can't name 20 people out of 48.
Most of the northern ministers are politicians, though. I think it's the southern ones.
But even the southern ones, they are put forth by politicians, people of interest. It's always politics. You may not see the politics glaringly, but nonetheless, there's politics behind it.
Prince Daddy, if you are given an assignment, right, and you want to work, politics does not stop you from working. Because when you work, you probably, if somebody recommended you, right, and they see that you've actually worked, it makes them proud. And that would definitely even help them to have more influence in that government. But when you, as they placed you somewhere, some of the ministers, it's so unfortunate that some of them they can't even pinpoint that this is exactly the roadmap of probably what I want to do in 4 years in this office. Some of them don't even have any roadmap. Some of them are just, what's happening here, what's happening here, what's happening here. And we can all see it. You can't have 48 people, right, in a place and, 48 smart people that are supposed to do, even if they are not optimal. That's why I said, at least if we have some of them that has, people may not like Wike, people may not like Minister of Works, right? People may not like Umahi. But those are the politicians that we are talking about, politicians. And we are now seeing the politicians that are working. What about those ones that we said are technocrats? What about the Bosu and the likes of them? But those ones are the smart guys that they were never politicians. And what about this guy from Ministry of Education, former Vice Chancellor of Base University, that they said was this guy's brother, this Obi's Vice President's brother. What about?
I think Obi's Vice brother is advisor to the VP.
No. The present Minister of Education.
Is it? Okay. Yes. Well, fact check that, Larry. Yes. Carry on.
Yes, I think so. The present Minister of Education. I think it's close to. I think his name too is Dati something.
Okay, I will check.
So what about those ones? Because we talk about politicians. Those ones, the Wikes are the politicians now. The Minister of Works, those are the politicians now. What happened to all the?
Okay, Larry or Baba, during Buhari's terms, the ministers, were they more of politicians or technocrats?
I can't even remember most of his ministers, except Sirika and the notorious ones are the ones you always remember, though.
Okay, at least Fashola was a politician, Abi. Will you
Fashola is a politician. You can say he's a technocrat. He's a hardcore politician.
Yeah.
The former Osun State governor, what's his name now? Who was Aregbesola, was a minister under Buhari. The communication man too. What's it? Alaji what? The lawyer who is now serving one board.
Your man.
Kwara man.
Okay, is it Kwara that man?
Yeah, well, I'm only asking that question because you know, Tinubu is a typical politician, but at the same time is a one of a kind. Okay, so if you see a mixture amongst the ministers, from politicians to technocrats, it's because of the way Tinubu thinks and what he's trying to do. But left to other administrations, I can almost guarantee that most of those people were politicians to the core. Okay. Like, for example, this guy, I remember this guy, Minister of Information, right? Lai Mohammed, right?
Exactly, Lai Mohammed. Yeah.
Was he a technocrat or a politician?
Politician.
He was a politician.
Hardcore.
I was the Minister of Information. And anyways, go ahead, Larry.
So, okay, Prince Daddy, let me get something. Are you trying to at least look for something for those guys, probably to kind of like, you know, probably why they are not really working? Is that what you're trying to do?
Oh no, they actually, what you're saying is what I actually align with. But I like to speak in terms of reality, what things truly are. Ideally, what you're saying is the right thing to do. Put the right people, the technocrats or the experts, to be in charge of this ministry and reform this ministry and do the right things. But again, this is politics. Let's not pretend that, it doesn't work that way. I like to face things from a point of reality. What needs to be done? Not what hypothetically, not on abstract terms. What, I mean, this is what we have in our hands. How do we do it? Not just pretend that, who should do this and that. No. If you ask most people, they will tell you the right things to do. Most people say the right things to do. But how many people get to do the right things, even when given the opportunity? Very few.
But don't you think those guys, they hold Tinubu a whole lot? Because Tinubu is one president I know that if you have a roadmap, you want to, do things, that guy will support you 100%. Even when
he will go out of his way, like he's supporting Wiki.
People are criticizing you, that guy will still support you. But what do you see? Prince Daddy, I'm telling you, if some of all these guys, right? If some of all these guys want to work, they know what to do now. It's not rocket science. You understand what I'm saying? They know what to do, and they have somebody that is ready to support them with everything. Even when everybody is criticizing them, this guy will still support them. Right? So there is a whole lot of things. All you need to do, why do you think Wike is successful? Because Wike knows the right thing, right? And he's pushing it to the president, because you have a president that have a listing here, not like the one that doesn't want to listen. He listens to the ministers. But when you don't have things to show, right, you are just hiding under probably some other ministers and saying, I'm also doing something, I'm also doing something. Yes, it will just leave you now. And that's why in most cases, we from outside are the ones criticizing. It's not like, see, if you have a manager, right, you can have a manager that doesn't even support you. And you can have a manager that supports you, that all it needs is for you to be creative, and kind of like show your manager, okay, these are things that I think we can do. And he's ready to sit down with you to analyze some of all those things and give you all the support. These are the ministers. These ministers are even enjoying. They are not even seeing all this criticism, from Senate and House of Rep. They have the backing of this present government. They have the backing of National Assembly, full force. Do you see the speed at which bills are being passed?
The harmony is
can you compare that to the days of Saraki, where ministers every time and then is minister summon today,
fight every day.
It's fight and fight.
So why not utilize this opportunity where you have a National Assembly that is ready to support you, that is ready to even pass, even when everybody is shouting, oh, they will still pass your bill. This is the time to shine.
When we start selecting saints or angels to be part of the government,
they are yet to be born. They are yet to be born.
I'm not saying
I call them the beautiful ones.
When we have 48, I don't even want. See, when we have 48, I don't even.
That lady. I'm sorry, Edu. Was an Edu, the lady, the minister that was let go.
Mm-hmm.
That was transferring money. Listen, this guy is in the ministry. Okay, all they're thinking about, most of them, is how to steal money, how to manipulate the system and enrich themselves. You know that. I mean, I'm not saying the Wiki is immune to that, but most of these guys, see what you're saying. I'm always tempted to say that what you're talking about, Larry, is a futuristic leadership in Nigeria or governance, where you actually put people in place and they do the right things by the people. We're not there yet. See, I mean, Tinubu can't do it overnight, especially in 1 year. Okay, especially in 1 year, we've not cultivated. I mean, if people say, "Oh, let's put on the young people, this and that," yeah, it's not the young people that are stealing money. That governor, Habilo, what about him? Say it's in our blood and the DNA, and what you're asking for is going to take some time.
To even think that one is under 50, I can't believe it. I mean,
praise daddy. You see that thing you're saying? That's why I said Tinubu, because now you have 4 years, and you've already spent quarter of that 4 years, right? You can have ministers that are not serious, ministers that are ready to steal, ministers that are ready to do this, ministers that are ready to do that. And that's why the president has the power to hire and fire. Because at the end of the day, nobody is even going to call the minister. It's you, the president, that people are going to like, yeah, your government is close to not doing anything. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I think him himself, call his kitchen cabinet, not all the ministers. Let them sit down, because for him to be successful, because I want him to be successful like you want him to be successful too. Because it's when he's successful that Nigeria will be better. But the more we still have some of all these things, I'm telling you, at the end of the day, because 4 years, by 2025, December 2026, it's going to be pure politics. Me and you know, any government that goes into, anybody that is in government in Nigeria, the time you have to work is first 2 years. When it's 3 years, then towards the end of 3 years, politics starts. The other year, full politics. So that's why what he needs to do now, I don't know what he has in mind. So because but I'm just saying what I think, right? I think he just needs to sit down. If they said they are doing some evaluation, let it be real evaluation. Evaluate everybody. Let's see what exactly, at least 1 year. I'm not even saying do any magic. What do you have? What plans? What do you have? What's your roadmap? Not everybody saying, oh, we want to go and steal something. No, at least they gave you something. At least it's just like a template, right? Tinubu's manifesto, all this New Hope agenda, it's just a template. Now they've given you a template. It's just for you to now say, okay, fine, what exactly can we do? And which I'm not really even saying.
So what exactly we can do, Larry, to be quite frank, is to rather see, you say what, 48 or 42 ministers. Nobody has time for
48.
That. Let's concentrate on the core industries or ministers in the areas that we care about. Tinubu can manage his 48 ministers. So it's a waste of time. Let's concentrate on agriculture, power, and what else?
So why did you said he can't manage 48, right? So why not appoint 36 ministers?
Baba can answer that question. It's all politics. You got to fulfill that. You got to fulfill that.
Why not? Because if you can't handle 48, why do you have to, 48 ministers? Some of them.
Okay, the way I can put that is this: every state have their political interest.
Mm-hmm.
So, if constitutionally you have to get a minister from every state. Your party, of course, will bring those ministers. And as president also, when you know you satisfied the constitutional requirement, you now bring your own men in. You understand? Give them the principal ministries that will elevate your government in governance and spread the rest amongst the 36 remaining. And when they become lame duck, those 36, I mean, you send feelers out that Imo State, I need another minister from you. I can't work with this person anymore. And I give you just 30 days to bring somebody forward. The thing is, you can't go out of your way or behind your party to select somebody in a particular state. That's one of the problems. It's an hindrance.
Baba, Tinubu did that. He didn't even, for a lot of all those guys, right? It's not according to party. He basically picked some of those guys. And even for him to compensate people, there are a lot of things, right? In terms of appointment and everything. Everybody.
No, the only young man I see is that I think in technology or something, the Labour Party young man. Yeah, is it Bosun? Bosun yeah. Is the one in interior.
No, it's Bosun in interior. No, that's not Bosun now.
Okay.
Bosun is in
communication or something.
Yeah, I think that's Bosun.
That's the LP guy, or
I think Ojo's in interior. I think that's
Ojo's in interior.
Okay, Bosun. It's so acclaimed, or the LP claimed him or adopted him, but he chose him. But of course, I think he represents his state also. I think
Bosun is from Ogun. I think Bosun is from Ogun. Wale Edun is also from Ogun.
Ogun, yeah.
There's one other minister too from Ogun. One state minister from Ogun. I think Ogun State has like 3
ministers. I think you're right. The whole thing is complicated.
That's what I said. You see all these things, eh? You see, probably politicians, he has to do. There's a whole lot of appointment to compensate people. Because at the end of the day, even, do you know the thing is, some of what we said some of all these ministers, you see a minister, 2 ministries, one way or the other, let's look for a way to divide the ministry, because of want to accommodate some of the ministers.
Food for the boys.
That's exactly what's happening now. Oh, we say this one is marine, blue economy. That Baba is there now. I can't even say this is exactly what that Baba has done in that marine.
Adetola, what's his name?
Yes,
no, it's his cousin of the president.
Yeah, I know now, but Baba, and that's why he's supposed to even work, so that we know that you.
And he put him in a very important ministry.
Yeah, can you even pinpoint what that Baba has been doing there?
I don't know. I was thinking he will plead with somebody like Ulysses Agbakova to help him with that ministry, even if he's going to serve Nigeria for just 2 years, to put a proper foundation in place, because the blue economy is the new direction, actually, in terms of economy. And Lisa Bakova has been a marine lawyer ever since I know him, with his office on not Marine Road, Point Road, I think, in Apapa. So I don't know. That's where I get a little bit frustrated, because actually, like you said, there are a lot of competent hands in the country, but like those talkers, those I call talkers, those who know how to criticize and make lot of noise, like
Baba, those people, are they the friend of the party? Are they the friend of the president?
Fortunately for the president, most of them come from the Nadiko background. Falano, Agbakoba, and this cardinal minister too. What's his name? The one with plenty hair, the one wearing the afro. Hashiu Soni. They all come from that tradition angle. So he could tap into them if they are willing to serve. Even though I heard that Falana was offered, I don't know if it's true that Falana was offered the AG, but he turned it down.
He will turn it down. He will reject it.
No,
I trust him for that.
No, Falana. About me, I'm not even talking about those ones. So you understand what I'm saying? These ones that are there, if they want to work, they can work. It's easy to do now. Maybe you are a minister, maximum outsource some of all these things. There's a whole lot of consulting firms that can help you. That put them kitchen cabinet, let them advise you, and at the end of the day, steal what they have and say you are the one that owns the thing. Yes, good. There's a whole lot of, even that Baba that we are saying in marine. All that Baba needs is just like look for experts within that sector, put all of them together, go and draft something. This is what do you think how we can do
They
this?
are trying to help him, Larry, because I've seen a lot of foreign hands coming in. These are even consultants, you understand?
Baba,
Maybe
all
he's
this
not paying
foreign, I'm not
attention,
even
or
talking
he
about
is just naturally
Baba,
incompetent or slow.
Baba, all this foreign thing you are saying. You see, Baba, this thing does not even need foreign. It does not even need all this foreign that is saying they travel to this place, they are looking for partnership, that is all those things. You don't even need all those things to function in that sector. There is a whole lot of things in that sector that it can do. Marine is huge. It doesn't even need all this. We are going to this country
If
to go
anything, they projected we could make trillions from that in a couple of years.
Yes, it doesn't even need all this. We are going to Japan to go and understudy Japan. Tomorrow we are going to.
The water is here.
To go and understudy this. We are going. They don't even need some of all these things. You know, that Baba, everything I see is probably, this country we want to go and understudy. What are you understudying? You still die in a papa and dish out something.
You don't pack your ministry and go to NPA premises. Lot of blocks in Apapa or Tinkan they don't use again. Convert warehouse to offices and start working.
We are understudying this. We are signing bilateral agreements. That is what they
even. It shouldn't be in Abuja.
Larry,
it should not be in Abuja.
Before Baba goes next, could you
No,
talk?
Prince Daddy, you will go next. I just enjoy the often contribution like this.
Actually, that's my preference too. Actually, so it don't matter to me. But I was gonna have Larry talk about the 200,000 naira that the Niger State governor is giving to the coppers.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear the readout?
Yeah. I was shocked, and I wanted even to know the numbers of coppers sent to that state. You see, everybody now will want to rush to that state.
No, it's well, the Niger governor is someone I respect a lot, and I'm still.
Bago.
Yeah, Bago is someone I respect. I think what he's just trying to do, there's most coppers, right? Particularly the far north, most of them don't want to go there. You understand? I think it's just trying to look for a way to encourage coppers to kind of like come. Because if you look at what coppers do, right, as in they help a lot. There is a whole lot of ways where copper actually help, at least to a particular extent, education, and some other things. So I think what he's just trying to do is just to look for a way to bring them back, because a whole lot of coppers, if you ask them, nobody wants to go to Niger, nobody wants to go to Castina, nobody wants to go to particularly the far north, right? Nobody wants to go there. So I think that's what he's actually
I even made sure none of my kids went beyond the Jos.
So as bad as it is, I'm also not a saint, because my cousins, I had to ensure that they actually serve in Abuja.
Exactly.
You understand? So I had to ensure they served in Abuja. They are currently in Abuja, because at the point I'm like, no, you can't go to anywhere. I don't want anybody to call me and start, just stay in Abuja there. Go and stay in my house in Abuja
and work in army formation. So be safe.
So I think that's what he's doing. And that guy, and those are guys that I'm actually expecting. When people say, oh, this government didn't invest in agriculture, I think people need to go and look at facts. They invested in agriculture from Niger to Jigawa to, I think, a little bit of Sokoto. a whole lot of, it's massive. So I'm actually looking into Niger. I think the major problem now is the rain, right? I think like in Castina, they are praying for rain, but I think they should have actually gone beyond this issue of we are waiting for rain and everything with the current technology that we actually have in that sector. So for me, I think for Tinubu's government to be successful, Niger is another place that I think the sources might actually come from, particularly with the investment in agriculture that guy has.
Larry, Prince Daddy, the problem I think I understand until the inflation is down, the food inflation, things come back to a little bit, something they can manage, feel it in the prices of gari, beans, and Nigerians will be disagreeable with whatever we say or whatever solution they throw at the economy, because we've been spoiled by the military thing. Because most of the panelists tonight, few I heard, was like immediately is the word I'm hearing. And I said, immediately, does a corn grow overnight?
No, that's
would a granite sprout overnight?
I heard all those things, and I was just laughing when I was
there. This thing takes time. Season.
It doesn't happen like that.
It doesn't happen like that. So when I look at it, I say, okay, this is the military thing.
Are you saying that 1 year and a month is not sufficient for us to see that change?
The ministers are not up to 1 year. The ministers are just about 9 months. And with the budget,
the presidency is
go
1
ahead,
year.
Sorry.
The presidency is 1 year plus. When he made his decision and he removed all those things, it was an instant decision he made. So he knew what he was doing. So we can't defend him like this, that it takes time.
No. I'm just putting the problem in its proper perspective. Because the mistake he made was giving those governors that 2.5 billion and truckloads of rice. Each state. I think that's a mistake. The governor just sat on it. They did absolutely nothing.
National Assembly. How about the one they gave National Assembly guys?
To take back to their constituency.
Yes,
so all those things just fizzled within 3 months. So he has to recalibrate again, and he encountered a lady called what's that lady's name who took money? Edu, and Edu happened to him also.
But do you know something? It's so unfortunate for Edu, but don't you? For me, right? Edu, I think Tinubu is missing Edu in this government. She's a thief, but she works.
Competent thief, right?
Yes. Well, I think, I'm serious. Because Edu is not there. That's why.
Larry, did you just say that Tinubu is missing a thief that she works?
No. You know why I said that? Because Edu is not there. That's why Tinubu is using governor, using all these House of Assembly, House of National Assembly, and all these guys. Because if Edu is there, there will be someone that will be channeling, that will be in charge of some of all those things. And that's exactly what's happening. But she's a thief. I can't dispute the fact that she's a thief.
Emilokun, no, look, Larry, let me talk to Emilokun. Look, don't forget he has distributed, I can't remember the amount now, to all SMEs. They give them money too. All the SMEs they're giving money.
Remember they gave you 50,000 that the whole internet. I saw those things, and they are even about sharing another one. And those are the things that I'm saying. All this share,
it's thrown a lot of money away.
Share money here. We want to share because I think Tinubu believes that, because probably that's what they advise him. Because everybody, you need to share money, because they will share that money. You won't even see the impact.
Larry, nobody can advise Tinubu. Tinubu is a grandmaster in all these things. He knows how to play the game. Let us just accept that he made a mistake. That is it.
No, see, bros. I'm not even, no. I'm not saying I'm not even supporting him. What I'm saying is the issue of agriculture,
and right? That is my point.
And that issue of agriculture, this whole agriculture thing that we are talking about, particularly with Niger States, I think it actually happened in February February or March, right? When Niger State bought, I think they bought tractors, over 1,000 tractors. But was it January? Was it February or March?
I can't remember when that Chinese company and John Deere came with the tractor thing deal.
I think it was in March, right? When they brought all those tractors and everything. So that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, you can bring tractors. It's not like you bring tractor in March and this is I think this is July, right? And we expect everything to, so it takes time.
But that tractor of it is the initiative of that governor. It is
Yeah,
not.
but it's not like the governor actually funded the thing. Now there was federal government.
No, but the thing is that Tinubu can't lay claim to that, and so we can't claim that it was.
No. Aside that, do you know that federal government invested in terms of massive? I think they did a whole lot of things in presently. I think that they are massive, cultivation and all those things in Jigawa. They did in Niger too, right? I think there is another northern state. I think in Binikebi, they did in Binikebi, right? They did all those things in, I think in Binikebi too. So, and all those things that we're saying, I think it's, so for me, I'm just more like, yeah, probably when those things, start coming out. And I've seen I was watching a video today, I think it's in Castina, that they said the Emir was praying for rain and all those things. And I'm still like, do you still need to, I think this age, right, we don't need to pray for rain. That we should look for other ways of doing irrigation than if there is no rain, we need to start praying for rain. That's what exactly I'm actually saying. They've invested in some of all those things, and I think they should just follow it up so that it won't be normal. Governments, they'll tell you, oh, we've done this and done this, we've done this. But in most cases, you won't even see some of all those things. So as I'm more like, follow some of all those things up. At least let's have, at least even if it's just grain, right? If it's just grain, that they can ensure that they can get out from that place, it's good.
And I don't know, I'm thinking it should have also opened the borders, especially the southwest borders.
No.
Rice to come in.
No.
I don't know.
No,
because
I don't think so. I don't think that would be you see, I've seen people say,
he finally opened the borders now. Or I think I heard he has already opened that border.
No, did they open it for rice? I'm not sure.
No, but Niger refused to open their own side as Mali and the other ones too. They refused to open. That's what is causing the problem between Benin Republic and Niger today, refusing to open their pipeline, the oil pipeline, refusing to open it so that they can load their vessels in Cotonou port to export oil for them, because they refuse to open their own border.
This issue of border, I've seen a lot of people say, oh, open the border, things. No, that's in most cases. So those are not even Nigeria can feed Nigeria.
No. That does not say Nigeria can feed. Of course, we have the potential to feed Nigeria.
Yes.
Well, I'm talking of that could have been a palliative measure.
No.
To at
rather
least,
than opening, you know what? Rather than opening border, right?
Yes.
And support government buying massively, going into those places, having agreements with those people, right? Government going into Benin Republic, right? If they want to crash, government can crash the price of anything. Government
and that is what they do.
So government can, they can go into Benin Republic. If you say, okay, fine, there is shortage of this, there's shortage of that in the country, government can go massively, buy, right, and put it in the market. Government can do that, but not primarily, just open the border. So the problem in that border? The most of the problem we have in Nigeria today is the porous border. Okay, look at Port Harcourt alone. How many guns did they say custom recovered? Is it their same border that almost everything, right? Everything comes in.
Look, that is like an excuse. Either you like it or not. Those things are still passing through.
Do you know that you were more like, yeah, they should, your own is more like, yeah, rice and all these things should come in.
Yes,
You know,
food. If it could have been said, okay, let food come in, at least even if it is for 6 months, and after that 6 months, there will be a plan already in place that okay, once that 6 months, maybe all the seedlings in your Nigerian farm. I'm sorry, brother. Maybe you already have a plan, because this is what I'm thinking, that after the old hula baloo of food becoming expensive, there should have been a plan. Okay, in the next 6 months, 6 to 8 months, we know if we plant this, we are going to get this. So how much can we plan for us to crash this price after that 8 months to 10 1 year period, to crash a bag of rice to this amount? So that will determine the amount of what they would have planted. Okay, prior to what we have planted, before we could get the value to this point, what should we do? Can we open the borders and let food alone? If it is just food, rice and beans and tomatoes, and even what do you call it, turkey and all those things could have come in, and that will stabilize a bit. It will stabilize the food, especially because.
Emilio, are you the Minister of Agriculture?
No, I am not.
No, you should be.
Because no, I'm thinking. Look,
which one is it should be?
But the thing is this: at least if you look at all those places where we are crying of food, as Lagos is one of those places that is experiencing it the most because of the population density. So you can imagine if right gets to Lagos, at least the noise will go a bit. You understand? And that can.
Well, me, I don't even know. You understand? I don't know if they, because for me,
there's no reason for a bag of rice to have gotten to 80,000. In my opinion, there is no reason.
I agree with you. What Emilio is saying, I agree with what he's saying. Really, the fact that they can find one or two commodities to crash the price by investing in agriculture over 6 months, a year. I mean, this sounds almost commonsensical, but that's what I'm asking. Really, they couldn't figure that out. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah. No, so it's if they can actually do that. Well, for me, I think, and that's why I was more like, yeah, they can go into Benin Republic. By going to Benin, I think it's just Benin, because even Nigeria,
they don't even need to even go. Just open the border. Trust me, the business people will make that business and it will crash. All you just need is, especially you see, these three things would have crashed that business: rice, turkey, and fish, and then maybe beans as well. I don't know if they really bring beans from Benin Republic.
No, I think I know they bring rice, they bring turkey, they bring groundnut oil.
Look, if they bring those things in, all this inflation of a thing would have at least put any level.
I understand, but I just think they should just manage some of all those things. If opening the border,
because now if they are open for like 6 to 8 months prior to when your seedlings grow and you get the value for those things, then you begin to also put the infrastructure to make sure that those seedlings, and after they have the harvest are properly managed, so that we don't have losses. If that might mean that maybe you should start building silos within that period of the time, with all these things. And funny thing is that if you look at how much it's going to cost you to have this to make sure that this plan is executed, you will realize that it's not going to even be much compared to what they've even spent.
Emilio, rather than improve the economy of Benin Republic by allowing smugglers to hold sway in that border, why not we import directly ourselves?
That was what I was saying.
That could have also worked, but with the issue of the customs, and especially if you're talking of importation, you understand that it can take the number. If you look at the clearing, and of course that is also a good. In fact, if he also looked into that and say, okay, I want to import and solve the problem properly.
Just say, let's say for the next 3 months, 1 million metric tons of rice.
That's
that is also true.
That was what I was saying, because they have the capacity to do it. You can go directly. All these custom that you are saying, if it's government will move now. Nothing like custom. It's the same government now.
Well, but there's something that, because I'm like, maybe they don't want to play the politics there, but
no.
Because if you look at the way they do it sometimes, it's like they just love to create an enabling environment and not really solve the problem directly.
That's what we are saying. The same thing, Mr. Emiloko. If government today, all these things we are saying, all this, instead of sharing all this billion, we share billion. At the end of the day, they will say, what has it done? Because what I'm saying is, you share 50,000, you share 100,000, you share this, you said
It's not solving the problem.
It's not solving the problem. So imagine, all it needs to do, it doesn't even need. They don't need to go to the market. Last with the Benin government, right? Okay, fine. This is the problem we have in Nigeria. Take this, right, and let's, those things will come into Nigeria now. It's not like it's, you understand, at least to solve the problem of the South. We know what is happening in the North. It's not like they don't have some of all those things in the North. What they do basically in the North is to take it to Niger Republic. And don't be surprised what they do in the North. They take it to the Niger Republic and bring it back to Nigeria. You understand what I'm saying? You think it's coming from Niger Republic. So they take it to Niger Republic, find it back to Nigeria. You understand?
There's no reason for us to be angry. There's no reason.
You understand? So they have the capacity. Government have the capacity to crash any price. They have the capacity to do all these rice and all those things. They have the capacity to do it. You understand? So all they just need to do, imagine, like government, instead of sharing 500 billion, what if you take that 500 billion to Benin? Right? And last with the Benin government, right? And bring things into Nigeria. You understand what I'm saying? At least even do it like full stamp or whatsoever. Let people, okay, whatever, share. Let them, at least let them have designated place that they know that, at least if government.
Although even, I think I get the reason why you was even having that. Now, you know that if you follow this line of thought you're saying, there's tendency for hoarding, because now some persons we have first-hand information about this the project. They will even be the first-hand toucher to the project, and trust me, those people, they will hoard these things.
Yeah, that's,
remember the issue of the issue with COVID-19 palliative and all those things.
And that is when when they are not really willing. You understand what I'm saying? That's, you see, imagine you take that money, you buy some of all those things. All you need, people, when people know that, okay, fine, these local governments, there are designated places, right? Where I'm not saying share, don't even share to them. At least sell it to them as if in the other market they are selling rice for 80,000, right? And government has gone to Benin to bring that thing, and government can sell it. In government place, okay, in this place is a subsidized market, right? You can go there and get it for 40,000. You understand? It's not like, where government is sharing. No, don't share, sell.
But my take actually is the government has invested so much, that is Buhari government, in rice cultivation. And a lot of all those people who benefited from the grants given them, they've not delivered. So it will be a perfect excuse for them.
But that's the problem. You see all this share, we share money for anchor borrower, farmers, is a problem. That's what Nigeria has been doing. Now, okay, now this SME that you said, Baba, do you know how much they've given all these people? Did you hear anything?
No, rather they are complaining more through Nigerian Manufacturers Association.
I'm telling you, it's not every time that even, I think they shared at a point, they shared 50,000 to some people. And they said that one is, you are not refunding that one 50. Did you hear anything? Now, I think, how many trillion do they say they want to share now? How much are they sharing? You see all this share.
Sharing this money.
We do anchor borrowing, we do farmer borrowing, SME, something, this and this.
And funny thing is, Mr. Larry, funny thing is that even these monies that they're sharing, I can guarantee that the larger chunk of it will go to the hands of the politicians.
Of course, now.
Yeah, because it's all about the election.
Do you know the thing? Do you know that anchor borrower? All those all this money they are sharing. It's not that people don't get it though. But what they do is like, okay, you want to get those guys that they said they help you process it, right? They help you process. They help you process it. If it's 100,000, they will process it. I'll process it. Maybe at least 60,000 will get to your hand.
Wow.
That is exactly what's happening in some of all those, in some of all those things. But government will say, okay, fine, we'll give 100,000. But you that you want to collect it, at least 60,000 will get to the processing.
Some people say it might be 30,000 that will get to them.
So you understand what I'm saying? That's why for me, I don't even, until you have a system. But Nigeria does not even have that system. Because even data in Nigeria, is it not that same data they say they are selling 100 naira?
God.
I mean, so those are things. All these share. They can, if Nigeria wake up today, they want to share the whole foreign reserve of Nigeria today, people will still complain tomorrow.
Yes, it is certain. And those complaints will even be legitimate because it won't get
now. Because in most cases, when government tell you they share, but how much gets to you? Okay, now let's say one thing. During those periods when they used to say INEC, come and work for INEC, they'll say this is how much government release, how much people you work as this, you work as that, how much gets to your hand. And that's how it goes with all this government sharing. Government's fine. Government can say on paper they shared 100,000. But how much actually gets to those people? Some of them, maybe 40,000. The guy will process. This one process. At the end of the day. You understand?
But I think one of the things Tinubu has to put in place too, before their credit policy take root, we need to count ourselves. And every Nigerian carry proper ID that cannot be adulterated. We need it in our country.
Baba, you see all those counting, sir. Baba, those people, that's another avenue for some people to make money. Baba, for me,
I know now since Hebrew time during Abacha, even though Babangida tried, every government has been trying to count Nigeria and give us one form of ID or the other. It never worked.
Baba, you see, if they said they should come and do that count now, I'm not even sure Nigeria can even afford that thing now. They should leave counting. At least the ones
but then that is the problem why we keep on just throwing money at people.
I know, Baba.
When we don't even know our Karawa, we don't know how many we are.
You know something? The data we have, all right? The data we have, let them do something with the data. To today, if they say people that have done NIN in Nigeria today, at least it will be over 50 million people.
Even you know why I'm worried? This new 50,000 for 100,000 families in each state of the federation, including, I think with calculator we did the calculation, it ran into about 180 billion for 3 months or so, if my memory serves me correctly, about the discussion we had a few days ago. When you say 100,000 families, how do you determine that in every state of the federation?
You see, all those things, we are still saying the same thing. Nigeria, it's not like Nigeria does not even have the data.
I think you guys have been saying something that is I'm sorry to interject, but according to the National Assembly now, the first reading of the compulsory NIN number for all residents of Nigeria, including foreigners. It has passed the first reading now. So they are trying to make a law just like in abroad. So that NIN number is just like a social security number. So that they will force everybody in Nigeria, whether you are a foreigner or in Nigeria, you must have that NIN number. And I think that you said about 50 million. It's probably more than 50 million.
At least I was just being conservative, right? Let's see, like that's what I said.
It's more than 50 million. And that 50,000 naira they gave people that time, it's not that I'm supporting the government. Sometimes you also have to feel the pulse of the grassroots of Nigeria, the people in the grassroots. Sometimes it's also, you are right, it's also a way to patronize those politicians in the grassroots. But that 50,000 naira they gave, 100,000 they gave the last time, I knew about 10 people that they collected it because they gave them to it's the federal government that paid them directly, not through the state at all.
Yeah, I know.
And this one they are trying to do again for 100,000 poor family or whatever they say. It's going to be the same way. NIN, BVN, through the federal government, not the state. You know, they used to have what we call the social register. But the problem lies where the state, the name the state put there, that's the problem. Because federal government cannot, it's the name the state give them that they will pay.
I know. That's it. I know.
And if you say they should open the border, you also you make a very good example of what happened in Port Harcourt yesterday or 2 days ago. So the problem of Nigeria is that we are their problem. I listened to a long interview of the Interior Minister, and he categorically said that Nigeria are now manning their border with what do you call it, with drone and everything, and they can see everything that is going on in the border now. But when you talk about how many borders did you man with that kind of camera or whatever, so that is the question, because we have about 700 to 800 border route.
So Mr. Remy, can you see that? Can you see that? Then the argument not to open border is not definitely a good argument then.
Yeah, I supported it. Why should you open your border? Have you ever seen any country that open their border like that? If you open your border like that, everything will come in. This is Nigerian people, very crafty.
You don't get me. I have you just said now. You said we have several borders that they are not even manning what they are claiming to be manning with drones and things like that. So
I said I'm not sure they can man all those illegal border routes that around that.
So if we are going to be sincere with ourselves, we know that those who are going to bring weapons and things like that, maybe if you are going to catch some, you might be catching 10%. The remaining 80%, they know how to go through the routes, despite the closure of border. So why make people go hungry because you are afraid of weapons that one way or the other will still find their ways in through? And secondly, if you open border for food, doesn't mean you open border for weapons. Let the people do their work. So opening of border doesn't we shouldn't, because of we are afraid of weapons and any nefarious activity.
There was a time they were talking about allowing grains to come inside, but I don't know whether they have made it to reality that people should bring food. But I know about pharmaceutical and health products. Pharmaceutical and health products, they have allowed them, it's free tax or something, no duty, so that it will reduce the price of drugs, medicine, and healthcare equipment. So that one is not free duty. But about food, especially, at least in Nigeria, they should be able to say two food, rice and beans, and wheat, flour, which we use to make for bread.
Chicken, egg, fish, let those things come in.
Yeah, man. But if you do that, the problem now is that if you do that, because wherever you say, there's a lot of poultry farm in Nigeria now. That they are also
the poultry farms are not working right now. Are you aware of that?
No, not all of them. They are working, but how do you? Because sometimes you have to be very careful. Because if you open your border for all manners of chicken, bring it in, eggs and the rest, you are killing the one they are raising in Nigeria. So you have to find a balance. It's not easy. But for rice, I totally support that rice should be, at least for now. That's the major staple food of Nigeria.
Right.
Even rice alone, okay? Let's bring the price down to about 40,000. Let them flood the Nigerian market. But I hope before you know it now, all those planting rice in Nigeria will start making noise. And how many acres or how many tons can they produce in a year?
Don't even mind. If government wants to do it, you see all those, rice, don't even mind those people. And that's what I mean. I just said they should just go massively, put like 500 billion, talk to Benin. If you talk to Benin, push that 500, let them push those things in. At least if government, saying, probably because of security issues. So government can do it now.
At least if they talk directly to countries like
they could,
Thailand or whatever.
Correct.
Don't we have ports? Why are you guys saying we Benin?
We don't need to go through Benin. Thailand, we ship
Must we enrich them? We have lots of ports.
Baba, my problem, right? I don't even, any way they want to do it. If they want to go through the port, I don't even care. Any way they want to do it. My own is just that they can talk directly. And those are things that I think, because if they are talking directly from government to government.
That thing is, Mr. Larry, Another thing is even this. Why I even support the Benin own is because it makes people, because you have willing people who still want to do those businesses, and the number of, if the more the people who do the business, the better for competition. Because if you just only allow, we could also do that, allow the rice to also come in from Thailand through our board, through the ports authority and things like that. But that shouldn't still stop the opening of borders from Benin. Because if you look at the southwest, that's where they really benefit from. And when you have more people doing that business, then it's going to even lead to good competition that will bring the price down. Because if it's just only through one channel, trust me, you won't really solve that problem. I know the Nigerian situation. We all know
My
how it's
brother,
going.
can I chip in something?
Yes, sir.
You see, Benin or no Benin, it's not as if Benin is producing the rice now. Benin is also importing it. You understand what I'm saying? Benin is also
It's even
importing
our
it.
people
The
that
only
import
difference
it into Benin and bring it here.
But why is it that
exactly the
Benin
only
we
difference
import it? Why
between
is it cheaper?
Benin port.
But you know, there's already a
Yeah,
route.
that's
People
what I
are
want to
already
say.
into that business. Your port on business,
No,
we have a
that's
lot
not
of
the
people.
reason.
It's with the
That's not
import.
the reason.
We do
That's
it
not the
in
reason.
transit, so we
Wait,
pay
let
less
me explain
duty.
what is the problem. Exactly, there's lesser duty in Benin, and then the Benin port is like almost like a free port, but
A
duty
free port.
they
It's a
bring
free port.
in
It's not
anything. But
almost
our
like
own port,
if you are
our own
transiting.
port have restrictions. That's why. So if you open our port and remove those restrictions, Nigeria port, people would rather go through there now. Who want to go through the stress of carrying something from one port, clearing it through the border, or smuggling it through the border, and now selling it to the market
No, let us
when the
remove
market port
smuggling.
is open?
It is
So there's no
okay.
need to even
No
go to
problem.
Benin. Let them remove the
Now,
restrictions in our port, and let them remove
Import
restrictions
it directly.
around this particular thing.
then what about the
And then let
efficiency
them
of the
bring it
port
to.
itself? That's also a
Efficient-
Our
factor.
ports are more efficient. Our
No,
ports are more efficient. We
And
have more
you
equipment.
guys,
We have. They are larger. They are. Benin is
Patrico,
just that it's free. Have you been to Benin port before?
So you are
It's
saying
just.
that our
It's
ports are
not
more
as efficient
efficient than
as Lagos port now.
Patrick, do you know that
It's
we have
not.
the largest deep sea port in Nigeria today that can attract, that can back large vessels? That Lekki, the one the Chinese built, oh my God! If you just bring all
That's
those large
even new
vessels
one now.
of rice,
Let's even use
like
the old one.
no, let's not use that
Let's
one. Two
even
or
use
three
the
of
old
that
one.
large vessel, the price will crash immediately.
No,
But I don't know.
Remove the restrictions. Just remove the restrictions. That's all.
That's why
Remove
me
the
I feel
restrictions.
Especially for rice and whatever. I mean,
Look, like I said earlier, you understand, a lot of people have been empowered during Buhari's time. We're talking of, I don't like mentioning names here, you understand? They cultivated the land, deceive our people. Some of them claim, the
rice pyramid.
erosion and water.
Baba, but where is the rice pyramid? All the rice pyramid we were seeing that time.
You see, it's all, they just ruse. And they have to recover this money. Take, for instance, if they import rice massively, that's a perfect excuse for those people to say, you've crashed the business. So what I grow, I can't sell. Maybe that is what is hindering the government.
Baba, should people go hungry because of the ineptitude of the government? Because that is still an ineptitude. How will you be giving people money and trust them like that? If you know they won't, at least you, if that could have mean that you employ a lot of people again to serve as investigators, secret investigators, all these things, it can be done. But a lot of people are hungry, people are dying, people are eating 001.
So look at what is going on in the Southwest today. I watched a video recently. I was shocked. They are producing
the
tomatoes.
Tomato,
in the Southwest, so in Ekiti.
I saw the video
selling it to the Hausa people. I was thinking that even we ourselves, we don't love ourselves. They are selling to them because to make abnormal profit.
Patoski, don't blame those people.
No, I'm not blaming them. I'm just trying to say
that
that
you know, those are things that, do you know that those are things that I think, probably the state government, there's a way you can make that thing attractive to those people where they can quickly sell those things to
Do
government.
you know what the state government of the Southwest are doing now? Before they were just sitting there, they are not
Don't
thinking.
mind
Now,
those guys.
now they are thinking. They want to cultivate 1,000 acres of land in each of the
Patoski, all those guys are just doing those things for the camera. Forget them.
So you mean all those governors are lying, especially from the Southwest? This is from the Southwest.
No, I think Sanwo-Olu is driving that agenda, and it's very serious.
Baba Sanwo-Olu has been doing that.
He will put the money down.
Sanwo-Olu invested massively in Niger. Most of the things you see in Niger, he invested massively in Binikebi. I know of Binikebi, right?
Yeah, he talked about it. He said Binikebi and now in Niger.
Sanwo-Olu knew and even in Epe, there's massive, even today, if you need land in Epe, they give 2 acres in Epe. If you apply through the government for farmland, they have 2 hectares. 2 acres for farmland in Epe that they will give you. And if you see most of the guys that are into agriculture in Lagos are basically in Epe. So leave some, every other ones, all those ones are just because
I am telling you their plan.
They have
they don't have those 5 people. Those 5, listen. We have seen the handwriting on the wall.
Okay.
If anything happened today, the North will use food to starve you guys to death.
Is it today?
ABC. But now that a lot of people are clamoring for food, and now they have a Marshall Plan, all of the state governors, they accepted that they are going to have 1,000 acres of land. You cannot just say they are lying. This is reality on the ground.
You don't know.
Any food, you cannot be expecting it from the North alone.
I saw a video of Ekiti. They having, I think
Ekiti already started doing it.
No, I know of Ekiti because I have friends that.
So why do you say they are lying?
No, you know why I said
all of them did not cultivating their land in large, extensive.
You know why? You wait now. For me to say they are I'm not saying they are lying. I said most of all those things are just for photo ops, right? For headlines and all those things. You see, there are some things that you don't even need to tell people. Maybe we are talking about Ekiti. We've said things that we know. Okay, probably.
I just said that all of them just agree.
Wait now. It's not until they agree.
Okay. Of course,
it's right. Not until they agree now that you
want. We all know that some of them are very lazy, and I can pinpoint 3 that are extremely lazy. They don't want to do nothing.
Okay? Is it until they agree that they know that they have to look for a way, to address that issue? This is not an issue that is just coming today now. This is an issue that have been even before some of them became governors.
Even states like Osun, Ondo, Ekiti, they're supposed to be the food basket. Food basket of the Southwest. They used to be like that. Now everyone
what I expect them to be discussing, it's not even agriculture, because I expect each of them to have their own plan regarding agriculture. They are supposed to be discussing how to power Southwest. That is what I'm expecting them to be discussing. It's not want to go and cultivate.
You know what? To tell you the truth, in the next few months, Imo State will probably have close to 20 to 22 hours of electricity. They are finishing their their power plant, and because they are smaller, so it's easy for them to power their entire landmass easily. But look at what our governors are doing.
That's what I'm telling you.
Even in Imo State, they are trying to revive the moribund oil plantation.
And they said they have abundance
plantation for the to produce palm kernel oil, the red oil.
All those we want to
reviving.
We want to go and now it's now that we want to go and start cultivating. We want to start. No, that's not.
But they have to do something. We should not say that.
But do you know something? You see, for me, right? I know those guys, and in most cases, you see them. Oh, if it's security, we want to now. It's now that we want to. There's Nigerian politicians now. It's now we want to go and do. No, that's not it. Right? Imagine, this is you. They have, this is more like, you have this thing. Lagos does. Maybe it's Lagos that said Lagos does not even have it. Ordinarily, someone who is not supposed to even go to far north to go and invest. He's not supposed to go to Binikebi, go to Niger and all these places. Someone who is supposed to be investing in Oyo, investing in Osun, investing in Ekiti. Because this
even Ogun State.
Even Ogun State. Do you know how much someone who invested in Niger? So some of all these guys, it's not until all of them now come to Lagos, say we want to come and understudy, we want to come and do our Southwest, this thing.
Even look, that Abiodun is a big disappointment, honestly, with the Ijira, with the money. Soon now they will be collecting from oil derivative, and the guy has done nothing. Even ordinarily the rail line, the red line to Alagbado, Ogun State there. He can't even pay Sanwo-Olu to complete it for him and help his people.
Abiodun is just taking his own. He's going now. He's just taking his own. Maybe they are the ones. Isn't it Abiodun and the likes of them that were eating the subsidy money all this while?
Oh, man, if you just leave their names.
All those guys, even the Ade dancer and the likes of even Ade dancer. What is I was talking to one of my friends in Osun. I said, I was talking to one of my friends in Osun. I said, with the way, at the Adelekes, with, they control power in places, at least Osun should be looking at having power plant and all those things. Having their own power and all this. The guy was like, for where?
Nigeria. John Belorun.
So, you know what I'm saying? So, all those guys, because Southwest used to be, leaders in Southwest used to be very smart. They used to, far, know what they are supposed to do. These guys, it's not like they don't know. You understand what I'm saying? It's not like they don't know. You have Southwest. Maximum, what does it cost you? If one state cannot, maybe we say we are talking about Imo now. Why
we were the one feeding ourselves before, Larry, with all those research institutes all over, from Oshodi to Ibadan to research institutes all over.
Of Ogun State, FUNAB, Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. What exactly is FUNAB doing? Maybe in Abeokuta, they have Federal University of Agriculture.
And they have vast lands.
So what is that Federal University of Agriculture doing in Abeokuta?
FUNAB is farming.
And for the fact that we even have a
FUNAB is farming. Patoski. FUNAB is farming. What's the capacity?
Mr. Larry, the fact that we even have an Akiwumi Adeshino to even, to leverage on those kind of knowledge to drive this kind of
question. Let us address it now so that we don't go back and forth. FUNAB has.
So that's why I said lamentation is not lamentation now. It's the solution for now. So because
FUNAB, so that you won't think that they are not doing anything. FUNAB has acreage of tomato farms, and they are trying to expand it. They have large fish farms as a university. So if government decide to invest in them and turn it to an institute like maybe IITA, FUNAB as a university is not supposed to be farming. They are supposed to be producing breeds, species, and farming technology. It's a research institute. It's a university. You understand? They are supposed to be coming with hybrids that can grow within short time and expand. But the point is that they are also farming. I know that. I know.
Patoski.
I have a friend.
Patoski, I know their farms. Maybe their farm is in Alabata there. I know
Patoski, I want to ask you.
They even have farms in other places.
Yeah, I'm not saying they are not farming. What I'm telling you is just that it's not all about just their farming.
FUNAB they are not meant to farm now. They are not.
That's what I'm saying now. That's what I'm saying. If FUNAB is in that place, FUNAB is supposed to. Okay, what are the modern way, right? Of that's for me personally.
That is the question I want to ask Patoski. Patoski, I want to ask you a question. All these federal investors of agriculture, I think they are receiving allocation or grant, a research grant from the federal government. What are the so-called professors and the doctors? What are they doing with all those money? Year in, year out. What are they doing?
Patoski, is it not that same FUNAB?
don't defend them. They are also
Patoski, is it not that
Which
same
research
FUNAB?
grant? Who told you they are
Wait
getting
now.
research grants?
Patoski, wait now. Why is
Which government
FUNAB
they give them research grants?
why is FUNAB fighting to be doing commercial courses?
Mr.
Because
Anoso, can I even
they
say
are not
something?
properly funded now. Because they are
Can I
not
say
properly
something?
funded. And one of
You
the
see,
ways to really get
every
funded,
time we keep saying they are not properly funded, they are not
they
doing
are
this.
not properly funded. They are
Wait
not properly
now.
funded.
Wait now. They are not properly funded. They are not doing this. They are not doing that. Right? We give an excuse and all these things. What exactly? Because FUNAB is a big school.
Gbogbo alamọ
Yeah,
àwọn
you know.
politician yìí pé
Mr.
wọ́n
Larry,
pa
Wait
look,
wọn fund.
No, no.
Can someone contribute to your discussion, please?
Yes.
Uh,
Can I say something?
I heard someone that said FUNAB is not supposed to be farming, and I think such kind of information may be misleading, to be honest. Because if I don't know of any school, right?
No, when things are done properly, they are not supposed to be farming.
That's
But
not
as it is, there's no
Ogami, that's
practice
not
farm.
correct. My school
How?
has existed for almost 200 years. Their farm is all is the output of what is coming from their farm is more
They are
than
not
the
supposed to be
entire.
farming. Your school, the basis for setting up your school in the US is even from that university. These institutes are not supposed to be farming.
All these things are an assumption now.
But the reason why university exists,
we can't say university are not supposed to be farming. When we have polytechnic, we have university that they have laboratory that they are working like a mechanic too, whenever they need to do that course. So if you have people that are into agriculture too, when you have to farm, those are the area you can even implement whatever you want to implement. So nothing stop anybody from farming. University of Calgary, where we are here, they have farms.
Those polytechnics that are generating machine, are they manufacturing the machine?
Okay, Ola and Patoski, I want to clarify one thing. Patoski is talking about they are not properly funding them, but I know that there's a lot of money that goes to Nigerian university recently. Even before Buhari left, they gave them billions of naira. Let me finish with my question. My question is very simple. My question is this: all those research grants or money they gave them, you might say that there is not enough, but you cannot tell me they did not give them nothing. They are receiving money, all these professors and doctors in the university, for some of their researches. But because if you Google it now, year in year out, you see research paper coming out from academia in Nigeria. So some of them into real practical things. But Patoski is trying to say they don't properly fund them or they don't fund them at all. So I want you to clear that. Everybody is
that's not the issue. The issue like how with the government is this. All those universities, we should by now allow them to be self-funding. And exactly why will I say so is that if they are self-funding, they will know that whatever they generate at school, they'll be able to use to take care of the environment. But when they even raise money and government still collecting that money from them and you are giving back, that's where the problem starts.
No. Ola, I want you to quickly fathom this question. If they are autonomous,
you are asking question upon question, you don't even let person answer yourself. Which one are we going to answer?
No, you can add it to it, and then you can put them. You are intelligent enough to do that. I know you very well. So if you make it autonomous, do you now see that most of these universities will raise their tuition fee? And don't you think you are going to have problem with the ASU and the Labour Congress telling you that the tuition fee is a lot? A lot of them we don't like accessing loan. So how do you now put that into consideration, and how do you find solutions to that?
You've already known my stand on university education, so no argument about that. University is misrepresented in Nigeria. We are in the university in Nigeria for the wrong reasons. Some people that do not even have capacity of attending university, they are there at the end of the day just to go back and be looking for a job on the street. What they could have done attending our technical school, But we have an institution whereby they are still fighting on the equalization between HND and the degree today. I have one, those are the set of people, even though they have doctorate degree, I call illiterate, uneducated people. That is still saying the HND people, they still have to do a 1 year course before they can equate. The question is this: what is your HND doing for you whenever you study like electrical engineering in school and you're in the bank working? What's the connection between your HND and BSc and the banking job you are doing that you still need to have some kind of equating HND and BSc? So what I'm saying is this: when you allow the university to be self-funding, one of the things you want to target today is, good, we now have some kind of loan to go to university. Probably that one will reduce the number of people that will go to university, and you start focusing on the type of education that we really need. Government should concentrate more on making secondary education. When I say secondary education, I'm core one, not the type of rubbish we are doing in Nigeria today. That just go and cram, Nekon and Packer, about BU and all those things, and you say you graduate. No, we have some high school here equivalent, because the system is almost the same thing that we are practicing here. You understand? You call it differently. You call it different name. That even some people write in high school, they are already computer major. Some people in high school, they are already doing mechanical job. Some people in high school, they can make furniture already. So we have technical school. So the government should concentrate on primary to technical school level, secondary school, fully funded, to be able for people to sustain. There is not for a graduate to come out and start be repairing ATM and start be repairing computer. No, that's not what graduates should be for. Allow those schools to be self-funding and attract the best brains that are meant for the university. Stop collecting whatever the university are making from them. And so, to me, I don't support the system of education we have today. So, what do you expect when people are just to go to university to get certificate and go to look for job? That is why the lecturers, they will be asking you to buy car for them. At least you see what Oseni wrote, this guy. What Oseni wrote is actually happening. You see some people, they are carrying MBA from universities, they are carrying masters in information technology from university. Some of them never attended the class for more than maybe out of 20 times, they never attended the class for like 3 to 4 times. They will go and buy things for the lecturers. So because in the first instance, they don't really have that capacity. In the first instance, we are running after some unnecessary certificates. So until you take all those stupid things away from our institution, then we are really into it. So to me, allow the universities to be self-funding. Don't make university education to be the compulsory thing. It should be for those people that have the brain and they can innovate and whatever. But you can sponsor the education if you like. The level. Yes, sir.
Sorry, my guy. I was listening to you on YouTube. That's why I come in. Don't you think that apart from the fact that government funding of education, the subject, the curriculum that they're teaching the students should be changed completely? Because none of these things that are being taught in school are actually helpful when students graduate or come out of secondary school or technical school. What is the essence of being an engineer and your thesis does not even have any, impact on humanity? It's just about what somebody has done in the past is what you are now presenting, as your project. What is the essence?
What's your answer?
So because our university these days is more of a teaching, calculus, the YDS, all these things, I put it down. Then we have some universities that are proper university. One, they teach you this, the YDS. They will give you a design that will incorporate the YDS. Not someone will say, what is geography? And you start giving definition of geography. Until we change from those type of system, then it's difficult. Personally, I don't see any course as irrelevant in the country. The only thing is we don't really have brains that we apply all those. Whether you go for history, whether you go for zoology, The problem is, are people really getting into those courses for the right reasons? The reason people are getting into that program is, I have to run a university. When I come, once I'm able to present my first class or second class upper, I will get a job in a bank, even though what I study is not relevant. So until we have the situation whereby what we are learning, we are go into serious research, someone that was zoology, we start pushing for us having some kind of maybe wildlife conservation, that we can develop the animal for maybe tourism or for something else. So those are the type of people we want in the university. If your university is for you to come out and be fixing bulb and be doing house wiring, then your university education is wasted. That
Can I say
because you
something,
don't
please?
need. You said?
Can I say something? Once you're done, I'm just trying to let you know.
No, just go ahead. Say your things.
Okay.
Say your thing.
Concerning the issue of the relevance of education with what is needed in the society, I think we shouldn't just blame the people. We shouldn't blame the people. Number one is this: the students. There is no assurance that once you even graduate, studying whatever you want to study, that after a certain number of years, at least this is the vision where you get to. It is certain that it is going to be you should be able to do this or do this or do that. There's no, and the thing is that even looking at the process, there's no way you can envisage a particular vision. The banks that you're talking about is because that is what they have seen that has worked. That is what they've seen their elders who have gone to the university and come out do. And that is the only way they could reason about it. So the question would have been, what is the government doing to make sure that everybody has a good mindset? And the only thing that could have happened for the government is lay down the infrastructure. Let there be infrastructure. Infrastructure change the whole system, changes everything. Because with infrastructure, it simply means that urban and regional planner, we need to go, there is need for them in the local government, there's need for them in the state government. They will need to go to the forest and plan, okay, this is where this, there is need that in this part of the infrastructure you're talking about. It means that there will be a channel in the banks that, okay, for workers, if you're working, you don't need to save your money before you can say you want to buy land. You can as well get a mortgage for a car and you pay gradually. These are infrastructure. These are things that endure, that make a system endure, that people will know that, no, I don't need to steal, or I don't need to I can now face, I know that even if I do fine arts, for example, I can still fend for myself once I graduate, because there will always be a job for me. There will be a work for me. Now, look at our educational system. How many whites have you seen or foreigners come to lecture in our schools? It's because it is not competitive. And what is wrong? Do you think we don't have brains? Go to University of Ibadan, you see professors, especially if you look at the science professors, physics, chemistry, that they should be running research, chemical research, physical research. They will tell you they don't have resources to do those things. No electricity to run, no chromatography, no NMR, no equipment, no all those things. How do you want them to produce? How? And this is what foster research. This is what make people even want to come to your place. You go to foreign lands now to go and do research, to go and learn. Why? It's because there are infrastructures in all these places. Their government have thought ahead. They are already planning next 50 years. And that is how it is done. That is how it should be done. So if I'm going to, okay, not that I want to complain, but just to let you know that I wouldn't just let us put the blame on these people alone. The corruption is also endemic, that even an average VC now, if you even give them the money that they should run their own universities themselves, they embezzle all these monies. Now every other professor is looking at opportunity to get to that position and also embezzle. And is it not the same professor that are running their INEC electoral system? Look at the way they are even.
So sorry to interject. Can we quickly now admit to what Ola has been saying? Maybe we should think about this, or the government should totally full autonomy for the university and take their hand off, and occasionally give them grant. That is how it used to be in almost foreign land. Let them pursue, let them make the money by themselves so that they can recruit the necessary teachers so that our professor, whatever they call them. Because now most of them, sometimes as you are blaming the government, you should also blame those professors and doctor teachers in the university. How will you impart knowledge when you just train your kid for 1 month and put them to examination and the semester is over? The rest is strike.
Can I ask, can we say most of the problem in Nigeria is all these unions?
Yeah, in fact, that one, look at the unions themselves. Oh my God.
Why would you when you say union, salary, when you say union?
Yeah, you know why I said that union, particularly this university that you're saying. Most of the problem of these universities, right? ASU, most of the problems, ASU is causing most of the problem. And to me, I think they do some of all those things because Nigeria is just a country.
But Larry, sorry for interrupting you. How did this man in Ilorin broke the back of ASU in Ilorin?
Thank you.
No, you see, for Ilorin is just so unique.
There's nothing unique in Ilorin, Mr. Larry. They just did what is needed.
It's not like, you see, University of Ilorin, aside the fact that, it's just a federal university, there's also a lot of cultural and religious things, that happen in that University of Ilorin. And which is not, remember those days where University of Ilorin singled out themselves from ASU, right? And it's not like they just decided to do that. I know there was a lot of meetings, Emir of Ilorin, and it's a whole lot. And ASU, okay, look at what is happening now. Rather than ASU focusing on the normal thing, they said governing council, no, because of that, they want to do this, this and that. Because it's easy now. In Nigeria, everything is easy. You can go for 1 year strike. And the next thing
you know that ASU also, they are against that student loan. They are against it.
Yes, now.
Hey, what concern you with that one? They are against it.
Because any small thing, they know that any small thing will blackmail the government. We have to go on strike, and
yes, every time strike.
And they have to pay us all those. Okay,
I disagree with your point on this ASU of it.
No. You know why? You see, let's sometimes when we look at things, I know some things are not really pleasant for us to say, but in most cases, particularly in public schools, a lot of things happen in public schools, which we all know. That in actual sense, if you have a private company, those things will not even happen. If you have a private university, some of those things will not even happen. But it happens, right? In public schools, and in most cases, they didn't give us enough money. They didn't give us this. Even the school, the ones we are generating, we are using everything to run the school. That's
Larry, another
Larry, can I just chip in briefly? I want to take a different route. I listened with rapt attention when Allah was making his own delivery.
Okay,
I think the educational system in Nigeria, I think the problem is multifaceted, if I could put it that way. I'm coming from the academic perspective now. I've observed something, and it's very common in that society. We go to school, study whatever we pick for convenience's sake. Hardly you will see any student going for something that they really have passion for. And I think the society already placed much emphasis on what you can do to get quick money.
You see that
earlier I was saying, what is the essence of studying engineering when you cannot even fix your own iron?
Mr. Adewale.
Press iron. Hold on, real quick. I didn't go to executive school, but during my MBA, half of the time was spent in a corporate setting because even the questionnaire that was developed for our research purposes, we didn't just come up with the one question in this classroom. Most of the time, we were attached to certain offices, finance houses, and in groups sometimes. most of what we did was really in depth. It was really deep in a way that if tomorrow they bring some of our programs out, I will still be part of what we did. Now, we can blame government for lack of funding in some way, but I think we lack some creativity because they said necessity is the father of creativity,
The mother of invention.
a mother of it. So when you are lacking, you begin to look inward and think outside the box. I think we are so relaxed in a way that we don't usually think beyond our environment in the sense that schools cannot wait for endowment alone or government handout before they can begin to at least little things. Just okay, for example, the agricultural sector. At least I expect if at all you cannot provide groundbreaking, you know, chemical. Whatever. I expect that in some ways there'll be some innovative idea that can help locally agricultural sector in a way. But we hardly, I mean, students going to school, especially in a higher institution, hardly get counsels on what they needed to do. As a matter of fact, if you're going to school and you're studying anything outside science, you are seen as not brilliant enough. But we've seen over the years now there's a trend of same case for coding and all that. A time will come we won't need to human being to code anymore. Maybe AI will be coding for us, or maybe Allah can stay push to that. But I think society lack creativity in the sense that we want a quick fix, quick way. And sometimes, even in the advanced world, government is not always the one coming to the aid of educational system. We have corporate settings that are taking up their social responsibility, that are putting their money where their mouth is, and supporting groundbreaking idea that will change the face of humanity. But what we have in Nigeria is just one financial house, sponsoring sport or sponsoring some mundane thing that won't have any effect even on the participant. So I think everything is not about money and everything is not about government, but a society that places, you know, priority on something that are not really important than something that, I mean, if a child is good at woodwork and is good at furniture and joinery, why not empower such kid, and build them up to the way that by the time they graduate and they leave the school environment, they'll be so good at what they do that even the word we heard about it. I mean, look at what is it called? Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg was so good at coding and all that before he left Harvard of all places, right? But today he's one of the richest billionaires. You can imagine if he had abandoned his dream and decided to focus on that education. So I think our society lack creativity and we focus on things that not necessary, instead of just doing the right thing. And the government cannot come to it. Because look, if you are good at something, society does. I mean, we've seen cases where people build from scratch. They will use the old engine of a car, but they build a solid, sophisticated replica of a sport car. We've seen that. Maybe somebody who's never even been to classroom or engineering theater, and they have something creative displayed. So I think we should change the way we think, and a curriculum should change to reflect what really needs to build our future, not something that we just go through and, just like the water going through the water hose, and at the end of the day, you can't even remember what you have been taught in school. Don't you guys think we should do that?
So Mr. Dewale, you see, unfortunately, it's a cultural thing, right? It's a cultural thing that, an average Nigerian parent, most of the things you said are actually good, but that's why I see that, averagely, you know, a whole lot of things even happen. Even look at the kids in in secondary schools, right? They don't even, some of them, if you ask them, oh, what exactly do you want to do? Probably they just pick some of all those big courses, and they're like, yeah, this is what I want to do. And I like what Mr. Ola said, right? In the sense that technical education, if government can finance that and make it more attractive, right? And
there are a whole lot of people that, if it's free, and government invests massively into it, a lot of people that probably in some of all these universities might actually really go there. But Nigeria is just the way it is, right? It's more like we've done it in such a way that probably if you don't go to university, probably you are kind of like a second class citizen.
Yeah, that is the orientation
So
from
that's the orientation. That's why I said it's more of a cultural thing. Okay, look at all these
Larry. Have you ever
HND.
been to Federal Technical College or your?
No.
Oh my God!
No.
Anybody? I have like a street brother that went to that technical college, and he went to go and study furniture and fitting, something like that. If this guy uh, do furniture for you, like sofa or whatever, the finishing is superb. And I went there and I saw all those machines. Nigerian government really spend money to provide all this machine for them to train with. I think what Allah is saying,
Can I
that
offer a
is what,
solution?
huh?
Can I offer a solution? What's your daughter talking?
No. What I'm just trying to say is that this particular kind of education, we should push it more, and then we should jab up their hourly rate pay, or maybe their month, or a standard. There should be a standard, because what they do in Scandinavia is that just quickly, just 1 second, they encourage people to go to, they call it vocational college here, but it's the same thing at technical college in Nigeria. But when you look at the pay parity, sometimes they even earn more than you that go to those universities or whatever. Some of them can earn as high as 20 to 25 euro per hour. When they start fixing your car or doing furniture for you, or you have to do something with them, they earn more money than you that you just go to the office and with AC blowing on you. So the income disparity here is so minute that you think that working in a bank is not so special. You go to their bank, just a few people. Nobody want to work there, because it's not that you are going to get more money than me. Me that are outside in the snow or whatever, I'm making more money than you. So that is the way they do it here. So people can go to professional college. Thank you. So
let me just, Mr. Emilokon, let me just say something, because I'm going now. So another thing that we talk about probably the curriculum to change. The problem is we don't even have the right workforce that can handle, the 21st century education, innovation, and everything in our universities, except probably the private universities, right? If you take, for instance, now, let's say you go to some of these Nigerian universities to go get probably a lecturing job and everything. No matter how innovative you are, those guys will frustrate you out. Because, number one thing is they believe they are in the system, they've been in the system for long, and hardly will you kind of like bring new things. I've seen friends that have gone to Nigeria, after their PhD, they felt they could actually do one or two things. After 2 years, they want to get out because that environment is so toxic. And another thing is, and that's why I was more like, union in Nigeria is so powerful that, they do a whole lot of things. If you're in the university system and you see how those guys do things, and they are so powerful that, they can challenge the government, do, okay, you can say what you want to say. But for me, I just feel, it's a total rejig. If you want to rejig, tertiary education in Nigeria, it's a total one. But with the present workforce in Nigeria, in the universities, I am not sure. Even if you pump 1 billion, give everybody 1 billion, I'm not sure.
No, when you do autonomy for them, then things will change. Because if you make them like probably a full autonomy, things will change immediately.
But with the union allow that.
That is the problem we are talking about. The union will not just stupid union.
90 something. Look, this is my own solution. Number one is that we need somebody that is going to have a foresight that can vision this thing and make it and plan for it. And how I wish it is this present man here. Then another thing is this, that I would suggest that once there should be a kind of working force that is working tirelessly to rejig the entire curriculum. That is one. That one should be going underneath for every education knowledge that is currently going on in Nigeria. Then maybe from GSS 3, instead of everybody to be going to SS 1, 2, 3, people should just go to technical school. I think that should be it at this moment.
That is how it was before. Now that is how it was before. See, that
because
is the
you know, look, in the way I see it in places that it works. Once they visualize, oh, in the next 10 years, we might be needing more plumbers than medical doctor. They channel the crop of students that they know as at that time that they will need them. That is what they will continue to train. And the thing is, there is no too much inequity in that. I mean, inequality in that system. That a plumber will feel like I am a plumber. I need to be a medical. They don't even envy all these things because you can earn the same amount, even earn more than them. And it's so you know when this.
That's what I said exactly.
Yeah. So how about, instead of that SS 1 to 3, how about leaving the current state and probably adding extra 1 year? Let every kid after secondary school at least go do 1 year.
It's not enough, my friend. It's not enough.
No, at least no. Some of them, some of them might actually want to go do more, right? At least
I think the orientation should be what this guy said. When the income disparity should be closed. When that one is closed, people will say, okay, I'm a plumber, I can also become a millionaire, I'm making more money than people that say, okay, I'm working in the bank, showing off, or maybe work in this white collar job or work in other field. So that is the problem we have in Nigeria. If Nigerian can now see that if you're a mechanic and you are well structured, you can even make more money than that general manager or manager that is sitting in the office in a bank or in First Bank or wherever. People will now go and do it. But
Do you know what even with that we even bring? Because let me even tell you, in Nigeria, they might not even make more money because of the way Nigeria is at this moment. But you know that when you, for example, now, like this technical school that we are talking about, invest in it such that you even have foreigners, experts come and teach in those technical schools. So, and make their certificate, make the certification of those schools world class, worldwide. That if it means all these international certifications, they should come and certify each of the schools that if you pass through the system, anywhere you submit those certificates, it should be go. Like if you look at your Finland of it, I mean, sorry, is it in Finland you're talking about? Huh?
Yes, I'm in Finland, and I know that people that have, for example, there is a guy I know that he went to technical college in Nigeria. He's not a plumber in UK. He's even earning more money than those people that are doing other job there because they need them more. Bricklayer, plumber, and the rest.
Exactly, but you know that in those places, you just don't say you want to become a plumber or something. You join the association, maybe you even do an exam and you show certifications.
They went to 3 years vocational college, do like 3 years technical college to learn it. And once you are out, there's hello, who is talking?
No, continue.
And once you are out, there is a lot of job opportunity outside for you there. And once you are out, you can also set up your own company. And to get a loan is not so difficult like Nigeria. But I won't blame them because this is a structure and well-planned economy that have been years over years, not Nigeria.
So, as I was saying, Mr. Remy, like make the technical education sector world class. Now, when you begin to funnel a lot of students into those places, they get those certifications. Of course, you know what a lot of them will want to do, sir? They want to travel out with those things. Now, let them go. Let them travel out. And the people will begin to see, the other ones coming, will see that, hey, these people are making it. Because now there won't be too much difficulty getting to other working countries and begin to write those exams again. Why? Because it is already a certified system from Nigeria. It's an international system. So by doing that, you're already channeling the minds of people away from going to the universities, go and do this, and in 3 years, go to the UK or go to the Finland, and you can work easily without even doing all those things.
This is already happening now. What I'm trying to say is that they are recruiting a lot of Nigerians that have that kind of certification from technical school in Nigeria. Some of them are already coming to Europe. They will give them a soft training, maybe 2 or 3 months, and they go into the working market immediately.
And they begin to earn their money.
And they even hand more money than what, because they are not paying them like Nigeria stipend or whatever. They give them good hourly pay. What we are saying here is this: Nigeria have a lot of work to do, because I don't know whether because we are together as a country or because of tribal sentiment, everybody's lack of trust. If the government wants to do this, everybody will be saying, yeah, the government is not good. The government is so many wahala that you don't even know where to start from. So that is what the approach of Nigeria, to be frank with me, people, is like a carrot and stick, because there is no way. Look at the youth we have in Nigeria nowadays. Some of them are very creative, but majority of them, I'm sorry, my generation, we are in the middle. We in the middle. What I mean is that we were there a little bit when the system were working very well, and now the system were no more working. But generation after me, when they came in, system were not working. Everything was in a mess. And we now crank it up the age of globalization and everything, and we can see whatever is happening on the world. But we are copying most time the negative aspect of it. People displaying their wealth online, people worshiping people that make money overnight. So it makes our youth think, why should I go and till the land? Why should I work hard? When I can see that guy just, I don't know what he did, but he make money. I want to be like him. I don't want to trouble myself. So when you not juxtapose it with some Asian countries, you discover that the way they treat their own youth, they don't let the Western influence there. They curtail it, they stop it. And then they force their population the way they want it. So their youth is still, okay, hard work pays, not making money. It's not all about money, money, money. But when you look at Nigerian setting, it's all about money, whether old or young. So that mentality, if you want to change it, can we change it democratically? It's not going to be easy unless we have new set of law that force people to must do these things. They must. Okay.
It is a great submission, and I think sometimes this is just the reason why I always want to clap, where I just try to say, come, maybe we should just go our way of maintain regional system of government. This is just because you want to question yourself. This problem is better we should break it so that everybody solve their own problem the way they want to solve it, rather than all of us putting the problem together and say, let us solve it together, which is not working. So, but all the same, if it's going to work,
actually, the democracy we practice supposed to work, but because of self-interest of Nigerians, it's all about, if it's not my tribe, then I will castigate that person. That person, I wish that everything bad happened to that government. It's not supposed to be like that. It's a country. Whether it's your person that you support is the leader today, all Nigeria should try as much as
Mr. Remy, the thing is, we don't punish people for wrongdoing.
Yes. How can you have about how many did they call, thousands of inmates? Some of them are on death row, and the governors are afraid to sign the death row. And the crime they committed is so onerous, so terrible that
kill them, let them go.
The government is afraid to even sign all the court. They have, this person should go to that. They should hang the person, and the governor is saying, will I sign this death row? It will be on my neck. I'm a Christian and a Muslim just by mouth. Okay, so they use religion for everything. But now look at Nigeria now. The money is not coming into the mosques and the churches anymore. They are finding their way in America and UK, and they are telling you they have a dream that they should leave Nigeria because the money is no more coming in like before, and people are being more aware. The money you have is not enough for yourself, and you are donating for a pastor instead of the pastor to use the money for the betterment of all the congregation. He's using it to buy your private jet, sending his children to best schools all over the world, driving Rolls Royce and limousines are all over the world. Sometimes I ask Nigeria, are they not seeing with their eyes, or somebody close their eyes? Can't you see that this your pastor is living a luxury life, and you that are following him, you are living a terrible life? Can't they stay by themselves? Your pastor will come with 4 or 5 limousines. How does he get the money? You ask yourself.
No, Mr. I don't even have issues with those ones, because one way or the other, or do you know why? The thing is, the congregants are the one putting their monies in the basket for these people. The ones I have issue with are the government, and that is why I was clamoring for punishment. That was saying, because how can somebody embezzle 80 billion and there's no punishment? There's no collection of the money. You know, these are the things that speak that the government is serious. And these are the things that change mindsets.
It still boils down to tribal something. When they arrest this person and it's a Yoruba man that's still about 500 billion. And when they want to prosecute him, the people will not say, is this the only one? What about this Hausa man, Igbo man that also still 200 billion? What did you do to him? So then you ask yourself as a president, I said, what can you do? So, and if you also arrest your own people, they will come to you and beg you. You know, it's from your village or it's from that. Why? Let's settle it out of court. Let's do this. In fact, it's and those ones they bring to court. All those activists that they said activist lawyer, we are the best. They will go and defend them, collect 500 million naira. At the end of the day, technical issue, they will release them. So all of them are just in for the money, not really the interest of the country itself. Everybody is just in. What can I make from it? What is going to be my own? It's all about the money. Like they cost that country of money. Everything is just about, I want to get rich country. So if it's a regional government, I don't know. If it's regional government, it's going to be very difficult to siphon money that way. Because the resources now belong to all of you in that region. So let's say they are going to steal their money and go away.
This is well.
It's a lot of issues, man. Prince Daddy is there now; he's not talking, and also
everybody's tired.
Yeah.
No, Prince Daddy is scared of me. That's why he didn't want to say a word.
Okay. Just mention Donald Trump now. He will come.
He's waiting for me to go first. That's why.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. You can say something.
I don't have time for him tonight. I'm going to go to bed. If you can hear me, you will know that my papa don't bounce back. One and only President Biden don't bounce back.
Really? Did they have another second debate or what?
Oh, it's coming up in September. Just wait. He will finish that orange man. Just wait.
Well, actually, to be frank with you, at this particular moment, I pity Americans. Because left or right, it's not, I'm sorry to say this, it's not totally a good candidate. You have both sides.
Let's hold on. Please, let's hold on, guys. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. No. You see, part one of the Diwali presidential debate. I know it was after hours. It was not on tape. It was epic. So I came back just for the part two. So what's going on, Prince and the Diwali? Let's get this thing on now. I thoroughly enjoyed myself the last time you two went at it. It was offline. I'm back for the what did you say?
Why are you like?
Prince, what's going on, man?
Prince Daddy
he's scared. He's scared of me. That's why, because he knows I'm going to come for the juggler tonight. That's why he's scared. I don't even have to.
Remy, do you know what we found out during that debate with Diwali? Yes. We found out that Diwali is as extreme as Prince Daddy. You think Diwali is just a liberal? Trust me, it's extreme too. I didn't even know it was that extreme until I'm like, oh.
I am central, not extreme. I'm central.
Diwali, we are past that one. Let's forget they still send you text messages.
It's a common thing in the party now. They will send from soliciting for fun from now and
Remy, they send the Diwali talking points memo on his phone.
Really?
I'm not
that is not. Don't listen to
I'm
Baba.
not kidding. They sending text messages just to defend. I'm not kidding. It's a party member, so can't do what's up, man. How you doing, bro?
Good morning, everyone.
Okay.
I thought they said Agbaki wà lọ́jà kórè ọmọ tuntun wọn.
Want to give you money already now?
Mi ò mọ̀ pọ́n ní kán máa pour petrol sí i.
No, Kando, I really wish that debate was on tape because it happened after hours.
But Babati, sometimes I wonder. Prince Daddy comes like a kind of a gentleman with a highly religious, doesn't want anything to stain his clothes. When it comes to this Trump politics, you will see the other side of this guy. It's like fire, more than 100% hot, and I can't believe it. It's just like I'm seeing two different persons at the same time. It's unbelievable. So that means that any individual that have passion for something, they can pursue it to any logical end. The way
but Trump is going to be our president. Kandu and Diwali, they need to get used to that. That's the new reality.
Listen, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Diwali.
I'm playing FIFA here. That's why I'm distracted.
Don't say anything. Trump is going to be our president.
People
don't mind the
look.
American politics is difficult to predict sometimes because I remember Hillary Clinton and Trump. All opinion poll. Remy, this one is too obvious. Abati, listen, all opinion poll, everything were in favor of Clinton. In fact, we thought it's going to be just dust this guy because the way your guy
opinion poll on CNN, opinion poll on
CNN, opinion poll, American guy. One for Clinton, but at the end of the day, look at
they said the same thing during Trump and Biden, and he still won. He will win. The margin might be small, but he will win.
You see that Trump and Biden, if not for COVID, I don't see how Biden will actually won Trump.
Biden. Let me tell you something, my brother. Biden did not win that.
You see, you are a party man. Me, I'm not a party man.
I can see. Look,
I'm just an American, right? I'm just an American.
Do you vote or you don't vote?
Yeah, I do. The last time I voted for Biden the last time, but this time.
So automatically, you might be. You cannot just say you don't have dog in this fight.
Remy, we are telling you the reality on ground. Yeah, there's them on us polls.
So the last time I voted for Biden, but this time around, I'm all out for Trump.
Okay. And remember I told you on this platform months ago, black men. Pay attention. I keep telling you, black men you guys think I was joking. More black men that voted for Biden, they're going to vote for Trump this time around. And this is evidence right here.
What about if more black women also came out to vote for
Biden? Just keep watching now. You keep putting poll. I'm telling you what's going on ground.
Even my wife is pro Biden, but I think recently, I was surprised when she told me that she's going for Trump too. So,
but that is now. You still have a long time before November.
No. The thing is this, right? I expected a lot from Biden, but in actual sense, no. I think he has tried his best. You understand what I'm saying? But I just think now probably.
I think the reason why you are going for Trump, that to me, I will look at an American life. This guy is old, and sometimes the way he moved, and you do not believe in his judgment anymore. And secondly, the way he handled all those crises in the Middle East, an average American would not like it when they started killing small children. I think most Americans, they don't like that kind of thing. So he didn't handle that area very well. And I don't know about the economic. Just asked about the inflation rate, and he says about 3%, which is not high compared to the rest of the world. So if the economy is good,
Kandu is very smart. Kandu is a very smart man. I know he
don't patronize him, man. Don't patronize.
No, hold on. He's a very brilliant mind. I mean, he will do the right thing, of course. No pressure, no pressure. Go ahead and do the right thing and say the right thing. Go ahead.
It is truly unfortunate for the world that these are the two people that we're saddled with. Truly, it truly is. It truly is. I mean, I don't know the people in Biden's family. I don't know how he himself did not borrow himself some brain cells and say, "Pé ìwọ Ọlọ́run ó máa tiẹ̀ ṣe tó jẹ́ kó rí."
Take it easy with that. Don't be going through that brain cell, no brain cell.
Let me give you an example.
What I'm saying is, at that
you guys are having political amnesia. This guy, look, there's no denying that Biden is old. Okay.
Do you know that if you really want to know Biden's supporters, right? Anytime Biden's tweets or probably just dropped anything on Facebook, Biden's official page, go and look at the comment section. And you see people, I know people that, during that last election, that were basically more of Biden. These are the same people telling him, man, right? Please get us someone else. Let's get someone else. And when you see people that your key supporters now advising you, everything for like 2 days now, everything Biden has been releasing is more like they are trying to justify, probably this and this are happening. I follow Biden a lot.
Hi guys.
Every tweet
do you know
comes out.
Do you know that I have a change of mind on Trump now? I think Canada needs the type of Trump, because I've seen something over here in the past 2-3 years that I think we need a president like Trump. Now, just imagine here now. You all here now, you have qualification. You are within the system. Who is sleeping? They are cutting horn.
Sorry, why is the Canadian allowed to talk about an American election? Who gave him permission?
They are our brothers.
I wonder.
They are our brothers.
Look, listen to me. I hear you.
You should take that to those and whatever his name is and go away.
You see one thing that people here, they don't have job.
Like I was saying,
and they keep outsourcing job, and they keep outsourcing job to people in India. You understand? Now, you look at it this way. You have, as the unemployment rate grows in Canada, unemployment is reducing in India.
Why is Canada complaining? Is that not the same problem US is facing now?
That's exactly what I'm saying, that I think Canada too needs a Trump, because what Trump was doing,
every company, big company, is it that some company even outsource their whole engineering team to Asia?
They are doing it in UK too.
So it's obvious now, and nobody's ready to stand up to it.
Immediately you hire an Indian man now, all of a sudden, all of you right now, you don't know the job again.
That's what is happening.
Someone
but you're not addressing the reason why, Ola. They are cheaper to hire. They are going to be hired by their own people that have the company in most cases.
Bro,
that is one of those companies. So my point to you, like that, instead of fighting it or going against them, find a way to, as Nigerians, to build your own companies where you are strong enough to also benefit from that. But you can't stop them. It's a oil market. It's a well-oiled market is the point.
I'm talking as a Canadian now.
Their company, no.
I'm talking as a Canadian now. I'm not talking as a Nigerian.
Now.
I'm saying for those. No. I made two different points. I said they have companies to bring people in, and for the they are cheaper to hire.
No place to hide tonight. Go ahead.
One voice, please.
No, please. Let me quickly round up. I'm talking as a Canadian. Job is cheaper in Canada. You produce it cheaper to come and say to people that do not have job here. That they have to now live on welfare.
Hold on. Please hold on right there. Don't tell me the Canadian engineer is cheaper than an Indian that came from an Indian. That's not true. It is cheaper to hire.
No. It's not about. You don't get me. You don't get me. You are taking job away from
Trying to protect Canadian
Canadians.
jobs. Canadian jobs. You guys need
You understand?
MAGA in Canada. You need MAGA in Canada.
You are taking away Canadian jobs.
Praise Daddy.
You are
I'm all
polluting the
for
service.
MAGA.
Is that Larry?
Yeah, I'm all for MAGA now. The last time
Dude, I heard everything you said, and I was going to congratulate you and your wife. Congratulations.
My wife, I'm for MAGA now because we've told Baba to go and give us somebody, but he doesn't want to give us someone else. So Baba should continue.
No, Larry, please. Now the thing is this: look at it this way, Baba T. Look at it this way. Everybody here, for those people that don't know how to do desktop support, I can teach you desktop support in 30 minutes. I will be supporting desktop forever. But these people, they will tell you that they don't have people in Canada that can do it. They will package, go and bring someone that graduated from one Indian university to come and be putting laptop on people's.
But why did they do it? Ola, why did they do it is the question. Why?
The way they bring them in, get me right to the way they bring these people in,
Ola,
it's going to be cheaper.
No, you're not addressing. No, you're not addressing the problem.
Babati.
Yeah.
Babati, hold on. This is for Biden. Go on.
I was here trying to tolerate the Canadian and the Australian just messed the whole thing. How is that even relevant?
No, Baba T, I'm not laughing. No.
Baba we know where the Biden. Baba we know where.
He's trying to say, but just like they were talking about Tinubu, and he ended up winning. Biden could end up winning. I think that's what they were trying to demonstrate.
Well,
No. You are. It's the opposite way. It is the opposite way. Trump. We want Trump. We are MAGA for life. MAGA.
No, right. The Indians, they've cornered the Canadian market, and they're abusing your immigration system. There's no doubt about that. And you know that.
But why? No, sorry.
Why? Because of the lax immigration system.
No, it's not that. It's not because it's not.
Let me broaden this thing a little bit real quickly. You see, if you want, you can go back as far back as you want to go. I remember during the days of George Bush, the same story. There are not enough jobs. Jobs are going to be lost to this person and that person and the other person all over the world. Yet, things change around. I remember during the days of when Obama was coming in, we were losing about 1 million jobs a month. And then what happened? The economy changed around, and for the next 9 to 10 years, jobs were being created like there is no tomorrow. During the days of Trump, unemployment went down to about 4%. During the days of
you can't give us that story. You can't say what you're saying. You have to give us the background, please. You have to give us the background. Jobs did not appear out of nowhere.
That is why I went as far back as I did. You see, the cake, if you make the cake bigger, there will be jobs. I promise you, in another 10 years, more jobs will have been created than have been created in the last 10. Make the cake bigger. People are going to have jobs.
That's not the way it works. Sorry, that's not the way it works.
But that's the way it has worked.
You don't create jobs. You don't create jobs out of thin air. You don't do that.
When Ford started building the Model T, they said, "Oh, there won't be any jobs. All the jobs will go away." What has happened since then? You make the cake bigger, people get more educated, there will be more jobs.
No, there's no cake getting bigger. Can do. There came about innovation and creativity in the industry, and it brought about auxiliary jobs that people never thought about. There's no bigger cake. It is nothing new to attract new jobs or creation of jobs. Nothing's gonna happen.
You think there will be less jobs 10 years from now than there are today?
Well, I just said it. If there's creativity and innovation in the marketplace, jobs we've not even thought about will come about. You can trust me.
There are jobs that you and I have not thought about today that will be 10 years from now.
But
what you are saying,
wait.
totally different from what we are saying.
Please. There will be, based on projections, there will be way more jobs. The issue with America and Canada is that you're not training your kids to be skilled enough to take those jobs when they come around.
That's not true, Babati.
That is you don't have enough to keep up with the level of innovation.
Babati, it's not
about they don't have enough.
Babati, if you can allow me to interject quickly. See, what you say appears on the surface to be true, but at its core, it's false. You can make the same argument. That's why in sports, are you telling me that we don't have talented black people that can play baseball in America? Can you make that argument? But guess where the majority of baseball players are coming from now into the Major League Baseball?
Because they are cheaper. It gets my point originally. When it comes to
okay, so not because we don't have trained. Well, apart from being actually not really cheaper, but the point here, the point is that the sports industry, industry, they made a lot of investment in El Salvador, Costa Rica, and all those Dominican Republic. They made investment.
I know about the farm system in Cuba. They go over there. Why? Because they're cheaper.
So the question, let me tell you, and I can attest to this. The Indians, they're not really smarter than Americans. If they invest money here.
Hold on now, please. Hold on, please allow me. When they bring the Cuban in, they lowball them on their first contract of 4 to 5 years. They lowball them. So
Absolutely, they've been doing that for the last 20 years. I mean, all these guys when they first got developed, very.
I know. I said not necessarily, but the point here is that hold on, no, make the argument. Are you telling me that this baseball player they're not talented? Are they talented? Yes or no?
Prince Daddy, calm me down, man. Calm down.
Now let me finish. Hold on, let me finish.
I'm coming to you. Hold on. Don't run away. I'm coming.
Hold on, please. We're not discussing talent here. Is what they will call efficiency in capitalism. I'm saying that they are the ones that will go to Cuba to go and invest in what is called the farm system, right?
I got you. Right.
Hold on. So Mike Trout was paid out how many millions? Over 300 million from high school because it's American and it was a star in the AAA league, right? He gets paid that. But the guy that has equally as good as Mike Trout from Cuba gets paid $500,000 for 2 years, and his first contract gets how much? $50 million for the first 5 years. So you see where they make more money.
Babati,
You
are not paying attention to what I just said.
You're not paying attention to what I'm saying. I will let you talk now. Just let me finish, please. My point is, when you say, I agree with you guys that of course they are shipping jobs abroad, they're bringing Indians in, but you're not addressing the why question. They are cheaper, and unfortunately, your kids right now are smart. Don't get me wrong, but is the system preparing them for what is to come in the future at that pace? They are not. So you must address those two facts.
They are not necessarily cheaper. They are saying it. It's a lie.
Yeah, they're not necessarily cheaper. Overall cost, they're not cheaper to the economy. They are not cheaper at all.
I mean, this tech feed, I'm telling you, I gave an example of a job I did last year that there are about 6 companies in between. Do you know how much they charge per hour? They charge about $135 per hour. At the end of the day, when it came down to me, it came down to me for 45. The same group of cook we are talking about. How could you be charging $135? How could $135 per hour be a cheaper alternative? At the end of the day, someone, an incorporated person that is doing the job, you are paying the person 45 to go and hire another person that will be paid lower. It's not cheaper. It's cookery. It's fraud.
Like a hospital system.
No. Babati, wait again. Now, when you take all those jobs away now, you that you are well to do, that you are earning high, they will tax you now to not pay welfare to those people now that will now be patronizing that cheaper job. In entirety, when you look at it, the total wealth of that country, it's not cheaper for the country because what
that is correct.
is being transferred to another person. So this one is a net worth issue.
Correct.
So that's why the lack of Trump, they understand the issue. But we are looking at what individual entrepreneur is telling us. That's the problem now. You understand? So they want to tell you that, okay, look at it this way now. They want to tell you that, okay, like I just made an example to you now that I can teach you in the next 30 minutes to start supporting desktop. Do you need to go and bring a graduate and go and look at impact assessment here? And you must not pay all those graduates less than 100K. Mind you, all those graduates we are bringing from India to come and be putting, you must not pay them less than 100K.
So they went to India to get more expensive workers to come, is what you're telling me.
Because you don't
like you make it make sense now. So they left America and they went to India to go and get more expensive workers.
It's totally incorrect. It's
come on now, guys.
These people have been hiring Indians. Hold on. These people have been hiring Indians in India to work remotely for at least over a decade. Maybe 15 years.
That's cost center.
More like close to 30 years.
But listen. Even with your mega king, when it comes, you see, this is one thing about America. Iromeji, Kintoshi, even those that they're quote unquote paying on welfare, believe you me, if those people themselves do not become successful, their children will become successful.
I'm telling you,
you think their children will become successful.
What percentage?
So, a very high percentage.
No, that's not true.
You think their children are going to be with welfare kids?
Are you saying your environment, the family background don't matter and how you turn out in life? Is that what you're saying?
No, they both matter, but what I'm telling you is once those children become incorporated into the system, they will become successful. Go and look at the children
nobody's doubting that. Nobody's doubting that.
So what is
nobody's doubting that.
What do you think Trump is going to do? He's going to drive all these people out of the country? To where?
No.
If you listen to me, you will get my point. That is the general belief. You know, there's what we call collective ignorance of the situation because it is the lie and falsehood spread over time and people start thinking. If you see Canadian requirement for bringing in foreign workers, that's a one. Outsourcing your contact center to offshore company is another thing entirely. Now, just imagine in America today, the graduate average of 104,000 bachelor degree in computer science in United States of America. And now, some people will tell you that out of 104,000 America, you don't have someone to be putting a PC on people's desk. So it simply means that 4 years of bachelor degree in computer science in United States of America is wasteful.
They can do the job, but they chose to go out to India to go and bring somebody from India.
Wait now, Baba.
Make it make sense.
Oh, make sense now. Like, why would they do it?
How will it make sense when you will not listen?
Ola, address the why. Don't give.
How will it make sense? Why will you not even listen to me to land? How will it make sense? I'm telling you that I work with people here, and you cannot bring any graduate under the type of scheme they use to bring those people. You cannot pay them less than 80 to 100K because you are going to do the impact assessment. It's there, it's requirement. This guy will go and bring someone that graduated from computer science 2 years ago because it's minimum of 2 years you have to have, and they will bring it here. Go and look at their company. I can start mentioning them now. You will see the general manager, everybody there, they are there. And go and look at their pay. You understand? How can someone get a job of $135 per hour? And you are saying that one is cheap when an incorporated person like me is now taking 45.
Okay, so let me do this in 10 seconds. So in healthcare, it's called the STAR program, Ola. So let me tell you what's going on with you. It's similar in all fields. They call it the STAR program. Do you know what these hospitals and they do? When they bring in these foreign doctors, they know for you to get your green card and your citizenship, it takes about 3 to 5 years, right, Kando? 3 to 5 years. So within that 3 to 5 years, they will use you for cheap.
Yes, sir.
Because once you get your citizenship, you go and apply for a new job to get higher pay. So the person that you are discussing, that person that is getting that money, that might be his second or third job. His first job is the low pay.
But see, I have a first-hand experience. Hold on, what you just said right there in the medical field. I have a first-hand experience next to me. Okay, there are doctors that come from the Middle East, and they don't get paid cheap. They get paid a lot of money. So I'm not sure what doctors you're talking about. And they're not Americans. They came on H-4B or whatever visa, and they get paid a lot of money. So because they fall into.
I'm giving you specific.
With how many years experience?
See you guys tomorrow.
How many years experience? That is what we're talking about when those people first come in.
Prince, he said new graduates. You got to pay. You got to listen to what he's saying. I'm telling you, like in medical field specifically, that 3 or 4 years that you're here trying to get your green card of citizenship, they exploit you. So anybody that is making money beyond that 4 or 5 years, that person, in most cases, that will be their second or third job. They will leave that job that brought them in the first place.
Yeah, they paid their deals.
That is what they paid their deals. Baba, if you bring a system engineer from Canada, from India, and you pay them 60,000 here, they will not give the person visa. I guarantee you that. You are bringing someone that is a system administrator, you want to pay the person 60,000 in Canada, they will never approve that. You have to pay, and they will have to say, because there's a threshold of what you can make for you to even maintain your permanent residency.
Yeah, for a certain visa. That is correct.
I know. I'm not telling you of what I do not know. You mentioned medical. I'm not talking of medical. I'm talking of my field now.
You are correct. I know.
What percentage
there's certain kind of hold on. There's certain kind of visa you have to qualify for.
What percentage of those employees you're talking about that are being brought in?
I only talk about my field. I talk about
okay, but we're talking about the American. We're talking about the American economy and the American employment situation. If all these things are the way that you all are saying it to be, why are we at right about 4% unemployment? Data.
Okay. Let me tell you what Apple can do. You know, before I used to think that marketers or Igbo marketers, they know they collect a Bugiati. I was a fool for so many years until I had an opportunity to manage projects for the sales guys. You think they know they said to sit down there. I was a fool for several years, but what I discover is what I discover. You'll be shocked. So now people, those guys, they can still bring you and still make you like say the same 100K. Oh, don't worry, 100K will be appearing on your payslip, all those stuff. I bet you they may not be taking that amount. It's corruption. They are using the system.
Okay.
That is why you find hold on. That is why you find that after several years in Canada, maybe some people they practice it in like 10 years, they will just bust the bubble like after 10 years sometimes, and they will restrict. You know what happened in the real estate recently before they ban foreigners from buying houses in Canada, and they are still buying. Those guys, you can't be there in anything shady. Trust me, they are master of anything. Let me.
Can we wrap this system in don't mean to go further and argue. Prince, my point is this to you. If you have MDs coming in from abroad and there's in most cases and they're paying them more, they'll likely be specialists in like neurology or hepatology, like
cardiology.
Yes, they will pay them more, but it's based on experience because there's a need for it. Remember, we are half a million short in America when it comes to doctors. Even when I was in grad school, in the whole of my area, my old county, we only had 2 neurologists and 1 hepatologist. So America is down. So of course, when they bring you in, but we're discussing entry level into a job. And what I'm telling you that what I've noticed, not even in healthcare alone, is because when Ola said, "Oh, they are paying somebody that came from India, the same they are paying the new grad." Why would I go to India to go to bring you in if I can pay the same person that can do the same job for me?
Doesn't make economic sense.
So that exploitation only is for that 3 to 5 years because they know you will leave once you get your card anyway. You go and find something better. They know that. So they will exploit you for that 3 to 5 years. Once you leave, they will go back to India and go and bring the next person. That is what they are doing. So nobody is talking about, is it right? No, I think it's not ethical.
Okay, let me say it in Yoruba if you don't understand me. Sharing of social ni pé owó tí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì àníkan sọ fún wọn á wà lórí pépà wọn. Sharing bọ́n ṣe ń káwọn pípù yẹn wọlé, wọ́n á sọ fún wọn pé wá gbé wọlé, but iye báyìí owó tèmi ní owó yẹn. But just whether you believe me or you don't believe me.
So on paper it's 7, but on personally it's like 3 or 4. Don't so.
Nǹkan tí mo sọ nìyẹn. So wọ́n ti bà system yẹn jẹ́. Okay, ìbí báyìí nísìnyí báyìí. Èèyàn lè má ṣe iṣẹ́ kan, á bẹ̀ ra ilé. Wàá lọ bóyìnbó pé okay, òyìnbó mo fẹ́ ra ilé o. Òyìnbó ò lè ṣe. But tá bá gbà people yìí wá kéèyàn kó má gbà wá nǹkan bọ̀. Á gbé jáde because wọ́n á ti kọ́kọ́ lọ báyàn ṣe àwọn ìwé kan, wọ́n á máa sanwó sí àkáǹtì ẹ̀yẹn lóṣooṣù pé okay, ìyẹn báyìí ló ń gbà, àwọn náà ló bá ṣe everything. Àwọn people yẹn ògbólógbò.
But maybe that one is a criminal problem because America that
is not the way it is in America, as far as I know.
Don't say that. You don't know that. It's actually about the same, if not worse.
In the main, I'm not saying that they cannot be here and there. I said in the main. That is not the way the system works over here.
That only happens for illegal immigrants, that they will lowball them, and
that's exactly. In the main.
You see, it happens here too. Keep in mind what Ola is saying. See, the companies that these Indians that come from India work for are Indian-owned companies that usually they do contracts with the other companies or the government. Exactly. So they do the same here, and we have plenty. We have plenty of Indian companies in America. So why would you think it's any different? No.
So they're intentionally hiring people that are not going to do job and pay them. Is that what we're saying?
No, they do the job. No, they do the job, but they get paid less. They just get paid less.
No. But Prince, the company that give them the contract is still going to pay them that same 100K. They should have paid their locals according to local.
So
correct, exactly. Correct. Yeah.
It's not adding up. It's my point. So why would they go?
It's not adding up. It's not adding up.
No, Prince, wait. You said that they gave that to an India firm, right? That has a company. That company, their India company is the one lowballing their own people, not the bigger company. But that bigger company is the one that has the cash that is paying them 100K per worker. So they still
pay and so regardless of who does it.
So Prince, why would they pay them that 100K if they can pay their local? It's still 100K or 100K, regardless.
No, right? Baba T, they get them the workers from India. They present their contract to the Canadian and American companies.
Right.
But the point here is that for those workers to come to this country in the first place, they have to be within a certain pay range. Okay, be it in America, it's like H-4B visa, for example. They have to be within that range. Okay, that's the only reason why Allah is saying you can bring them in. Now, once they come in, it becomes an agreement between the employer, the Indian employer, and the Indian employee that, hey, look, I'm not going to pay $50,000 or $60,000 dollars a month.
I'm with you, Prince. The white company, the American company that is paying that company,
exactly.
You see the tax is still paying them that same 100K.
Over time.
Listen to what we are saying here. They got
Babati. Let me tell
you. Please, very important. Listen. You said listen. You said the reason why that American company even went to India in the first place was what? To bring people in, right? Because on first of all, you can look at now. If you are doing 100K for your locals and you go to India and you still pay the 100K, why would you go to India in the first place?
Babati.
Forget what
wait, Babati. Don't mix up the idea of American company. I'm incorporated here now. My company is Canadian company. Don't get interested.
No, Prince said India company.
Wait now. It's in I'm in Nigeria, in Canada now. anybody that's seen in my company, we say it's a Nigerian company, whereas it's a Canada incorporated company.
Okay.
Now, I go to Nigeria now to bring people.
Right.
And no, for those people to become a permanent resident here, there's a threshold of what I can give them.
Right.
On paper, when I do my impact assessment, because it's a must, it's legal that you must not pay them below a certain range.
Right.
Who says that? The government it's part of the immigration there. It's on.
Yeah, they have
public information.
Yeah, they have a
It's public. It's public. Now, but just because already I have my link to the company, I have my business established, and I know how to bend my way. I have my lawyer. Now I don't go and pay people from Nigeria. Maybe some people earn, let's say, $1 million a year, and I say, okay, Ogbeni, look, I'm going to give you 5. But you understand? When it comes to this place now, and we see how shady it is. It's not as if they are not being caught.
Let me ask you.
But the problem is that why are they not correcting it? Is my problem.
Okay, no. Let me ask you. Let's do a follow-up question now. This is very interesting. So that person now comes from Nigeria, right? And you're paying them maybe 5 instead of 7 or 9. Stay with me. 3 to 5 years, they get their green paper, they get their green card. What would they do? They go and find another job now. They won't stay. But you've already expected that part for a while, Abi, for 3 to 5 years.
Exactly. Babati, let me.
Sorry, give me 10 seconds. What I'm saying is there are some people that can do the job that are Canadian here, but just because of my fraudulent tendency now, I now went now just to exploit some people now. I bring them in at the expense of the real Canadians that they have the same qualification. I could be paying them like the same 70 to 100K, but I don't want to pay them because I can't do my shady deal. But if I pay someone from India that is desperate to come to this place now, I can pay them half of that money and pocket the remaining. That is
okay. Even if we agree with that, even if we agree with that premise, hold on, real quickly. Even if we agree with that premise, you want to go and bring those people at whatever you said in Canada, there's an agreed rate. You're still paying that rate, regardless of the shenanigans behind it, and it only pays you to pay those people because you're still making profit even at that rate, even if you remove the shenanigans. So why are you? Are you saying that is it that you all have imported this criminality to Canada?
So the argument that you bring something from Nigeria because they are paying them whole water now. You just defend your own arguments. Because stay with me now. Because that way you can have hired the. So why didn't you hire a Canadian? Because you can't cheat those ones. Oh, they don't want now.
I've been in Canada for 10 years before I discovered.
So why couldn't your company? Hold on. Why couldn't your company? No. Stay with that Nigerian logic that you gave. Why couldn't that Nigerian company that was exploiting the Nigerian people that you bought from Nigeria couldn't hire Canadians? Because you can't lowball those ones. You could lowball the foreigners.
And aside from lowballing, he said that there is a set rate for that job. Aside from lowballing, whether you bring them from Canada or you employ locally in Canada.
Let me chime in. See, you guys also have to consider the social component also. See, it's easier. You guys know that it's much easier to exploit a foreign worker, be it a professional or not, than an American worker. An American worker will speak up. They're not going to work, 10 hours and get paid only 8 hours. But an Indian worker or an African worker can work 15 hours and get paid.
Prince, I agree with you. But why do they do that? Because they can lowball the foreigner. It's still about making profit. Is the point I'm trying to make.
Profit at the end of the day. Yeah,
that's my point. That's
what is the percentage of people that are doing that in the main, in the total workforce? Whatever the number of people come into the workforce every year, What is the percentage of people that are doing that? At the end of the day, those that are here, whether their parents are illegal immigrants and they don't have their papers, at the end of the day, the vast majority of those people, the last time I looked at the numbers, was like 11 million illegal aliens on paper. We know they might be more than that, but those people are going to eventually get assimilated into the economy. That's the bottom line.
So
that's a wishy-washy kind of. I don't buy what you just said right
But
now.
there's
I can't
nothing
do.
wishy-washy about it. Those who came 20 years ago, 40 years ago, they've been
Well,
assimilated into the economy.
what is the cost? What is the cost of assimilation? What is the cost of taking care of those people for that long? It's not
Who
as
is
easy as
taking
you make
care
it
of those
sound.
people? The vast majority of those people are not on welfare. Who do you think? What do you think the percentage of people that are on welfare
You
are?
don't know that, and you have to
Oh, I
define
know
welfare. By the
that.
way,
I know.
oh no,
Sorry,
you don't know.
you
See,
said taken care of. What is taken care of?
only if you know the cost of welfareism in this country, maybe
Oh,
your
What
mouth
is
will
the
be
what is the
let's stop this right with talking points again tonight. Let's
yeah?
stop with this right with talking points. But my point to you is Ola, so okay, Ola, before you go ahead. So we've already debunked your myth of foreigners getting paid equally or more than locals.
You
That's
didn't
not.
debunk anything. You
No,
just
I
contradict
gave you
yourself
facts
more.
now. You set yourself up with that for. But on the
You
illegal
didn't give me any
immigrant
facts.
thing, the illegal let's move on from that. Ola. Let's move on.
Get my premise first of all.
You
I'm
lost the
saying,
argument. Let's just move on. You lost that
wait,
argument.
you are the one ruling or we judging your own case now. I
Is
don't know.
Owoloba days.
Wait,
Owoloba days is my point.
wait, Owolobade Koni points in me. You are talking about Owolobade. I'm saying that Trump cares for Americans, American first.
Really?
Now, Trump, at least by his PR, right? Based on his PR and based on what I experienced during his start there, I cannot deny that guy. I know some people that they studied in America and they were asking me if I can help them get a job in Canada then, that they are foreign students. So, and just whether the thing is this, what he's saying, give American whatever the opportunity first of all before you even consider foreigners. I like that.
And who is stopping Americans from having any opportunity?
Can do wait. You know, it is unfair to people like us when we are coming as a landed immigrant to say, okay, we have minimum amount we should bring. Maybe I come to this country with 30K, maybe about 500,000 of us that will come in a year, we come with like 30K. And all of a sudden, you now say we are no longer qualified. We are spending the money we brought into the system, and you are the same qualification with us. You are now saying it is someone somewhere that can do the job that those people inside cannot do that. Do you know what that means? I spend my money. At the end of the day, if I do not find my level, I start looking for a house job. And someone say bring in some food.
But why did they do it?
Mo sọ pé tí àwọn èèyàn bá wà corrupt wọ́n wà corrupt nìyẹn. This is all about corruption.
Don't give any
corrupt. Why is this corruption the thing? Corrupt.
See, okay,
that is not the main in America.
We can do àwọn mélòó ló corrupt tó ń da Nàìjíríà lẹ́yìn. Who are those people? What's the percentage of the corrupt politicians that brought Nigeria down to its
I'm not talking about politicians. I'm talking about businesses, headhunters that are bringing people to come and do a job. What percentage of those in America are corrupt?
It's just because you've just taking your time to look at the impact. You are just looking at it because based on
I'm talking about the United States of America. I don't know what they do in Canada. I'm talking about in the United States of Canada, every single Nigerian child that I know that's looking for a job has a job. Every single one that I know of, they have jobs. They have good jobs, Papa.
Okay.
Every single one.
Good job. People have good jobs. You know, I see. This is my field. I'm in information technology and DevOps. That's my field now. Software development, information technology. That's my field. You know how many people they laid off in that arena last year. Go to Fiverr now. Most jobs that they drop now is on Fiverr, and people are using ChatGPT to do all those jobs. Now, I don't know, because as far as I'm concerned, the recent graduate of computer science and information technology, they are crying seriously. That's the field I can talk about. I cannot talk of mechanical engineering. I cannot talk of medicine. I cannot talk of
Chief Ola, can we have a real conversation here? So let me tell you Trump's real position, and you can tell us the Canadian version. We can compare notes here, so we're not just talking over each other. Can we do that? Trump's position is this: I know what you're doing, bringing Indians in. What you're talking about. We know if you hire an American, it might cost you more, because there are also other things that it might cost you more. We can work those things out in taxes. I can lower your taxes if that would mean you will hire more Americans instead of the Indians. So that is Trump's position. We can work out some kinks in the tax system that will benefit you. That way, the money saved can be used to keep Americans on the job. I don't know what Canada is doing in regards to that. That is what Trump's position is. Prince, am I too far from that? That's what I believe he's saying. He knows.
Well, yeah, that's pretty good, but Kendu probably doesn't understand or agree with you, anyways. But
so that it's not about not knowing that what they are doing. What I'm saying is what it boils down to is exploitation of foreign labor. That's what the companies are doing. So how can we negate that? Make stronger laws, lower your taxes, you keep Americans on the job, even though they are more expensive.
See, but if I can say, what Allah is talking about really is somewhat unique, and he's speaking specifically to his own industry and how it has been cornered, and it is a reality. Because I know what he's talking about. What he's talking about is fact. You guys may not be able to understand in a broader sense.
I do not disagree with him. It's my point. The only reason I should have is the why part is what I'm saying.
And how do you mitigate? Right. How do you mitigate those things?
Exactly. So he's right.
But see, the why part also can be, even if you say there's no savings, these people are bent on dominating that industry. The Indians we're talking about. So in fact, they can even be paying more than a Canadian worker. But guess what? They want to monopolize that industry, and they will do whatever it takes. It's a cutthroat sector, and it is real. It is ruthless. And those Indians, they're like Nigerians in a lot of ways. They don't play. They are aggressive in this industry because they think it's their birthright somewhat that the IT sector, the software development sector, is their own.
So you're discussing more like dominating the field and using that loophole to bring your people in, regardless of the pay.
Correct. They'll do that too.
Okay. So yeah. Okay. So why don't Nigerians do it? Chinese do it. Everybody, Arabs do it. They have the corner field.
But it's good to have it's nice to have a good stereotype. The Indians overall, and they've been doing for like 3 decades.
Prince, forget fairness or equality or justice or ethics. If you're gonna go that route, the Indians are cornering the hotel business, right? They dominate that shit. Your hotel 6 and 9s. You find something for it to dominate as well. That's the way it works. I'm sorry, but that's the way it works. Even in medical.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. Listen, I'm not complaining about their ingenuity at all. I'm not, or the industriousness. I'm not. What I'm saying here is that I'm just stating the fact of the reality in this industry. And by the way, to people like Kendu, for example,
yes, sir.
When we talk about black jobs, people like Kendu thinks black job is only cleaning the streets or being a janitor. It doesn't know that it actually extends.
I actually don't know any black people that do those type of jobs. Sorry.
Well, actually, you know what? Actually, I made exactly the exact same point the other day that even black people don't even do those jobs. But when we talk about when we talk about black jobs, when Trump said black jobs, you guys have a heart attack thinking that it's been racist.
I don't even know what black jobs are. I only know about jobs.
Black jobs simply means that the jobs available to black people, be it in the blue collar work or white collar work, that's been taken away by foreigners.
Nobody is taking nobody is taking anything away. You go to school, go to technical school, go and
talk simplistic like that.
There are untold
Okay,
number
I
of
guess
black people in
I guess to you
America
there's no discrimination, right? There's no discrimination, right?
That are going into HVAC, and all these fields that are making good money.
No.
You don't need to go to a four-year graduate school.
No, can do. Let's have a conversation about this, please. When Trump is talking about, because I go into details about policies, I'm a big fan of looking at policies. When he's discussing black job, it's not even discussing jobs from companies. It's talking about independent business owners.
Correct.
That's what Trump is discussing. So
no, he extends to that also. He absolutely extends to that for sure.
That is his main thing about because people have criminal records and it's very hard for them to get loans. So he's targeting people that have criminal records or are having a hard time, because in those black ghettos, for instance, you have your Indians coming in with your 7-Elevens, your stuff. So how can I get
the Koreans coming in with their hair
salons and restaurants.
The Arabs coming in with their 7-Eleven and convenience stores.
So he is discussing more of funding you to run independent business, not for you to get a job. That is Trump's policy for black men or black people.
Yes,
correct.
Yeah.
Can I ask questions? Because you guys have been at each other's neck for a long time. Now, if 7-Eleven come to America, that's a source of investment to America as a country. And if they open up their stores all around, because they are also very paramount in China also, 7-Eleven and a host of them. So if Trump is going to give a kind of soft loan to all these guys you have been talking about, can they compete favorably with 7-Eleven?
Yeah, so but that depends on how they run the business. What the issue with black communities is that the money made from them doesn't stay in their community. So when 7-Eleven makes the money from black community, the money leaves, doesn't stay there.
Exactly. And before the 7-Eleven came, before all this corporate, what you call it, franchises came about, black people own their own community. They do own their own community. They have their own businesses. In fact, back in the days, black people run their own community. They have their own businesses.
The vast majority of those businesses were taken away by the Walmarts of the world.
Why do you think?
No. They were taken away mainly by your policymakers, the liberal Democratic policymakers like support.
It's the Walmart of the world that went in. You used to have black businesses.
Can do. Just like Baptiste said, is the Koreans and the Chinese and the Arabs and the Indians that came to the community that targeted the low entry or low barrier businesses that black people traditionally get into, and those immigrants are the one that took it away, not just Walmart.
Okay,
Walmart is a different level.
You're not being fair, and
trying to promote nationalization.
But why? No, sorry. But what I remember years ago in undergrad, I was with my dad in New York, and I wanted to buy something at the store, and said, "Okay, just go down the street and buy." It was mom and pop shops across the whole place. It's the
bodegas. Yeah.
They didn't allow any big store, Target or Walmart in their area. The people they fought against having stores to keep those small pop shops in business. So why can't the black community do the same thing? If you don't want this,
because can do rather have them on welfare. Can do rather have them on welfare and prevent the black people from owning their own businesses. They rather give the women the welfare program than allow black people to have businesses in their own community.
These people are not being fair to themselves, and I'll tell you why I say that. You see, this is the problem. A lot of those communities that you were talking about that used to have those mom and pop stores and all whatnot, in a lot of instances, because of high crime and theft, a lot of black small business owners left those positions. The Arabs, the Indian, the whatever, who was willing to stay in those communities, charge higher prices within those communities, were willing to take the risk. that a lot of other
let's
people
talk
were not
about
willing to take.
let's talk about denying the black people opportunity for lending. You don't believe in that. I know that. And by the way,
No,
no,
no, no, no.
I'm a
The
conservative.
Indians,
Hold on,
a
I'm a
lot of
conservative.
times. Go ahead.
And
Sorry.
I'm not about I don't hop on discrimination bandwagon. I'm not into that. But it's good to delineate and get understanding of the historical perspective and a lot of these things. Black people traditionally were denied the opportunity for housing, for lending, and when you do that, those things they add up to making a weak community, and that's what tends to happen. But it is true that the Chinese and the Koreans they come in with their own sovereign wealth or their own family wealth, from their own country or their own community, and they infiltrate the black community, and that's what usually happens.
Prince.
And that is the point. If you are willing, if you can get yourself and 5 other guys, just like a Chinese guy or some Indian guys can do, and say, you know what, even though that community is impoverished, even though I know they're going to, some of the kids are going to steal some of my products, but I'm willing to go in there. The problem is a lot of people want to sit back. They want somebody to come and fund it so that they can live in the glory when it becomes successful. It takes something to be successful.
I disagree with you on that
It
one.
takes
Do you know why?
doing.
Prior to integration, the black community was functioning that way. So
vibrant.
I think that was more even. That's much. I know people love MLK on this platform, but I think he did his people a disservice with that integration of cultures. Them having their own community by themselves was better off. They were better off that way than integrating with the white community in America. That was a mistake.
Yeah. Go to any MLK neighborhood anywhere in the United States and see how safe you are today.
It's all guns and liquor. It's all guns and liquor.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. It was bad. I know it's bad to say it, but it was bad for black people. I'm sorry. It was not a good. That was a mistake for them because they had their own banks.
I can agree that it's in hindsight it turned out to be bad. But if you look at the reason why it was done in the first place, I think there were genuine reasons behind it, more positive reasons behind it. But what happened is that those people, quote unquote, those people, whoever they are, they infiltrated and they turned things around. And black people were not smart onto it. They maybe they followed blindly somewhat when their communities were being infiltrated, and they devised, and that's how they devised other programs also, like the welfare system in America, to deliberately go after black women to destroy the community. It didn't happen overnight. Keep that in mind. It took 2 or 3, maybe 4 decades actually before we began to see the impact on the community.
They had their own baseball league that was big. They had their own basketball league. They had their own community. They had their own that was thriving. So
they have black Wall Street. They have black Wall Street too.
I can work with you without and still keep my own thing intact. Doesn't mean I have to give up my stuff because I want to work with you.
See, but I've always said it. At the end of the day, Baba T, my little study that I've done is the black leaders that actually feel the black people. Trust me. Don't think by any stretch that the Hispanic community and this Korean and this other Chinese community that they're so great. They're not great, but somehow, some way, they have great leaders. They have people that looked out for them. You see, that was the big difference I saw in the black community compared to other communities.
Can we find our way back to Nigeria, because I still wish to contribute to Nigeria before.
So Ola, I'll use the opportunity to talk about the plan by the Ministry of Works in Nigeria in this month.
I want to talk about university autonomy and venturing into agriculture too.
No, you can hide it together.
We're discussing a very important American story. You're discussing Nigeria.
Baba, Nigeria.
You have been on it for nearly an hour, and you can see that you're
okay. But before Remy, before Remy go, please allow me 5 seconds. I want to make a point here, Remy. See, I know you said like a couple of times that you're disappointed between Biden and Trump, and I think you're making a grave assumption in a lot of ways. See, Trump is not in the same category as Biden. I think because of the age, you're making an association between the two, that they're equally as bad. You're totally wrong, because you don't know where Trump is coming from. Hold on. You don't know where Trump is coming from. Back in 2016, more like 2015, when he first ran, do you know the caliber of people that Trump debated? I don't think you do know. Do you know who Ted Cruz is? You don't know. Ted Cruz went to Harvard. Ted Cruz was the number one debater in America, hands down. And Trump went.
That is not what I meant. I look at your Trump. I look at his 4 years presidency. I see he might have a lot of great idea of some of his policy, but I see one day one crisis for 4 years. Do you want that kind of thing to repeat itself? I don't know. And I see the other high.
I'm sorry, what was the last part? What was the last part you said? Hold on, I didn't hear the last part. After 4 years, what happened?
Do you want that kind of presidency for another 4 years? I don't know.
Every day,
what is wrong for 4 years? We have prosperity. We have low taxes. We have the cheapest price for oil.
Prosperity is not the only thing in life.
Let me finish.
Every 2 weeks, one wahala, unnecessary wahala.
No, that's what the fake media made it to be. That's what the fake media made it to be. It was not so.
Media.
Fake news media, yes.
Prince Daddy. I haven't turned on a TV in 25 months. I don't need anybody to come and tell me foolishness.
Let me be frank with you. The rest of the world see America as the greatest democracy, as number one economy in the world. A lot of countries, they look up to America to lead the way. But what we see from you guys in the first 4 years of your presidency for Trump, to be frank with you, for an average person looking outside, it's not something to be emulated at all. But
what did you see? Tell us what you saw, though. Tell us what you saw.
Let me finish. Now, look, calm down. Let me finish. Now, the way I said that between the two and the one you have now, if you are going to look at it, to be frank with you, there is something wrong up there, okay? You cannot say at almost 80-something, this guy is sound enough. Everybody knows the truth. So what I see here is that I pity Americans is because at this particular moment, you have two individuals that you cannot get the
Before you go to that, Remy, tell us one or two things that you saw during Trump's presidency that you disapproved of.
Well, I'm not living in America, but I see that there's a lot of policy that he want to change. And for example,
be more specific, please. Be more specific. Which one in particular did you have issues with?
I think some of his foreign policy I don't like. The way he handled
No. Which one?
I want to tell you. You don't want me to talk. Okay.
Talk now. Which one?
I don't like the way he treated the Israel and Hamas something by vetoing, by putting the capital city in Jerusalem and recognizing.
Remy, who created Israel? Who created Israel, by the way?
Don't ask me questions. You say you
asked created Israel. Hold on now.
You're having a hard time. You're having a hard time.
Now.
Let us talk how to help our
economy. He recognized Jerusalem as the capital for Israel. That means you're already biased. That is one thing.
He's American. It's supposed to be biased. It's not supposed to be fair. That's the I asked the question. Who created Israel?
It's supposed to be fair. It's supposed to be fair.
No. That's just like semantics. In reality, they created Israel. It's an American creation. So of course, it's going to lean towards Israel's position.
No, you don't have to be pouring. I know, Babati, you like pouring kerosene on fire. You don't have to go and pour kerosene on fire just because you created Israel.
But I tell you
what happens in the Middle East, what happens in Gaza, affects so many other things.
I agree with you.
It's not an easy solution. Nobody is saying it's an easy solution.
No, I know.
Remy, another one, but that one don't count anyway. But another one.
He moved the capital from Jerusalem, Abi, but there was no war there, Abi. There was no
But
war.
that was the homeland. That was the original capital of Israel in the
I
first
disagree,
place. He
but
just returned it back to the first
please
place.
let's move on.
But Remy, give us one American economic or social issue that you disagreed with during Trump's presidency. Forget
No,
about
Prince
the foreign
Daddy, Prince
policy.
Daddy, let us
So
discuss
I'm going to give
Nigeria
the
out.
second one. It
Let's discuss
segregates
Nigeria
the
out.
whole world into two. Sorry, Ola. It segregates the whole world to two: the rich and the poor. And the policies for the rich, it maintain it very well. It turn into a business. And for the poor countries or the what we call the third world nation, it doesn't give a damn. Don't give a hoot about them at all.
Remy, yeah, I'm sorry, you lost. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just making up a
I
bunch
don't
of
want to
fake
debate
news
with
stuff,
you.
man.
I should come and debate with you. I'm not here to debate with you.
Well, Adewale doesn't even know himself. Adewale, his hand is soiled. He doesn't know.
Let's talk how to make money from Nigeria, my people.
So Trump caused chaos in Israel by moving the capital, but there was no war. But Biden was there all peaceful and there's all breakout war out.
I'm not supporting Biden.
No, he didn't say he was supporting Biden.
You know, that's a good point, Babati. Do you know when Trump moved the capital to Israel from Tel Aviv to Israel to Jerusalem? There was no one single life lost. I mean, it was just like nothing happened. Did you know that?
Single life lost. No single life lost, but the animosity that it created. It's not a matter of
it didn't
single
create
life
any
lost.
animosity. It was peace and beautiful.
Where were you? Where were you? No, I'm not saying Babati, I started this whole thing when I came in. I said it is unfortunate, not just for America, but for the entire world, that it is these two people that we're saddled with. Biden should have had enough sense to have hung up the presidency after the first term. There is no reason on planet Earth for that man to be running. And before November 11, the man might pass away, and the Democrats will find themselves in a very bad place. They will find themselves in a very, very bad place.
I don't doubt it.
I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised one bit.
And Trump, what is your problem with him?
No, you see, morality and leadership.
Which morality are you talking about?
Listen,
which
the appearance is important, especially for a leader. This guy, I would never. If he's the last person on earth, I will never vote for him. Me personally.
Well, it's your own loss. It's your own loss. Instead of taking things personal, you should rather look on the more objective side of it.
PD. If they put a goat as the president of America, it doesn't affect me personally. Goat, because the system works for the most part. So it does. There is no loss for me personally. No way. I'm not going to lose a thing, regardless of who is president of America. And for most people, I mean, I know sector-wise.
You have to think beyond your pocket. You have to think beyond your pocket.
No, you said it's your own loss. That's the reason I made the statement that I made. You said it's my own loss. And I'm telling you personally, I don't have anything to lose.
I mean, not just financially, not just your pocket, but you have to look beyond that.
There is no loss to me in any socially. I'm still going to do what I do.
Wow.
Prince Daddy will not convince you to vote Trump. They are going to.
There is no way.
They are going to, when they get the power, they are going to lord it over America. Whatever they want, they are going to do that. Nobody's going to say jack nothing. And so I pity you guys, because at the end of the day, even if you vote for Biden, everybody know what is wrong with him. So that's why I said for America nowadays, is between two devils. Which one do you go? You go left or right?
No, it's not me. I'm going to vote Biden because there is no way I can look at myself in the mirror.
That's a shame, for a man of your can do a man with a man can do and vote right now. A man like you with a great intelligence.
When I mentor children, one of the things I tell them about is the importance of personal responsibility, not just to yourself, to other people around you, to your community. I cannot, in good faith, vote for that man. It will never happen.
Oh yeah, but you vote for a man that's so morally corrupt, and not just moral corrupt,
Please, when they
but
talk about
also
corrupt, when you talk about corrupt, don't even mention Biden and Trump in the same sentence, even
oh
in the
yes, I
same group.
can, because I guarantee you right now that you're talking, you can't mention one corrupt act that Trump ever did. You don't have
You
one.
see,
It doesn't exist.
let me explain something to you. You see, everything, just like right now, he might get off from this whatever is Wala is with the court because of the Supreme Court. You see, just because you can get away with something doesn't mean you're getting away with something. Even if legally you get away with something, there's
Well,
a
it's not
step.
getting away with anything because there's
I
nothing is
said
being
legally.
charged
I
with
said legally.
that
I said
others
legally.
nothing. There's nothing is being charged with that other presidents have not committed
Okay.
or done.
Okay. You
See,
see, this is
the point is, see, let's talk
this is
about
that
Biden's
Nigerian.
corruption. See,
This is that Nigerian
are you
foolishness. This is that
are you
Nigerian
familiar?
people.
Are you familiar with
Hold
the
on. I
with the
don't see.
laptop from
I don't.
hell?
No. I don't play this game of. You said there is nothing he's corrupt about or whatever that other president. You see, I don't do just because somebody else has done something wrong, then it's okay.
But
That will never
but
be
that's a
okay.
shameful part of it. But there you are castigating Trump. But whereas the Biden you're going to vote for, the Biden going to vote for is done the same thing, is doing the same thing, and is like 1 million times corrupt. And Trump is not even corrupt. Now
1 million times corrupt. Do you know who
I just
Trump
asked
is?
you a
Do you
question.
have
I
an
just asked
idea
you a
who Trump
question.
is?
I just asked a
Do
question. Are you
you know?
familiar? Are you familiar with a laptop from hell? Have you heard it?
Look, people. I don't get deceived by shining objects. I don't get deceived by. I don't look. I'm not. Whatever happened in that area, his child should be prosecuted to the 10th degree.
No, it's not his child. See, that's the problem. See, when they have the wool over you guys' eyes, you can't
No,
tell.
they don't have
The
any wool
laptop
over
from
my
L,
head.
apart from
Listen.
Hunter Biden's part of it, the laptop from L is actually it actually exposes Joseph Biden's corruption at the highest level. We have documentation and record of him collecting bribe from the Chinese government.
Look,
We have.
If Biden is corrupt, lock him up. I don't care. Whoever is corrupt,
No,
lock them up.
but there you are. You're oblivious to his crimes. You're oblivious to his crime, and you want to vote for the man. You want to vote for him.
I'm not. What I'm saying is, I know Trump from Trump University to all the times that in New York. Forget about him becoming the president. I'm talking about 20 something years ago. All the time that this guy has been using graduate
No,
to
it's done
get
nothing
loans
wrong.
from banks.
You know,
Oh
it's
my
all
goodness.
propaganda.
You
It's
know
all
what?
media sensation. It's done
No,
nothing
I don't
wrong.
need,
The
like I
man is
told you,
clean. The
Trump
man
is
is
clean.
absolutely clean. There's nothing is done wrong. He tries the media propaganda to smear him, and we all know that.
What do you mean the
Prince,
man is clean?
Prince, and Kando is claiming that he's not a Democrat at this point. Is it time to act like he's not a Democrat? Right, Kando?
No, me, I'm not a Democrat. I vote for what makes sense. I don't care who it is. I don't go by party. I go for what the person is doing. I don't because he took come where you come from.
Okay, all right. If you say so.
No, that's the way it is. I mean, am I democratically leaning? Yes. But if somebody has a policy, if he's a Republican or if he's a yes, sir.
Can we move away from American politics? I just want to share this information with people so that not information. Maybe you have. If you see what the Federal Ministry of Works is doing, this month alone, they are going to start the what do you call it? A lot of flagship road all across the country, and they will start immediately. They are starting the Calabar from the Cross River end. Calabar is to about 104 kilometers, and they are starting from Sokoto access, a super highway from Sokoto all the way to Lagos. And there is another one starting from Ebonyi to all the way to Abuja. In total, those roads are like 6 or 7, and they are going to start it immediately. So Nigeria is going to become a beef of activity of construction of road all across the country. So what do you think about these guys? Because I think it's trying to open up the.
What I think, see, Remy, okay, see, I'm glad you're doing a lot of construction, but this is what I think about it, See, and we talked about it the other day. See, we have to engage the Nigerian youth or the Nigerian workers into construction. Before all this massive construction going on in the country, I think they should have somehow, I actually coined it, created something called builders brigade, whereby you actually train people, okay, in construction for like a few months, construction safety and whatnot, and get a lot of employment in that field. Now, obviously, all these people building all these roads and all this stuff they're doing, they're foreign companies, no doubt. Well, that Shigari guy, I don't know, maybe
Yeah,
it's local,
you
but
are
they employ.
right. You are right, but there's a new initiative from the minister Mai himself. Just 2 days ago, he terminated the road contract by some of these foreign companies because they are not doing the road according to the plan. So, and he is also encouraging Nigerian engineering firms to come up and bid for this road. So I think sometimes we in Nigeria we like to complain, but sometimes we do also like try to compete. It's like, oh, whatever I do, they are going to give it to these people. So, and when you talk about this brigade, I think in every state of Nigeria, they have welders, they have bricklayers, they have a lot of people that do this kind of activity. So to get this kind of people into this kind of work is not a difficult thing. But if you are talking about in a more formal setting, like they go to school for 3 years, we don't have a lot of them in that particular field. But for people that will work on the road, most people they need are welders because they have to join a lot of things together. Then the bricklayers and some other artisans. Even if you don't have any skill, you can get a job there. I live in the next.
Are you saying we have enough of those workers? I mean,
No,
what I'm thinking more is
No, what I'm
a
trying
former
to say is that
it's a
in
former
formal
program
setting,
of like 6 months to a year to get like 18-year-old kids, 18 to like 22 or whatever age you can get. Put them into a program and train
yeah.
them to
But
bring them
see, I
into the
mean,
construction industry.
PD, you can walk and chew gum at the same time. You can
Sure.
start those type of programs, but those who even have some whatever level of skills, trust me, you can learn. I did a summer program thing that I went to go and work at the construction company years and years ago. You'll be shocked how quickly you can pick up stuff. So those who have whatever limited skills, you can get those people working while you create this, 3 6 months program for the 18, 22 to 20 whatever year old. But it's a good thing. The more you, even if those companies are foreign companies, the vast majority of the people that are going to be working on those roads are going to be Nigerians. So that's
yes.
creating jobs, which has a multiplier effect.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
okay, great. They've been Nigerians, but in part of this formal way of engaging the workers also has to do with their pay. How much are they getting paid? I mean, see, that's part of it also. But I think they need to do something like that. So it's something to
I
train this.
understand. If you are talking this way, then we need to encourage the technical college so that people can go for that 3 years course. And when they come out, they will be very highly skillful
No,
people.
No, not 3 years.
Remy,
We're
3
talking
years is
about
too
six
much.
months a year. Yeah,
No,
maximum a
exactly.
year.
A year
Yeah,
tops.
yeah,
Even 9 months
maximum.
tops.
But
Yeah, yeah.
if you do like that, let me ask you a question, please, Daddy. Let's assume a 17 or 18-year-old finished from secondary school or high school, already passed the jam. It's just waiting for some few months to go to university or polytechnic. If you are not enforcing them to now go and study or learn this skill for another system, that means you are also like slowing them down
No,
unnecessarily.
this is the problem. Now, I'm not even talking about those that went to school trying to go to college. There are plenty of youth, and we know that we have a lot of youth in
Absolutely.
Nigeria. There are plenty
Absolutely.
of them. Be on the street, be hawking on the street. Look at those kids hawking on the street. Those
Yeah.
smart kids. They can do their job. You can get we are human capital is not our problem. You guys know
Yeah,
that, and we can get plenty of this youth.
there's a plethora of those people 18 to 25 years old selling water on the side of the road.
Exactly. Those are the candidates I'm talking about. Train them in skillful jobs. in 9 months, they'll pick it up. They will do it. I know
Yeah,
these kids are smart. They will
they
get it
will, I
done.
mean, yeah, they will get it
I want
done
to ask
in
you a
no
question.
time.
That kind of situation, are you going to like promulgate a law and then enforce it that anybody that is, walking along the street, the federal government have a right to take him to go and learn this kind of skill?
No,
Well, it doesn't
no,
have to.
no.
It doesn't have to be that
It's
draconian.
economic
But
incentive.
it doesn't have
Yeah,
that
it's economic
draconian.
incentive.
Voluntary. They won't.
Exactly. Incentives, economic incentive. Even to get into the program, if you're getting like 10 grand, I don't know, 50 grand to start with, get them into the door. Give them some
You
financial
don't. It doesn't
incentive.
have to be. It doesn't have to be a criminal thing.
Unless you are trying
You.
to, the idea is that get them to this program and at the same time give them incentive every month. That's it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Why not? They have to live, right? Yeah, you get. See, right now, if Tinubu declares, say, is going to hire 10,000 youth in this construction, I think Nigeria needs to embark on a massive construction project all across the country.
There'll be
And to do
2
that,
million applicants. There'll be 2 million applicants.
boom, you're going to get quality ones. No doubt about it. Quality workers.
The other time they gave them 50,000, and I saw all of them putting it online. I just get my 50,000 naira. I just get my 50,000 naira. But this kind of program you're talking about, I think is a good, especially for those one that is walking in the street above 16 years old. You can just push them into this kind of program. Yeah,
Absolutely.
And those one below that one, force them back to school or force them back to go to their state. That make it mandatory.
Can you hear me out? I've always thought about this. Whenever the government has a contract, to build a massive project, build a road from Lagos to Calabar, how come, as part of the contract, the government does not negotiate the labor aspect, the labor aspect of it,
absolutely,
to provide the labor?
Yeah, 80% has to be Nigerian employees.
Dando, you mean sorry, I mean you mean a skills program that comes with the package? Like for instance, like those trains now it's supposed to come with a skills program so that they can be able to run the trains, maintenance, repairs, and also build more with Nigerian workers. So when you sign that contract with the Chinese company, they're supposed to train your citizens on how to run the train, how to repair.
That's what they were doing in China when the Americans and all these people come in. Yeah, you have to employ some number of locals.
There's a lot of Nigeria that went to Chinese university. They were trained about train technology, and some of them are already came back. Some already are still there. Some of them are already helping the Chinese in terms of technical issues with the train. I think Nigerian government signed a good contract with the Chinese in that aspect. That is fantastic. But when you look at what Prince Daddy said now, I kind of like this kind of idea. You are pulling them away from the street, give them something, and they're also getting skills in return. And this will also be a very good way for most of the construction firm to recruit them into their normal worker. I mean, paying them salary every month.
Not just construction, agriculture.
That's what I'm saying.
Not just construction, even agriculture. Not just construction. Yeah,
that's true. But when I made a suggestion that the IDP camp, peoples can go into farming, Ajalekoko disagree, went to war. So no. They have to keep down their land. They need to stay in their land for 10, 20, 30 years until they get their land back. They shouldn't engage in anything productive.
No, I don't believe that. I don't know. That's not exactly what he said. That's not exactly what he said. What he was saying was that if you have those people move to a different place, they will have a new identity and going back to where they're from. Nobody's saying that even around if the ID camp area is secured enough, why can't you have farms around it? If you can have security, why not?
Well, that's the
Because
problem.
A number of those ID camp, those people in ID camp, some of them have been here for 5-7 years or more. At what point, just like you said earlier that somebody said earlier that people were showing online, I got my 50,000. They should never have been just giving people money just to give people money. They should have been on some sort of
That's why we need my idea, what I'm proffering is totally different. I'm talking about having a place, that's specifically designed to train these kids, and it's like reporting to a job site or a school, and they get into the program. They have their name, they have their identification. It's a formal program. It's not just
No,
like
I'm agreeing with you. The only thing I said is at whatever point where they've been given from the days of Buhari, giving people 10,000 a month or whatever for doing nothing, you put an incentive program that the only people that will get this money between this age and this age are people who go to these different camps or training program, and there will have to be some
exactly.
accountability. Some
You just don't dole out
accountability.
money to people. Of
Yeah, you
course,
just
anybody.
don't
I
give
mean,
people money.
that's their problem. That's the government's problem for not having a more structured way of dispersing the money.
Yeah,
That's their problem.
yeah. Because you're
Anybody would
giving
take
them the
that
money
money. Who
anyway,
wouldn't?
so let them be learning a skill while they're collecting
Exactly.
that money. Yeah,
I mean, it's
whatever
a
the
gold
skill.
mine. I mean, it's.
So I want to ask
Yeah.
another follow-up question. Do you think that the Nigerian government should regulate the social media, especially those influencers that display wealth unnecessarily on? Do you think the government should regulate it?
Remy,
Because some
I
countries
agree with you. It's out of control, man.
yes,
It's
the
out of
way,
control.
the way they display that wealth, those youth, they will never
Even the lies, it's just too much. It's too much.
it's too much while you flaunting all these Rolls Royce, all those
Very dark man. That guy needs to be locked up permanently.
and then you
Well,
want
I mean, when you flash your Rolls Royce on your Rolex watch, do you not encourage other people to
No,
want to work hard?
Prince. The point
we
that
all
you
talk
know,
about
no,
workers.
Prince. You're missing the point, Prince.
Iṣẹ́ wo ló ń ṣe? Iṣẹ́ wo ló ń ṣe?
Wọ́n tẹ
Iṣẹ́ wo ló ń
wọ́n
ṣe?
tó yẹn ní. Wọ́n yá wọ́n tó yẹn ní. Wọ́n yá ní.
Mm-hmm.
They bought the
Okay, now.
my point. They bought the car and have to flash on the internet. And they don't have nothing like that in real life.
No, see, I'm always reticent when it comes to government overreaching or having too much power.
Yeah, me too.
I'm all about holding people accountable for the lies they tell, for manipulating.
No, Prince, you know the way we're very peculiar people. You cannot we are different, we are unique. When somebody starts, you remember when Ogo was a big thing in the 80s and the 90s. Why did people started because it was it was in the movies. If you go and cut somebody's head, you will make money, and it became a thing because it was being put on in movies. It wasn't put in music, and people bought into it and they started doing it. Right, Kando, if you remember now, during the
right
time.
Yeah, yes.
It was the movies.
But did the government do anything about it then?
They came too late,
No.
but it was already a big thing because of the way they made the movies, made it the Kanayos. That's made it name. So you can't the way our people are. If you keep pushing these things, they'll become desperate to want to look for this thing at all costs.
Yeah, but it's a very sleepy situation though to be saying you're gonna curtail speech.
You can use the society they live in Nigeria now, where an average youth of Nigeria will tell you she's a hooker and that's what she's doing. And they were asking them questions: how much are you making in a month? How many men have you slept with? How much money is in your bank account? The society, oh my God, it's terrible in Nigeria.
But you see, this is the problem with that situation. It's just like I was talking to one of my niece this last week, and she was telling me that, do I know that some of the clubs she used to go to when she was at Emory University, that some of the big baller guys that come there, they're scammers, and they can drop 40 grand in a night. And that some of the girls that dance at some of those clubs, they make $5,000 a night. I told her it's a lie, it's a fallacy. You see, unfortunately, some of these people, just because maybe one or two nights or a few nights they made 5,000 in their brain, now they make 5,000 every night. And like I told her, if you know a dancer that makes 5,000 a night, tell her to call me. I will show her how she become a multi-millionaire. You see, it's a fallacy. Even those girls in Lagos or Nigeria that you're talking about, they've made those money a few times. That doesn't mean that that's what they make, but they convince their mind that that's what they make.
I know. Do you know why they do that though? Do you know why they really do it? Because if you do that, when you now have a sponsor that wants to use your platform that you've built on those lies, you can charge them more. It's like going into a negotiation. If you drive into a negotiation with a Honda Accord, they're gonna lowball you. But if you drive in there with a Rolls Royce and a Phantom, okay, now you're talking. So they do that to kind of, it's like a bargaining chip to get endorsements. That way, when you talk about, oh, okay, if I say, okay, Kando has a Rolls Royce, 3 mansions, and it has 10 million people on Instagram that we want to use, we want to market to. We know you have Rolls Royce and 2 mansions, so the offer is going to be a little bit hefty, right? Compared to a guy that has a Honda and living in with his mom.
But I think what is being talked about though is some of these girls now in Nigeria that are proudly saying online that I'm a hooker or I'm a whatever, and they're so proud that that's what they do.
No.
The morale.
It's not new to Nigeria. We've always had that.
Well, it's not like it's so public.
Yeah, it's being glorified now. Back in the days,
glorified. Thank you.
Back in the days, it used to be low key, but now, even one girl that I saw on the other day on AY show, comediano, very funny girl, and she was actually pretty much using her life story to tell jokes. Like, man, I have to do hook up now, and people were clapping like it was no big deal. I'm like, wow, really? Like it was no big deal.
And that's what we're talking about, the morality. It's not that
how can some parent saying they are so proud their children is a Yahoo. But what kind of parent? I don't
know. I don't
know your kid is cheating people to make this kind of money, and you're so proud of it. And when you accuse them, they will tell you their great grandfather were taken away. They take all the resources of Africa away. What we are doing is just getting
useless excuses.
Just how would you force this kind of people to go to farming? People that already set their eyes on making big, and then you want them to go and take the land or do that kind of
I remember the first time I heard, I mean, this was many years after, I guess it was a popular thing. When I heard a song, they said it was Yahoo Yahoo. I said, how can you be dancing to such a thing? Yahoo Yahoo or Yahoo Yahoo. I will never dance. I will never dance to such a thing. Never.
When you go to the local street now, you will hear the community telling that I know that boy is a Yahoo boy. I know that girl. That's what she's doing. When we are growing, we don't see all this kind of nonsense. How can you tell that one is cheating the system? That one is selling her body.
Yeah, they will tell you it's because the white people enslaved them. So therefore they're just getting back. It's like what mentality?
Look at that
Stay
man.
Away from those people. Stay away from them.
I want you to be a lawyer. I want you to be an accountant. That's what they always tell us. They never tell us go and follow a scammer or go and be selling your body. When we are good, they use good example. Your uncle, your big brother in the street. You already know. I know one guy is brother to me. It's a chartered accountant. It's what is now auditing all the state whatever they are doing now. That is my mentor that time, and I look everything it I will do. So he accepted me in my life. So, but nowadays, who is your mentor? Is Yahoo will be my mentor?
MC Oluomo, Swale Baba. Swale.
Sometimes that's
what they call it.
Carrot and stick approach is the best way. But if you are just thinking that you are going to make it voluntary,
let me forget carrot and stick, bankere and koboko.
Good idea. You think they will go there voluntarily? They won't go there.
No, if you put the financial incentive, and if people can see, just like you said, there's a work in Calabar, whatever road. There's work in Sokoto Road. Yeah, people will adapt if they can see that they know that this project is a 10-year project. So even when I finish in a year or 9 months or 6 months or whatever, I have a place to go. So if that is there, I think the greatest thing you can kill in people is hope. You hear about people that have graduated from whatever place in Nigeria, and 5 years they don't have a job. Even though I don't ascribe to such things, I tell people start selling oranges, start selling watermelon, start doing something. You can't just, some people might not have the capital to go into stuff like that, and some people are not self-driven.
The funniest part of it is that during those times, When we grow home, we always say that this man's house has a mango tree. This is where we are going to get our orange tree. And most time we just pluck it, okay, to be frank. It's free of charge.
No,
But
still, it's not free of charge. It's not free. It's stealing.
No,
Not free
what
of
I'm
charge.
trying to say, the one by the roadside is free of charge. The one in another man's house, we know how we get it. I don't want to talk about that one. So, but what I'm trying to say, but all those kind of opportunity that we have that time, I do not see them. Maybe because of modernity, or maybe because they build more houses in those areas, or things have changed. But during those times, there is plenty orange, but now different type, different.
Yeah, and there's still people. I mean, there's still people doing stuff like that. I mean, I talk to people in Nigeria every week that are doing all kind of different things like that. In whatever capacity, trying to help as many people to do that as possible. Everybody's not going to get a job. Unfortunately, the way, even from the 70s, from what I remember, it's always about finishing and then you get a job. When people talk, to some of the videos that I see, you see that mentality is so embedded.
The total number of the civil servant himself, they are not up to 6 million people.
Yeah.
Almost, let's say 200 or 180 million people. 6 million. What are we talking about? So we should neglect
But that is the mentality. That is the mentality. Government never give us job.
I don't know the sprite effect of paying a worker 200,000 naira per month. 6 million people we had on 200 million people. I don't know the effect. And when you look at all the markets in Nigeria, they always have all this pepper, whatever they have. They still have it, but the price might be high and the purchasing power is low. We all know, but it's not that we have shortage of food. Actually, if you go to the market, all those things there. Only that depends on how much you have in your hand.
I think I said this when I was in Nigeria some months ago. I went to Mushin. There was this government market. They call it government market, and things are actually cheaper. I mean, it's a really big.
Lagosians are really lucky, to be frank, because every Sunday they go to all this Lagos market, but you cannot spend more than 25,000 naira to buy whatever you need. So because if they make it any amount of money, they will just buy it and go and resell. So some of them can, and the bag of rice is bagged in 5 kg, not in 50 kg. So you can only buy one. So I think what Lagos is fantastic. And yesterday, your state, in conjunction with the federal government, they released tons and tons of grain, rice, beans, millet, and one other one. So the state,
Remy, by the way, did you hear that Oyo got approval to? They want to fully upgrade their airport in Ibadan to international.
I don't know why. That is a way to siphon money. Why do you have to have another international airport?
They have flights from there anyway. That fly.
They are flying to Abuja, flying to the north, flying. Yeah, most times Abuja to they do.
Well, yeah.
But is this really necessary?
I mean, it's a huge market. All this Shagamu, Jabu, all this area. I mean, that's a.
No, Shagamu cannot go to Ibadan. Shagamu is close to Lagos than Ibadan.
But the governor said it's for that they want to capture. I mean, now we have our own airport.
Unless it's trying to capture Osun, Ondo people and Ekiti. Instead of going directly to Lagos, they have to fly to Ibadan. And then to take a bus to Ibadan. From Ibadan, they can fly to wherever. But I don't know. Oyo State people, I don't know. But maybe if you start getting that and Kwara people, instead of going directly to Abuja, maybe
we have our own airport too now coming up.
So I don't see any reason why upgrade it to international airport. Well, it's a good idea. At least it benefits me one way or the other.
I mean, Kano can fly to Ibadan directly. So
yes, and we can fly from. Is it possible from Ibadan to New York, Ibadan to any European country?
I mean, probably not. It probably be one of those stop over to Abuja first than connect to.
No, if they are making it to fly directly, I think we can fly from Ibadan to London. Why go to Lagos again? It's not too far. By plane, it's just 20 minutes. You're already in Lagos. So no stopover in Lagos. But
what is the distance? What is the distance between Lagos and that airport that will be in Ibadan? I mean, if they can find, amongst all those Yoruba states, if they can find one, one of them that they can make an international, that is central to all those states, it will relieve some of the burden on Lagos.
The
But
only
it's not every state having their own.
The only viable one is Ibadan because of the population and everything.
They have one in
Okay.
Osogbo to Abi. Osogbo has an airport, I believe. Osogbo has airport.
They do have an airport, but
Akure has airport.
No, but what I'm saying is I don't think you should have all this little international. If you can have us, outside of Lagos, even those Yoruba states, if all the governors can figure out how to make it work, and they have one international within that space, it will relieve the burden on everybody having to go to Lagos, even people going to the east. If they don't
Kando, I'm sorry to inform you, but it's going to get worse because Lagos wants to build a second international airport in the Lekki.
Yeah, I know.
They're going to come and corner the market in here. It's over. That's
Yeah, but it's not. They have to look at it comprehensively. It's not about just cornering the market. When you do that, how many people will be flying into those two airports? Yeah, Omar bring in additional income, landing fees, hotels, food, and all whatnot. But how does that congest the roads to those other states around it?
You know what? Do you know what? I have a better idea. So you can have about 3, I'll say Ibadan, 2 in Lagos, and just find a way to make the others some form of like a regional airport.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Where you can let's say I can say, okay, I'm flying to New York, but I can take off from Akure and say Akure to Abuja, then to New York, or Akure to Lagos, then to New York.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a main hub, but there's no need to drive down to Lagos first. I can just fly from Akure. And I can come back the same route. So make them like a regional.
I think if you are talking about that, the only place you can have that kind of population is Ibadan.
But to them, Ibadan is already international technically. It was designed to be international. On record, it says international airport. But one need facility to make it international. And actually, if they make it international, then I can be in Akure or I can be in Ekiti or whatever, and we'll have regional across those places. So I'll fly to Ibadan first, then take out to anywhere.
Why do you have to fly to Ibadan? Why Akure to Ibadan just under 2 hours?
Because the traffic.
Because you don't want to traffic. You don't want to. You want to discongest the road as much as possible.
But the beauty of it is that if they can flag up the standard gauge rail from Ibadan to Ilorin on towards to Abuja, they also want to start that one immediately also.
Oh, so, really?
I think this Tinubu won't just want to finish Nigeria with a lot of infrastructure. If he can manage to do all of these things, my God, I think that is why.
But the Lagos to Abuja, you say Lagos to Abuja, right?
No, it's going to be. We already have Lagos to Ibadan. It's not going to be Ibadan to Abuja directly. Standard gauge. So that means from your Lagos to Abuja, you can do it under 4 hours.
I will have. There was a plan by this Nigerians in America. They bought a company years ago. They wanted to do bullet train, like it's called. They call it the triangle something. They were going to link Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt like a triangle, and it was supposed to be like a bullet train amongst those 3 cities. But I don't know what happened to that plan. That was
I think the one they are doing now. The one they are doing that we already have.
They were going away.
We already have Abuja to Kaduna, and they are doing.
But the Ibadan one goes to Kano. It goes to Kano first.
Yes.
This one
they are doing now with Akure to Ilorin, then to Abuja now to Kaduna to Kano. We already have Kaduna to Kano already. So we already have Abuja to Kaduna. So maybe they are going to construct from Kaduna to Kano. So you can leave Lagos directly to Kano, maybe under 5 hours. You can, or 6 hours.
To me, I'm sorry, Kando in a serious country, you should be able to get, if they are serious about expanding the economy and growing, you should be able to get it from Lagos to Abuja in 2 hours with some high-speed train. I'm sorry, if you're really serious.
By standard gauge, by the one of the bullet train, you can get there within 3 hours.
No,
on one condition, if we do have enough electricity and our people obey the rules and regulations, not crossing the highway, not cutting the tree, go and remove the tree rack, not go and be doing some stupid things.
You know, the Lagos Ibadan one, by actual calculation, is supposed to go from that place to Ibadan in 27 minutes.
Yes,
but exactly. they can't maximize the speed because of some idiots on the train. They have to slow down in Lagos once they get there. It doesn't make any sense to me. Then get rid of these people from these miscreants.
Yeah,
because
you have to.
I can drive to Ibadan from Lagos for within how many minutes? About 1 hour. So keep the difference in that.
Actually, the advantage of that standard gauge line is because by the time Nigerians get their heart together and we have enough electricity, you don't need to live in Lagos at all. You can live in under half an hour. Just go and work in Lagos and come back to your home. So who wants to live in congested area?
So actually, there's some people doing that too. There's some people coming in from Ibadan.
They have to stop over in that military governors. But that that red train that they are using that goes to the marina that will go to the theater can actually make the trip to Ibadan because it was designed for. So you can even just take a regular Lagos train that will go to Ibadan from your marina and from theater and
National Theater.
From theater.
Yeah.
Which one? Because the one I took from
that's
the one I took from.
That's the blue line.
Okay.
But if you notice,
the red line they will start operating soon. Because that one will go
but the red line it ends at Ido, but it was supposed to go from Ido, second phase of the red line. It was supposed to go from Ido, crossing theater to meet the blue line
marina.
But because to save cost, they will just end it at the theater. That way you can take the blue, then just jump on the red.
Yes.
Okay.
They have started constructing the second phase of the blue line already. Do you know that?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw the.
That governor is trying, man.
I think he wants to build the second phase of both lines, red and blue. I think he wants to that will be his legacy.
Yeah.
Second phase of blue, second phase of red.
If you can just start one of the Dangote area, is it the purple or the orange?
That's the green one. That's the green.
That
one is long go. That one is long go.
It's long.
That one goes into Bejuleki now, all the way through.
States like Ogun State, we're supposed to have a standard.
Remy, just account for the many query I discussed earlier. Account for the many.
Because the Agbado station is supposed to build. It's not building nothing. And if the red line starts, that means you will not get to Agbado.
Remy, what if I told you that since the inauguration of the red line, that was not even touched that.
Any people you want to go, if I kid up what my shisheni,
You know, it's the head of the governors forum for the South. He's
they are really trolling him recently. They said that he's not doing nothing. And some people said, all the intercity in Ogun State is doing wonder, but intercity road is not doing nothing. Which one? It's so interesting. Oh God.
Yeah, that for just back just tolerate it for the next 4 years and
we affect APC also. It probably is going to affect APC in the next election.
They almost lost the last one now. The guy only won by 10,000 votes now. Oh, money. That one
So if it's
one is
working very well, it's going to affect the party.
he won his re-election bid by 10,000 votes. Oh, it's not popular now. I want the below be wale left not anyone. Kò ní padà wá. Kò ní padà. Oh, it's not. Torí gbogbo Sango kini, you should have had a master plan for that area.
But because most of this Ogun State city and town, they are highly industrialized, and you are just seeing the road wobbling and fumbling like that. I don't get it. That state, after Lagos State, they're supposed to number 2.
Oh, they need need the much of just give them road and rail. Well, that's it. Oh, need that much. Rail and road. That's it.
Yeah, that's what they need. Because they are highly industrialized.
Most of them, their business is linked to Lagos anyways.
Yes.
They might have something, but they are linked to Lagos in one way, shape, or form. So you want to make that easier for them. Actually, I
might be wrong, but when I say the model of these Asian countries, their model is good. Do you know what they did? They keep those immigrants in their farmland. Come and see the road that go to farm. The road that go to farm, their Wi-Fi technology is very good. Electricity is top notch. And they now build a beautiful kind of low housing estate for these people. Just
so they can stay back there and come and work in the city, Abby.
Yeah, so that they remain their farm, continue to, everywhere you go in China, you cannot see the land, you cannot just say fallow land. You will see rice cultivation, you will see big poultry. Even here in Finland, you cannot see bush like that. Instead of that, you see a lot of trees being planted. They are exporting trees all over the world to the rest of the world from here. So, but in Nigeria, you travel from Lagos to Ibadan, you just see bushes. These are land to be cultivated for.
Video, video, from Ogun train from Ibadan to Lagos. To buy the empty land because it look to buy.
Even if they clear the land and just plant only maize, that one is enough to feed the whole of the Southwest. What are we eating? At least we are not going to be eating corn alone. We can also use corn to make ugi, all other stuff, or pap, sorry. So when you just travel around Nigeria, you see a lot of empty land, bushes, they cannot clear, and the governors are so lazy, they are not interested.
I even had hope with Bagu or Kilonje.
Yeah, let's hope so, Sha.
No, must give up. Thomas, can you bring a candle back in if you are still there?
So many people want to come in, but I think maybe it's not there.
Must give up, Lori, but boy, all of who call NYSC staff quarters, federal government in look at NYSC.
I don't know.
Really, if my show signing, no, but boy, me better trust him. I had hopes for him, but I don't know.
No, he cannot do anything anymore because first and foremost, you have to look at him that he doesn't sit down in Ogun State and plan very well. He likes to junket around unnecessarily. When you say governor, look at one governor you guys are not really putting an eye to. Is that Borno State governor? You can never see that guy junketing around.
Zulum.
Yeah, that's Zulum. He continued to do a lot of he continued to
Mike, if you can hear. Okay, thank you, Mike.
Mike Wambena. What I put it
yeah, thank you. He has brought me up. Thank you.
Sorry, man. Sorry, we could be tomorrow. Sorry, the Ogun thing is, you be I was there. My mom was, don't let me say her position because she might see her name, you might Google her name. She was head of Agri, and I know how she wrote policy and everything. Don't feel build Dukini, but it was mostly towards the Jebu side. Palm oil, palm kernel was big. They weren't really the government was making money from it, profit. Government was making money from palm oil. Making money.
I think where that governor did is because you know this governor that came from the oil and gas sector.
More good supply of palm oil into Lagos.
Like how many tons do you need?
Me àti ìdọ̀rọ̀ tán nù. Àti ìdọ̀rọ̀ tán ayé fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ni.
You know, back then, the government was really encouraging small business owners. So I'm talking share, low palm oil,
Yes.
And they had these Germans that came with this manual soap making that you can have in the back of your house and you'll be making soap. Buying ST became a big thing, but ST was the main of buying. And people are using palm oil for various things for small scale businesses. So I knew more impact to me on our economy. If man do man sort of say it's been there before. Already.
I know. Absolutely.
So man annoying to we've done this thing before now. Boys in here, they've gone to the city now. They've left the place. I want to go back.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know. And that was from that area. Benue.
Nǹkan tó fi ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé oil and gas yẹn ló ti rówó. Gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń sọ yìí kò láì jẹ́ ó kàn fẹ́ di gómìnà ni.
Ṣèbọn ní bitumen ẹgbẹ̀ẹ́bẹ̀. They have they have bitumen there. Kò ṣe force our government can exploit it.
They have BT. When you go to Nigeria next, seek audience with him. Alawi, Diasoro. I mean, because I find it difficult to believe it. All these things, all these resources that are around all these people, especially someone like him, oil and gas. How can he say
There's another bill with the National Assembly now. It's about mineral resources amendment bill or something like that. Because at the end of the day, each state in Nigeria have enough resources to even cater for their people. Even up in the north, they have a lot of resources. Look at that Nasarawa alone.
So
all of them
Remy, you know what? So they cause a blue oil when cause a blue up for 1 year. That's the only way. That's the only way.
They're going to Abuja every month.
Look at the policy that is playing in Nigeria now. Whenever there is a certain president, all those stupid northern blah blah blah, they want to gang up unnecessarily. Now that they are saying the handwriting on the wall, whether they like it or not, Tinubu know how to play their game. At the end of the day, they give more power to the state. You already checkmate them. And I think it's checkmating them. That is why they are forming
weekend. So is focusing not West no hate. If I not to say like our Kaduri alone empower own weekend not West.
Because we're not I want Northwest and they gang up against them. But I told gang up I will do Northwest and Northeast at North Central. My baby so missing but the incentive for North Central about agriculture won't capture and on. And Bugba I wanted one in Northwest. No, at the end of it, some of them will still vote for him.
Set more long-term power base. That born to do like ideology. So in fact, I will not be surprised to play game. I will not be surprised.
And other I keep about go game too. I want to play. Sometimes I don't understand. That one
lately. Let's find a way to listen at the Kano.
At the end of the one, I told you, causing non
ó máa lo torí ìgbà Tinubu yìí ọ̀n nífilẹ̀ ó máa lo etí àti ẹ̀ pé lẹ́wọ̀n ẹ̀ kò lè kàn nífilẹ̀.
ó máa filẹ̀ bó tó bá máa filẹ̀ condition.
àní kò ní Rẹ̀mí kò lè filẹ̀ kò lè ó ní díẹ̀.
àwọn Buhari gan ò fẹ́ kó filẹ̀ gan.
political asset ni kò lè filẹ̀.
ó ti àwọn a lot of people lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ sọ náà kò dáa It's just on.
And can't forget Obi to end the political career, like I think last week.
How you're going to control it?
You know, that was I know maybe it's right, maybe ethically or whatever, but for you to come on video to say that they should release him, if I'm an APC operative, money tape for the North in the next election. I will play that tape over and over and over again. Got money dinning. You supporting Nnamdi Kanu, money the tape. He's going to come in handy.
You know, Babati, that was the day I was talking that the guy should keep quiet. He continued after the election, continued to blah blah. Because the more you are doing this, the more you are prone to more mistakes. And the more you are doing it, the more you are making people to see the light at the end of the people. Some people voted for you out of sympathy. Now that people have hijacked it to be like a regional support or whatever. So all the people that voted for you are not, so we don't have our own people. So your people love you so much that our woman cannot even get nothing in your own region. And some of your action too, and they asked, the other day they were asking me a question. Who is the national chairman of Labour Party? And he said it's INEC that is going to decide. What do you mean?
Where did he say that? Where did
I maybe last week or 2 weeks ago. They asked him now, the reporter asked, who is the chairman of the Labour Party? And he said it's INEC that is going to decide. That's what he said.
Wow, so go trust Abure money. Oh, Abure I like that one.
Abure àtàwọn apánpànkóńkó owó tí pa
wọn. What's smart thing that you want to take over our party?
But if those guys in late, well, I don't think they're smart. But if they were smart, they will know without Obi, they're nothing.
No,
maybe they don't care.
I know. You are missing the point of Labour. Labour Party is for political destitute. That's what they are. So what care about?
Yeah, I don't follow those spaces, so I don't really know what they do. But if they are so dumb enough to not know if without Obi they have nothing, then I don't have anything for those people. Maybe they don't care. Maybe they I mean, that's the only logical thing that I can come up with. For not recognizing it, boy, this is the only reason that every day wherever that day, and without him, that shows indecisiveness.
Right.
That shows you're not decisive. You should be able to answer that question in less than 1.1 second.
And you cannot also say because you have the numbers, then when you come into a political party, you want to change the whole leadership structure and impose your own people on them. Of course, they're going to feel threatened now. Even if somebody you can't allow
me. I don't know what they do. I don't know who their leader is. I don't know what their chairman. I don't really care to follow those people. But again, though, if they're serious people, which I don't think they are. But again, as much as I supported the Obi ideology before the election, I don't know what he's been doing since then. I don't follow these people. So, but if they're serious people, just like the leadership of the country itself, it ought not to be about if I step down for this person. It's like, where are you taking the country? Where are we going as a people? I mean, the good of the country has to come way above any individual position. I mean, if you're not doing that, then you're not a leader.
Land that statement there, we'll shut it down.
Okay.
You guys just use American politics to took my section.
Yes, he does.
Even support Ibadan Airport on your show, but you oppose me.
No. I want that now. The airport needs to be republished. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you everyone. Thank you guys. Yeah, you guys are amazing. See you tomorrow, guys. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
better life, yeah, my people. For better roads, yeah, for better hospitals and health, yeah. Hey. For lights today, for everything to work for us, for Nigeria. Yeah. No more hunger. Obi for better Nigeria. Obedient and useful. Obi, yeah. Obi, yeah. Obi, obedient and useful. Obi, yeah. Oh, yeah, Obi, get it, get it, Hausa man, Yoruba man, Igbo man, Middle Belt, Niger Delta. Let us come together for better Nigeria. For better life, for better health, for better road. From consumption to production. Obi Adema, Obi Adema, Obi Adema, Obi Akachamba, Obi for Nigeria, Obi go to good, Obi follow Obi, Daga 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 daga, Obi Obi. Obi Adema. Okay now. Ewo, I beg you. Ewo. Oyibo lọ́tọ̀ bẹ̀lẹ̀ wá dé. Bẹ̀lẹ̀ wá lọ́tọ̀ ìrọ̀sí lọ́tọ̀ kò wá nílé. Kò wá ní lọ́tọ̀ Mọ̀rítàlá. Mọ̀rítàlá lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Ṣàgárí dé. Ṣàgárí lọ́tọ̀ Buhari dé. Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Babangida. Babangida lọ́tọ̀ Ṣọ̀nẹ́kàndé. Ṣọ̀nẹ́kàn lọ́tọ̀ Abacha dé. Abacha lọ́tọ̀ Abdulsalam. Abdulsalam lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́. Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Yar'Adua dé. Yar'Adua lọ́tọ̀ Jonathan dé. Jonathan lọ́tọ̀ Buhari dé. Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Peter Obi. Ewo. I beg you.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka Government House, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No. No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? It must be an omission.
Do you agree with the manner in which the federal government handled the case of the agitations in Abia State with the IPOB?
Well, it's not like I said. The only thing I disagree with is naming them terrorists.
You don't think they are?
No, they're not.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To and unto our children, Havana without stay. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. Omo Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To and unto our children, Havana without stay. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed.